Yeah, it's a bit of a bittersweet feeling when you make it into
Jack,
T1, you see some of the
doing?
homies, and you're like, yes, we all made it, boys, but then you have to literally
Good evening.
end your friend's career. It's over after this. No.
Yeah, they're not friends after today, that's for sure.
Yeah, there's going to be some hearts broken.
But
GE undeniably going to be the underdogs here against PAFICIC in this matchup.
Ready for
They have
some
had some
bans
up
as
and down
PAFICIC,
performances as of late. They've only taken a win over DFM, who have kind of struggled so far. In fact, they beat DFM a lot easier than PAFICIC beat DFM. DFM was in demon mode last week, so we'll see how this matchup is going to end up going. Darion is in once again. I want to see if they keep him on the duelist roles, because he did have a little bit of a strugglesome position, but maybe it's just the duelist role in GE that's
maybe 4.5.
It very well might be.
That's why you
Who
get
knows?
5 of them and then just figure it out from there.
We'll be napping after. Well, we'll be napping after this, or potentially after
first time never qualified for playoffs.
China.
But if Global gets it,
Depending
it's the
on
first time they're ever
how the
in.
game's
Yeah.
going.
Very much so. That would be an exciting moment for this organization and all the fans who have followed along so diligently on their journey.
Christo is
You know,
the
it would
IGL
be a
for
real
this
flip
match.
of the
Wait, is
script
that true?
today if GE managed to
An
make it
interesting
in
change.
and eliminate PAFICIC.
I mean, he's done it before.
As we say, the stakes can't be any higher than this.
It is super high right now. And speaking of duelists,
400
the
stream
question,
streak.
of
Wait,
course, is
where is
always, who is going to be the duelist on PAFICIC?
Damn,
And they keep
Spruce.
adding new duelists or
That's
former
insane.
duelists back into the duelist roster. Then they put them on smokes. You never know
400.
what's going on with this team, especially when it
How
comes
have you
to
kept
dive
that
duels.
going
I
for
feel
so
like they
long?
just like roll dice or play cards at the start of the week for who gets
Flora
to
with the
pick
tier
a
1 as well.
second
Thank
It
you for
seems
the 4
almost
months.
entirely random, but we did see it work last week. It finally came together.
In the front
They
seat of the
managed to
train,
get
of
their
course,
first win in
dude.
stage 1, so
Today's
I
just
hope they
another
haven't
stop.
changed too much from that. I hope the dice landed the same way.
Yeah, I think
Oh.
some of it's coming down to comfort as well, where you're seeing something even
Spruce, you
on
don't-
Pearl,
you know
where
you
he's
don't
previously
have
playing
to
Yoru,
watch.
he feels more comfortable on Jet, so he's going to play Jet. We're going to get into the map veto, though. GE taking out Fracture.
Yeah.
PAFICIC, they've been banning Haven for quite a while, so they're going to continue to ban Haven. No surprises to
Split,
see GE
Lotus
pick
as
Split,
well.
and that is going to be their pick for the majority of these series when it doesn't get banned out against them.
Doesn't
PAFICIC
feel
will
too
play
bad from what we've
defense,
seen
and
from
then PAFICIC going
PAFICIC.
for Lotus. Their Lotus looked pretty good with something on the Yoru.
I liked it last week. I thought it was definitely one of the better maps that I've seen from them, so they're looking to carry that momentum.
You're here for the
But there's a
big
lot of
stream
footage
as
out there
well.
on both of these teams now. GE, you know, they've shown
Dude,
their split plenty
I've been
of times
so
before,
scared that
so
I'm gonna.
I do think there's a lot
When I've been
that,
like
PAFICIC
recording
will be able
Coach
to look
Potato
at
stuff,
to be
I've
able to
I've
counter.
always been like,
So
man,
looking at this split game, you
one
can see
day I'm gonna hit
PAFICIC,
this
they
stream
have
ban.
banned it once. They have not played it since kickoff, which was that very tight game against T1, where T1 almost lost to a bunch of teams, including that third map decider against PAFICIC on split. That was the 11-13. You did have Jet Rays that they played back then, and for GE, they have not changed their split comp too much at all, and they are once again going to be picking split here. So, so I'd imagine they're just going to keep rolling through with the same comp that's had some success for it throughout kickoff into stage 1 now. Yeah.
Now, predictions. It is been a while. It's been a couple weeks since we've seen a full flush PAFICIC.
Oh.
But do you think this
Oh,
is
that many believers.
overwhelmingly in the favor of PAFICIC? Real quick, just
No,
yes or no?
I wouldn't say it's overwhelming. I think
Train's
when it
filling
comes down
up.
to one game like this on the day, anything can happen, and both these teams have been pretty even. But I think all of us are just leaning on PAFICIC because they've managed to take more maps throughout
Everyone?
the stage 1.
All right. Well, we're going to find out who's going to be going off to playoffs. Is it going to be Global Esports or PAFICIC?
Got a big train, yeah, it's a full train right now. Yeah, didn't think everyone would be going for it. The APAC guarantee. Game today, this would be an easy way of showing you. Oops. It is legit. Win and you get 4th spot. It's all about the 4th spot. Who can start in the lower bracket of playoffs. But they will be starting one of these, I can't remember, it's Alpha, right? So yeah. Big game. It's all about this game.
2020
PAFICIC win. Is the train not stopping to Toronto? Yeah, I don't really know where the train stops, to be honest. Some people have their destination as champs. That's a really bold one, but sometimes you gotta dream big. We have no stop. Yeah, we have no stop. Train stops when they win Toronto.
Today marks the do or die weekend.
Have I watched the Rossi interview with Wyatt? No, but I probably will, just because Rossi's very fun to watch.
Seeing the resurgence of the old Titan of this team.
Is it unhinged, or is he actually like pretty chill?
At this point, with everything on the line, if anything, Global Esports seems a little confident here. They said if there's any
It's an hour 45. Oh my goodness.
It would be today. This is their window, while PAFICIC is still struggling to figure things out.
Yeah, PAFICIC are the fallen giant trying to get back up on their feet, and they took that first step last week.
Do you want documentary? I got like 20 minutes
make
in.
Playoffs today, but they have to upset this Global Esports team.
That's right. Now, we did see a lot of promise from Global
I've got like an
Esports
hour and basically an hour, 40 minutes to go.
Every single week that they have a lot of good pieces on the board here, but things keep shuffling around as well. Darren coming back into the roster, and it looks like they're also still figuring out their comps.
Yeah, for sure. I think at the
I
end of the
forgot
day,
to go
this
to
is
sleep.
a winnable series
Wait,
for
what?
Global,
How does
but
that
they
one
need
happen?
to hit their peak as individuals.
At least
We
you're
need
here,
to
though.
see why a lot of these players were picked up for this Global Esports roster today, because in
I've
terms
watched
of
tech pauses
firepower,
longer
some
than
of these
that. That's
PAFICIC
true.
players are starting to wake up a little bit more.
It's like
They're
it's just a
given
good
some
way
of
to
their
measure
comfort
stuff in
roles,
life
and they're
these days.
definitely going
Just
to
on
be
the
trying to
6-hour
run
tech
it down
pause.
today.
Yeah, when you're playing against PAFICIC, you cannot let
One
them
Katsu
control
with the
you. You
Prime.
can't let
Thank
them
you so
run the
much, dude.
tempo. That's
Appreciate
what
that.
GE
Thank
need
you,
to
thank
do
you with the
today,
Prime
and they need
usage.
to be able to hold their ground from a firepower perspective. That's been one thing that's
Damn,
really
Elevated
missing for
had
this
time to
global
get a
team. So
haircut.
if they're
Good
able
news for
to shoot back
PAFICIC.
consistently today, they definitely
That's like,
have
what,
a
an
chance,
hour
but
that they could have
I
spent
don't want to see them
pracking?
start slow, and I don't want to see them get run over by PAFICIC's fast speed.
Yeah, absolutely. That is something that PAFICIC often uses to their advantage, and Global Esports,
You gotta,
they should
okay,
be
we don't
familiar
get
with
much.
this concept
You gotta look at the
by
little things
now.
sometimes.
Now, we were talking about this a little bit earlier. The teams are very familiar with each
Leave
other.
the
Three
book.
Filipino players,
Jesus.
Patman and the two on Global Esports.
I'm just saying what we see.
And Poppy,
Just
and
saying-
also
or
Crystal,
he's so
and something,
confident
a bit of history
that
too, our two Russian
he's gone out and
players.
just
So I
got
think they're gonna be having a lot
the
of fun
victory
today,
cut early.
whatever the result is.
Yeah, a lot of overlap in Origins, even for like Jemkin, and a lot of these East Russian players kicking around the
Is that
Japanese
one?
scene and the Tier 2, and then coming into Pacific. So a lot of very big firepower players from that region of the world.
Good
and
morning,
a lot of
Nilsinho.
familiarity
Good morning.
from the Tier 2 little different sub-regions that you do have. For this game, though, I think for GE, I mean, the fact of the matter is they're going to have to start attacking
No,
side
that
of split.
sounds
They've
good.
chosen that.
Exit.
So while they
Sounds
do
good.
need to start strong in
Zeus.
terms of like actually picking up rounds, I think it is going to be a
That
slow
was
start to this
sick.
game. I think their attacking side of
That's
split
incredible.
has been very slow, has been a very crawling pace thus
With the
far.
train
Yeah, when we
conductor
look at
hat
the
and
difference between
everything.
the plan times for these Global Esports, it normally takes them about 1 minute and 6. PRX 43 seconds.
That's huge.
And you
That's
can
funny,
almost see
man.
this difference reflected in
funny
the
sign.
composition styles.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll
Okay,
take a
I mean,
little bit
GE have
of
a
look at
very
what GE
strong
are playing.
comp.
Darion is going to be on the
PAFICIC
raise.
go for the
I
double
wouldn't be surprised
dive.
if they kept, honestly, Yutatan on the raise, because that's what they played in
Jing,
kickoff. with
something
this exact
Yoru.
same
This
team,
one's been
exact
hit or
same
miss.
comp,
It
but they're
actually
gonna
looked
keep
pretty
the
nice
roles
on
consistent
Lotus.
and play the
It
comp
looked
they're
pretty
familiar
dreadful
with.
on
On
Pearl.
attack, they usually are doing a
So
lot
let's
of
see
slower
which
kind of
version we're gonna
contact
get.
games in the mid to late round. So I want to see PRX control a ramp
Wait,
and stop them
Bacan's
from
up?
doing that.
Yeah, PAFICIC's style clearly the polar opposite. We're seeing the double duelist with Jing back on the raise.
Bacon doesn't know about track by track? Oh my
their
goodness.
style is of course much
Guy's
faster.
not even on
We're
the
gonna see
train.
them
That's
fighting for
actually
that space on the
embarrassing.
defense, trying to restrict GE's control.
We got to see a
There's
little
still
bit on the
tickets.
camera.
Bacon,
PAFICIC
but you
warming
can
up
be
a
at the
little
back,
bit
mate.
physically. They're kind of changing up their tempo a little bit, fixing their mental
Get
games.
that
This is
man a
something that's
ticket, yeah.
had question
Extra.
marks
It costs
over,
extra for you.
The last year and
Prices
a
have
half,
gone
like
up.
this is something that they needed to
Just for that
work on
comment.
to keep the stress low as they go into this do or die
That's
match.
class,
And
yeah.
like Coach Elevated from Global
Get some
Esports
seats
says,
on the roof
the
here.
question in winning is who wants the playoff spot more. We're going to send it over to our casters, Quack and Komodo.
Oh,
Yes, thank you very much, Victoria Big Time Bilski. Yeah, do you want a playoff spot, Dion?
Me playing on the stage? I don't think my vision really commits for that one. I'm happy. I'm comfortable here.
We're comfortable here for sure. But I mean, just taking a look at the agent selection so far, do you see anything interesting?
I mean, it makes sense for Global for my side of things, having Darion just substitute in towards where Patrick who was. That one is a little bit, you know, expected here. But on the flip side for PAFICIC, changing it up, you know, used to seeing them float with the Sky on Forsaken, but that
there's a long time Dota 2 content creator way back. Do you think experience in other games translates well in Valorant? I think pro play or pro experience does.
Maybe it's just a day of smokes for him.
I think there's only certain stuff you get from being in a team that you can bring over to other games.
Honestly, in this entire map veto, they haven't
really
played
stuff?
it since kickoff. Now surprising.
I'm not sure. Maybe get a little bit. I can't imagine it's much.
Yeah, PAFICIC coming up with this
Depends how much
composition where we now
pro stuff
see
he's
something
watched really,
on
like
the
behind the scenes.
And this is do or die time for playoffs, everybody. You have to remember that going in towards this one. Both teams currently at the 1 to 3 mark, with GE opening up stage 1 against DFM, copping the dub there 2-0, but mapless since then. And for PAFICIC, well, they've always got a map in every single one of their series, finally besting DFM as well.
Chobra, I mean, Chobra's done all the games, dude.
That we saw last week.
Which is where we
got
down to
GE
this
on
final
attack.
Series.
We got PAFICIC on defense.
Group stage. Can PAFICIC make it through to playoffs? It all kicks off right here.
Instant double swing. Dude, instant double swings if anyone's fighting A. No one's fighting A, so they 4-person group middle to fight middle. And as we can see in the minimap, they've picked right. And how do they...
They will keep themselves backwards.
Wow. Apparently Crystal's calling on this one. And honestly, when he calls, he frags insanely heavy.
More members up at the B tower. You need to see something big come out from Forsaken.
A bit of a survival smoke towards the top of ramp for now. They haven't quite checked him out so far. Off towards the wayside on the edges of the smoke, though, and he does find the double. Trades out from Crystal, and then for Devi to flush back in. They're trying to find some pot shots, prevent GE from getting that spike down,
little
and they will pick up the pistol right off the bat.
3v5 on this.
I thought that round was actually gonna go
This was
towards
nice for
Global.
Forsaken.
Crystal's
Dude,
just
everyone's
trying to
doing
speed up
this,
the
right?
being
Smokes and
supported
just
with the rest of the
hiding in the
team.
corner
We've
these
seen
days.
Crystal, you know, kind of
Insanely strong,
in
especially on a pistol. A little bit harder to
majority of
spam
the
that
games
one.
that Global have played,
Dude, I like
topping
the
all the
smoke
ratings for
though.
them. On the flip side,
I do like the
there's,
reactive
Jing,
smoke.
who's somewhat been topping completely, besides one for Forsaken to come on through.
Gotta feel a little bit sorry for Crystal. He did a lot here.
Top 2 converting openers, right? 5 versus 3 that they're able to get on back from that one. Makes things a little bit awkward when you feel that Crystal's just done the lion's share of the damage, and then it's Devi to just get some good taps out as well at the end there. A force up from Global is interesting.
Yeah, Instant Prowler goes over towards A. They spot a trip here, that's about it. They don't know that they bought up.
Their way through, perhaps.
Yeah.
Got the stars all placed out.
Well, you know that this is such an important game for Global that they would have done probably the most prep that they ever would have.
Okay, Fade Eye over towards A, doesn't hit anyone.
Get into playoffs.
Right, with
Good
the
start.
Dude, something has to do so much.
Well, right now, just being able to find some shots against a couple of the PAFICIC players, something to trade with Guardian. Forsaken with his own Guardian as well. He does
great
feel a lot
armor
of contact,
flash.
though, so the paranoia sent out. Maybe a bit of support from Patman around the edges of this smoke as well, but close range, it's not going to find its targets. Now down to just Jing. He does have the Bulldog, but you also see rotations now coming up for Global.
It just needs to
15
be
HP,
some good
60
shots to come out
HP,
from
it's
Jing
kinda
at the
doable.
moment. So far,
Here we go, yeah. I didn't tell you it was going to be one of these trains real early on. Never, it's never a clean ride.
Possibly to
Always a bumpy ride.
Jing, though,
Ooh.
looking to close in the distance for
Oh
now,
boy.
but he dives
Okay,
right
nice
up on
nice
top.
force by
It's an
from
easy
GE though.
shot
You
for
gotta give him
Kelly
that. We
to
got
bring
only
one
the
round
one
back
gun
up on the
upgrade
board.
though.
Yeah, you're not going to see too much consistency
But
come out from a flying
PAFICIC
bulldog
so
there,
heavy into this, there's only one
unfortunately,
person
but
that can
it
buy a
would've
hero
been
gun
funny if
on
Jing was
Patman.
able to find that one. You can criticize the buy up, the force up, all you want from Global, but they make those stingers sing, that is for sure.
The Stinger buy rate has
Long-distance range,
insane
something
win
they're
rate.
able to
It's
get it
just
done with the Guardian nor Forsaken, really. And then it's again
Just
through
if
the
you can
smokes when
use him
think
like
that
the
PAFICIC have a player
NA
in the right
players.
position, but Sheriff versus Stinger not going to work out there, unfortunately. This is where you got to have some good decision making from PAFICIC on this defensive side to have an answer back, if not this round, the round after.
Perhaps a little bit more consistency as well. They're going to attempt at peeking out, though. Tripwires across for now.
This is risky for Patman because
Yeah,
I mean, he's got the gun
solo,
and he's by himself.
solo
as a
gun
fade.
set up over
It's
towards
not
A.
generally a situation that you would look to see someone pretty self-sufficient in. You know, we see once upon a time
Where's
Forsaken
Darion
going for a lot
playing?
of those plays
They
with the bird
changed
when
out
playing in the
Patrick
sky,
Koo
but
last week.
This is a bit of a different look for PAFICIC now, T1-esque, right? With the comp that they are
Whoever
playing.
wins qualifies, yeah.
Also just trying to
Yeah, they
refill
decided
the
to not
space
hold
that
over,
their teammate has
hold
just
on to the
fallen, so
gun. You got Trip, the
Shrouded steps
TP over the Trip, no one close enough
It's
to
gonna do
hear
too
it.
much, honestly, right? You just need to
Pretty
see
much
something
a
big
question
coming
of
out
how
from
much
Divine
delay
if
can they have
go
over
up through
towards
automail, but if
B.
not, it's just going to be
And
something, one blind side.
Forsaken
Some
might
fake
be
out
able to
clone as
smoke
well
this.
available, which is actually going to get sent pretty early here.
Yeah, not much
I'm
to
keeping
really
an
stop.
eye
I
on
think
GE
one
though,
big would
and
be the dark
Udatan's
cover
been
that
watching
Forsaken
behind.
just sent out. I do believe Udatan just noted it.
And it's the flank, and now they're all contained. Look at that. That's numbers for Forsaken.
Paranoia back in as well. He still
Yeah,
has to
he is
contend
the hero
with
gun,
all
so-
four of them, though. He's
Yeah.
the only one holding the
Dude, he
angle.
hears that.
Actually,
They're rotating.
I mean,
this
that's
is
it's a
risky
weird way of
to
playing
go
it from
through
G.
to Mail. The Prowler as well, but Divine looks to get ahead of it. Does find
Saw a
the first
Bucky
shot.
ace.
Paint shells out
We saw a
from
Bucky
now.
ace
A
yesterday.
punt, and that's a second kill as well.
Dude,
Forsaken now
I'm not
coming
sure
back in
about
from
this
bottom
one
mid.
from
Spots up
GE.
Poppy,
This
and even
mid-round
though
call is
Poppy can still
really
find some
weird.
shots, it's
To
10
see
seconds
one
left. Yeah,
here,
you're right, Komodo.
and
The
then to
spike
go
on
all the way
ground.
back,
Yeah,
instead of
that's a
clearing
really ill
him,
decision-making to come through from
running
Global,
where he
but
would
you flip it on
hear,
its head, and that's some great
so everyone can get
decision-making from
early
PAFICIC.
info,
They have a
rotate,
bit of
go
an
out, they
overstep in the
can
beginning
nade,
from
they can
Patman,
Bucky.
But apart from that, everything
that
is just
was-
pretty
that was
clinical,
a
right? You've got time
bit of a
being
shocker
bought from
of a
something
mid-round
on the
call.
side itself with the clone. You've got the poison cloud
I think
being
you just got to
popped, you've got
force.
cover
You
that
either got to
comes,
go
and it's all
replay this
just
guy
buying time
together and then
for
go over
Forsaken
towards
to
A,
get
or you
this
just got to
flank
force
happening.
into
As soon
that
as he gets
site.
that first kill and the paranoia goes out, GE are really locked and contained in Garage. They don't know how many members are exactly on that B site ready, and with
Just
sub
about
30
time.
seconds,
What was it,
I mean,
35?
it's very difficult to try and get into the site like
30?
that.
When they
Great
realize
round
someone's
come out
behind?
from PAFICIC to now bring some stability back to this defensive side.
Okay.
Still got those guns as well. Well, GE
Bucky's out for
still able to
Divine.
buy up somewhat. Look to push in towards B this time.
Just down on the timing. Again, an emphasis on mid from a bit of this util, but an off angle from Forsaken.
One killing, tries to TP away, but punished by Darion.
Got to remember, he is relatively new to this Omen role too. Has to configure a lot
Okay,
of the
wall goes
timings.
down. Okay, they did
almost
spot
mid-map.
us.
Yeah, the angle's still somewhat exposed.
Wall's gone
That
down
said,
over
though,
towards
Jing
B, so
will
they gotta
happily
break
take
this.
a kill against Udotan down middle, but it's also the spike and the site, you know, somewhat granted to Global Esports.
Big double
Jing
satchel.
might look to just satchel in with the judge.
Oh, and he will do just that alongside the Prowler. The
Honestly,
race
that
on
is-
point there, so
that is
Crystal
what I
still
wanna
able
see
to
from a
trade,
race.
But then for Patman to trade right back.
Yeah,
But
judge,
that's
you
gotta
do-
be my
you think you
favourite
might not
race
be
play,
able to,
man.
deliver on too much there, unfortunately, but when you've got your team all surrounding the site and you can kind of just get sent in and your team can pick up the scraps if you do need. It's a close quarters gun, but it's got some range towards it, and the damage was delivered there, so it's another round, this time in succession for PAFICIC. Gotta say, Darion, if you're able to get activated really early on this attacking side, it has to bring some confidence to Global, considering that him and Patrick Koo have kind of, you know, almost been non-existent in its entirety of this stage, right? They're kind of sitting at the lowest in overall duelist stats at the moment. So if you're
Look at
wanting
that prime
to see
dude, I'm telling you,
somebody
that's what
step
my
up a
rank
little
games
bit
were,
to
man.
Global, in my mind,
I used to love
Darion
getting
stepping up
split.
is going to be an
When the judge
absolute
is
net bonus
broken,
for them because Crystal's
just
already been really
do
good.
that all the time.
Udotan's already been pretty good. Kalias has as well, right? So
Okay, we
no,
finally get a
he's
full buy v
stepping
buy.
up.
It's been, I mean, we haven't had it
Pretty
yet.
potent for Global.
It's always been that 3 core, and also
Go
the
Razor.
best possible stage for Darren to do it right now.
we got a lot of
You know,
ults, really.
We've been talking about Crystal and
This is
something having some
GE
familiarity. Darren
wanting
being
to
coming
create
from the
pressure over
Singaporean
towards
scene, you know,
middle,
having that experience from
and
Bleed as
pretty
well.
much
He's
bailing
quite
on it because
familiar
they
with some of
dodged
these
the
PRX
fade eye
players
over
too,
towards
so
A.
that should give him some confidence. That said, we're slowing things down.
Yeah, but the problem is when you're not running this Sentinel as PAFICIC, you have to just be very proficient around your info gathering around the map,
Oh
and
my.
that doesn't work out for Pepman. Caught in the open, the site is now Global's.
Somewhat unfortunate.
Well.
Forsaken now punished as well. You got the paint shells to continue pushing PAFICIC off space, but Jing happy to go for this fight against
This is a
Darion.
really
bit
weird
more
round.
confidence coming up from
The
PAFICIC.
spike's
Gotta show yourself
committed,
up, but no satchels.
but no one else
Yeah,
has.
or you gotta get
This,
close
they have
already.
map control of
Jing
everywhere
Crystal
else.
is close, however. It does set the Nightfall as well, just to keep PAFICIC away.
And you got this flank being watched by something. Is a little bit apparent that Papi might be coming for it. Keep an eye on that one.
Still got to watch out for the possible timed peaks. Crystal still watching off towards elbow, but here comes Jing with a huge party. It does
Well,
blow
this
up
gets
Crystal's
really weird.
face. But then for the global esports players to continue holding. That's when the lurk comes up.
Do that, they missed the Astra suck. They missed the Astra suck. Oh no, it's the liquid moment all over again.
It gets Jing off halfway,
Oh, they
and
just
that'll be the
grabbed
round
him.
Picked up by global.
I don't know.
That
I'm gonna
is
put my hands on
insanely
ring. I don't know if
close,
that
by
gravity
the
well was
way.
bait to
Just been
in the
clutched
spike
away
itself,
from
even
it.
on the defuse, ready with the annihilation. Because you're usually
Dude, that was
using them to pull
so
them off the
close.
defuse, right?
That,
didn't
dude, I
work.
did look at
Still
the
able to stick
Astra
it
star
there. And to be
when the
fair,
spike
Jing
was there
nearly
and
gets the
thought,
full
well,
defuse before that annihilation came out. There could have been
you should know
an
about it though.
awkward result there for global at the end of it. But I got to say, the beginning stages for them, mid is looking a little bit unattainable in positions. You pivot over towards the A side.
I mean, yeah, look at the
caught
star.
out in the open, none the wiser, and you're getting into the site. You're setting yourselves up. You've got a flank. Like, these are some really good things
Dude,
to
that
come
was
through from global there.
very
You
close
mentioned,
to
you
being
needed
full
to see
defuse for
Darren
sure.
step up, and he did just that in that previous
Okay, let's start
round.
looking at
What
the money a
happens about
little
this round,
bit.
though? PAFICIC now
We've
noting
got
that
1,
they need
2,
information
3,
to see
4
them
that can't buy
beginning to
next with the
peek
2
out the
full
garage
loss
a little bit
bonus. And
more.
then obviously this will be a reset. So we've got
Adjustment
2
at the moment
2 and
as
4
well from global.
that
Just
can't buy it.
slow
So
and steady. You've got a
really
little bit
important
more
round. You're going to be
eyes
seeing
on
the
Garage
Razor into
time
this
with
one.
Happy just holding about. But an operator for something and Forsaken in tow. How confident are they that they want to remain around Garage? You've now got something on the line. And he's got the opener as well.
No smokes.
on a map like Split. Quack. Can get awkward.
Awkward is one way to put it. And Jing will just, well, if you have social anxiety, now this is not the scenario that you want to be in. 3 players left. They still got to try, though. Darren does have a showstopper as well.
You got to cut some corners here as global. You need to at least find a free gimme, you'd think, a pre-fire on towards something.
Be at least proud of this,
Still
right?
holding the garage line. If you're shouldering this one slowly, it's
Guys,
not gonna work.
you've at least got to give me, you got to give me something here.
At least attempted at a swing.
Got to fade
but
with
yes, that
Prowler
will be
and I.
something very much still controlling this sight line down B.
Yeah. And we did hear it earlier on from Mr. Big Time, right? How long does it take global esports to
Oh,
try and
that's
get into
it.
these sites?
No
to try and
damage
get the
save.
plants?
Well,
It takes
that is
over a minute,
unbelievable
10,
money.
essentially for this B site before they look to get in. But this time, well, they're not breaking
No
down.
one has to
towards the
rebuy
site.
any armor.
You hope they're not breaking down.
Got a
in the
little bit
comms
of
now
util,
because you
that's
feel
about
like they're
it.
starting to get a wriggle on this attacking
Might have
side.
spoken a
It's
bit
not
too early
working
though,
out.
of course.
These
There's 2 kills as they try to
almost
greed for the
inconsequential
ult.
in terms of the rounds.
And they
A
lose,
couple of extra
and they
ulti ults.
lose
I mean,
the
you'll
ult.
take that as Crystal to get closer to a nightfall.
Yeah, 4 more. Still got
God's sake.
And you'll play with the economy, most importantly for PAFICIC, right? They've not built up a lot of their credits at the moment. They're going to have to do some quick maths and
The most
quick
expensive
allocation
gun
of
lost, of
what
course.
weapons they still want to be purchasing up. I saw a tail end of an operator coming out into this next round. Sorry, an outlaw,
yeah.
into this next round because you've lost the operator now, of course.
Precisely, which does kind of, you know, mean that you're going to lose some control as well. You're not going to
maybe.
be able to push up into B again.
If Crystal's going first or Pappy's going first, I mean, the Outlaw is going to finish them off quite quickly, but I wouldn't be surprised if they're just going to switch in towards a bit of a retake scenario here as PAFICIC because you've got the Dimensional Drift, you've got From the Shadows. What else you've got is another line, deep, being held by something. Other side of the map this time, supported by Patman, supported by Jing. Now you can fall
It's
off.
a weird way of holding B
Kind
right
of stave
now.
off Global from going
Just
into this
full
B side
retake.
because they're all getting ready outside
Is
Garage.
it
Sonic
your
sensor
ult
popped.
maybe?
In case any
Veto?
pushes do happen later on.
Which ain't too bad. Petman does have the Nightfall now also.
Okay, bit of a change up from
picked up that
GE. That's the
Althor,
B default and they
just
put
to watch
the
even further now, that those
Sonic
smokes buy
Sensor
some
over
time
towards
for
B in
PRX
case they
on
want to
the site.
re-clear
The
it.
onus is kind of on Global Esports right now. Where do they
But
want
now
to
they've
try
got
and
B
transition to
control, what
finish
do they
off
want
this
to
round?
do?
If it's going to be towards the Bravo site, well, there's 4 members there of PAFICIC.
Well, G trying to be tactical with their approach, you know, trying to suss out as much of these positions
Prowler
as
goes
possible
in,
with
but they
your
don't
Prowlers.
block vision at middle, so
Spotted
they
out
know that no
something,
one's
pushed up
followed
through
out.
main. They want to pivot in towards the A side. It wouldn't be the worst idea.
Oh, but the Judge and Jing as well, just to hold it down pat. Linear angles, and it's the paranoia
this is
that
pretty rough from
flushes,
GE.
Kelly's all the way to Garage. Petman holding down B as well. The Outlaw getting taken out by Yudotan, though, so possibly we got an Alpha plant.
Yeah, but the thing is, Forsaken, if he takes the one-on-one duel here, it could upset the whole round with Kalias running a marathon towards the site. PAFICIC beat them here to the site before the spike even gets here. They don't have to wait for a plan here. They could recognize by timing that Kalias has to go for the plant, and it's just unachievable now. This is another round where Global are too slow.
That was, you know, really
It's not even that
appropriate
Global
point
are too slow on
brought up by
this,
the
it's
desk.
just
Big time
I don't
noted it immediately.
really understand what the plan in middle was.
Perhaps it was an attempt at
Like
being
normally you
tactical, but just a
smoke,
moment's hesitation
you
and they fell,
prowler, then you
down
know
around Mail.
the
There's no
vents is
pressure.
clear,
There
then
is
you
no
can
pressure that PAFICIC
then you
are
can
feeling
push
like
all
in
of
a
this.
situation like this. Through the dark cover, you've got 3 members watching the mail location. Showstopper doesn't even get ripped out in that one. Yeah, you lose something with the outlaw.
they
You
pretty
did pick
much,
up the operator with Divide there.
because
So
they don't take
they're
the space,
getting
someone
out of
could
this
have
as a
walked up
complete net
vents,
positive as PAFICIC.
and they
You've
know
got
they
the
can walk
ground,
up
you're building
vents because
credits, you've got the operator,
they're
you
holding
didn't
this
invest
angle
any
the whole
ultimates of
time.
yourself, and you remove the Showstopper of Darion.
There's like a
If you're
giant
PAFICIC,
disconnect
you
at the
see this
moment
as an
from
absolute win. You've got all
Crystal
these
and
ultimates online
Papi's
as well now.
util.
You can get cooking.
Absolutely. And we're cooking with gas. We've got good flames here. No flint and steel.
shot.
That's a lucky shot, I'll say. A little bit there.
Lucky.
On towards
Bam,
someone's head,
called him
but he
out.
braves it.
Let's get down
Lucky
low,
to be
but
alive, maybe,
also for
with the
Divide
HP, I'll give him
now
that.
to hide inside of this smoke. Poppy trying to get sneaky around the sides, and he will find the sheriff shot.
Yeah, but look what GE have managed to do. They've got in towards the A site with a Cosmic Divide dropped.
And then for Forsaken to find that trade
Okay,
back
Fatal
onto
to
Poppy.
retake
So
this one. We
spike
got
down,
Yoru
you
ult to
dimensional
get
drift now going
info.
in from something.
Get all the information.
Can at
that
least
you
spot the
possibly
kill
can,
trip.
recognize
Dude,
no
if
one's
these
on the
trips
side
get
itself,
anything
where
off
they're gonna
these,
be.
spot the
Screens,
info.
you got the option.
100% Forsaken to take the first kill. Kelly has to trade right back, though. Something now trying to disrupt the positioning coming out from Kelly. S with the blind side, holds the angle then with the op. Yudotan, though, also getting taken down. Kelly S now into the shorty. 1v1 around the corner. He's hopping. And something goes and
Dude,
peeks into
how did
it.
Kelly has managed to get
Beautiful
3 on
quad
site
coming
there?
up from Kelly S in round number 8.
Give me this
Certainly
replay.
just stand and delivered around that site there, hasn't he? Just all the shots coming on out where required. Even the sonic sensor dropped in case Forsaken goes for another tap onto the spike. Because at that point in time, you technically don't know if they're holding it or not. But the sonic sensor going down, it makes something get a little bit more awkward. A single shot out, and well, he's getting stunned up. And the HP was there in advantage for Kelly S.
Not sure Jing needs to satchel there with the information that something has.
We're just going to get some pretty strange,
Like for
you
sure.
know, unorthodox rounds in terms of any sort of consistency.
Oh boy.
Oh, we're also going to begin to take a look into the upside down now. Darren with the op takes down Jing up by a ramp.
Now you've got the pit catered for as well in case there's any further pushing up through mid with Kelly S putting the sonic sensor there. And in this sort of situation with Global Esports getting the opening
Okay,
kills,
let's
you don't even
build this round
necessarily
up a
need to
little
worry
bit.
about mid whatsoever.
Because we
Give that
got
over
1,
to
2,
PAFICIC,
3,
keep
4. They
Divide
can't
there,
buy. We
because
got
that
1,
weakens
2,
the
3.
extremities of the map. That weakens any
Someone's
defending
done
at the
really
A
good
side
to
or any
dodge that.
defending at the B side, especially if you figure out where any other members are currently situated.
Precisely that. They just saw Prowler down A ramp as well, also the smoke. So that gives them some idea. They're beginning to connect the dots, but they're still looking to get a pick off.
I believe I just heard, yeah, I did, a shot out from something with the operator.
No,
in
they're not going
garage.
to force
so
through the
now Global
Viper.
will also know where that op is
Okay.
currently playing.
Okay.
Prowler goes
We do have
out. They
Batman
feel
now
like
beginning to
they
rotate
cleared
back
here, and
over
then
on
they
the B
called
side
to
if
go
something
over
can find an
towards
opening
A.
here. This could be
This is a lot
massive
better,
for
and I
PRX.
feel like Darian
Just
might have
gotta
called
get
them over
through.
once he saw the
Flex
Prowler,
got
to be
himself
honest. So
in
it might be
Forsaken.
good mid-rounding from him, or
the
at least
A
good
side.
info from him.
What an angle to hold
Op
as well.
gets
He could
trades,
potentially
and
TP back
Forsaken
and save
has to
the-
do everything, and he
30
doesn't have
seconds,
too much backup for a while.
paranoia,
Patman
stall
can
a
maybe
little bit,
lob a...
use all the footsteps.
Yeah. Here comes that flash.
Oh,
Not
Lord.
quite landing the burst and the trace.
20
Recoil
seconds.
cluster will get him there.
They a fatal.
It stops them.
Hatman
They
now
gotta
to
go up
hold
against
the
a
off angle.
Tevra.
GE
Crossfire.
just have to go. They're flooding into it, but into the blender they go, and Defy to burst them down with the Phantom. Crystal for the
Damn,
trade,
bro.
but Defy still collecting onto the 3K.
How do they look like this on their map
to
pick?
let Global Esports know that we had a team earlier in this tournament. Their name was RRQ. The clock needs to be, you know, watched on this attacking side of Split. You can't play disrespect against the time.
Yeah, we're just tapping on our wristwatches right here, because this
It's time to go.
definitely,
That
definitely felt
that looked
kind
rough,
of like
man.
they're putting themselves in a bit of a cage. 3-6 currently is the score. PAFICIC
Okay, force
taking
them
the
down to
lead.
an eco.
I mean, the Global more confident in their ecos, in their thrifties. They've done more damage so far with that sort of weaponry.
Yeah, I imagine maybe it's a little bit of that emotional pressure as well. Perhaps with the ecos, then they begin to feel like they can just let loose, but then they go straight into Devi, who's just spraying into the smokes. Forsaken now off from vents. He does get traded by Crystal, though.
Still got to be a little bit careful. If you're going very close, the Stingers are just going to rob you of your life.
least
in
they're,
this
like,
round yet again. Yes,
forcing
Devi was good
through
for one
the
with Poison
util.
Cloud toxins and the Snake's Bite, but now it needs to stand with the Phantom. And
Like, the
he
reason they're
cannot
winning so many
have
thrifties is that they
opportunity
actually take
now for Global
space with their
Quack.
util.
time
Like,
to
because they're
spare.
fearless, and because
You
they're
got a
fearless and they're
full
like, we got the
minute to
worst
work
guns, we
off
actually might as well send it.
Certainly, the global squad
They're
will
actually, like,
begin to
Scaling off of
themselves
util.
across the map. They
Whereas every
found
other round, they're
themselves
not doing
rifles picked
anything
up.
with the
You've got
util.
Crystal onto, you know,
But
more
they need to
utility
do what they do on the
positions.
ecos with the
Patman's just thrown
guns.
the horn over at
They
the
just need
A
to
side of
pretend
the
they're
map.
eco
So
every
who do you
time.
favor? Going into a known
Or
quantity
honestly,
of
just
Patman on this
buy
fade
the
with some
stingers, I
util
guess,
used,
if that's
or
what
an
it
unknown,
takes.
unexpected position of something on this Yori where you know the operator's in play.
Obviously, you're going to go for Petman, but he's still able to hold the angle.
Nice
A double kill
shots.
found by Petman.
Okay.
Just Poppy versus something now. We've been talking up the Poppy clutches. We haven't seen them too much.
Yep, one smoke available to use his gravity well for time a little bit later on. Something getting rid of the operator, a phantom in play, and now it comes down to where you think Papi goes.
Not gonna lie, Komodo, I feel like I'm favoring something a little bit more this one. He's got flashes, he's got a clone,
Yeah.
and fake footsteps. Meanwhile, Poppy just trying to hide around his smokes. He's inside of screens right now. It's a tight
No
corner that he's holding.
stars, no
Something will
Astrosac.
go in for the tap here.
No, he won't. He's just trying to play
He's
around
really
the
gonna
corners.
think
No
he's
smoke
heaven at one
available for
point.
Papi whatsoever, remember?
Oh, trying to stick it halfway. Poppy
Very
playing the
nice from
patient
Papi.
game. Will be able to find the headshot at the very end of it. Global up to 4.
Yeah, you've got something trying to clear every corner that he possibly can, but
Yeah,
Papi
I mean,
just
that's a rough one
repositioning
for
quite nicely.
something,
You know,
really.
generally you would expect, or at least I would
Just
expect,
trying to wait for him to
Astro
peek over
player
towards
in a
heaven.
situation like that, when you go for a bit of an open plant, put a star on the spike, you may be playing from heaven, or you're wrapping around through a ramp and playing over at main, but Papi just very chilled in that moment, goes in towards screens, because you isolate how many angles something could potentially go. He's more than often than not going to have to clear around the whole site and then maybe expect you to come from heaven.
Get the outlaw out, everyone can be one shot apart from Jing. Jing has it all.
Keep global in play. 4 to
Insta
6.
grab net.
They convert this one 5 to 6, or you know you're tying up at the half.
PAFICIC go
or
for some
it's
kind of
5-7
punish
at
over
worst.
towards mid.
And it was a bit of a swing round as well. I mean, PAFICIC now find themselves with lesser weaponry. Good guns on the other side for Global, and they could, yes, potentially tie this up.
Global Esports are just very slow to gain this A main control. I like the fact that they are here a little bit earlier though this time, right? Generally, they've given a lot of respect over towards PAFICIC and what numbers they're putting up through ramp, who's holding over the main side, whether it's been Patman, whether it's been Forsaken.
Oh, but also this time with the weaker guns, now PAFICIC not really holding A ramp up front. It's just divide, jump, peek, and he's already been spotted out. Global.
They're
Still
they're-
kind of piecing
they
things
just
together.
Maybe something might have just
They
seen the
just-
shoulder of Darian
they
too,
just
but
waste
it
time
doesn't
at
matter.
middle.
Not
They
able
might
to
as well
fence
not
that
go
outlaw.
middle with their
Full
pressure.
confidence with the peaks now. The second kill found in the round. Divide to try to regain that weapon to hold down the position, but he's not able to since the firing squad from Global has marched up.
Now you just need to see Global Esports not falter. Darian to have a great multi-fragging round on for the 4K. And who stands behind him but
Okay, well,
Forsaken.
it's
With a
no
classic.
armors against an outlaw.
It's a classic. So here's what he's going to do, Komodo. He's going to spam crouch a bunch behind the boxes. He's going to hold the angle.
See, I think he's going to smoke him off and then try and just go up with the spike because there's a wall keeping them in screens that they now get through.
But he also hears the guns firing off nearby.
Yeah, it's weird, Bacon.
Oh, they know where he is.
Oh, it has to peek out.
Nice work from Crystal. That's going to be the 5th on the round or on the scoreboard rather for
Hey, what though?
Global
If they
Esports.
get 6, they're kind of
As
done
I said just
unbelievable.
previously, right, they can make it a
They got
tight
really
scoreline
good
of
ults
6-6
to
or
hit
worse, now
sites.
5 to 7, where I gotta say it, when they've got time to play with, they're looking better. When they don't have time, they're not looking that good. So play with the time, better adjustments from them so far. Just gathering some control a little bit earlier in through mains, right? We've seen them get into garage when they're pushing them back. We've seen them get up through A side of the map as well.
Especially when Darren's the one finding these opening picks. Those were anti-egos
Ooh.
though, and now we are positioned for an
This is interesting. They
explosive
fade eye
final round of this
close to
first
clear
half.
all of
We've
this,
got
and then they
ults
omen
balancing
ult
for Global.
I mean, when you consider
deeper to see if anyone's hiding here.
With the Nightfall to be able to,
Especially if you kind of
off
looked
with
at
any
where they
audio,
like to hold. If
HP,
it's
you
over
send in
towards here,
Darion
it's
at the
pretty
same
nice.
time. You got options to go still for these traps that the Gravnet and the paint shells offer you.
Could PAFICIC be positioning for a retake then though? So Jing with the showstopper?
I mean, it definitely.
Forsaken?
definite
Nah,
situation where
guy's
we've
just
seen
a beast
Global
on every
Esports favour
agent.
mid a lot of the time just by this repositioning. Now at the minute mark, PAFICIC need to find some solidified information, right? Pushing in through Garage, seeing nothing's there.
Okay, this is one of the better rounds from GE though. They're really confident that something had happened over towards A, and not the players in some kind of pressure that they'd maybe set one up here holding the angle.
Calls Jing over, just check with the boombot.
They create a lot of pressure. My worry is about the time, but
PAFICIC using this utility now to gather information.
They don't see too much until Yudotan goes in for the peek.
okay, and you maybe get the clear with the fade eye.
And now they know where it's happening, right? It's the B site that this is ending up. We see the combo of utility.
No way.
Missing its mark.
Oh,
Defy managed to time it with the drop down. It was a little bit rough from Defy there, just sending it in on his own. He should probably wait for the rest of his team.
Got the showstopper from Jing though, and he blows up the site. Poppy getting blown up. Patman to trade. Kelly S trying to find some trades as well.
It's really unhinged from PAFICIC, man. What are they doing?
Down. It came so close, Komodo.
1-2.
Got some flashes. Forsaken, healthy and full, and they're going in for the
Low
peaks. They
HP
found
finds
out
him.
where Crystal is. Just down to the peaks and the kills now. Mechanical skill. Forsaken goes in out front. The C's from Crystal, but still Forsaken hunkers down.
Okay, PAFICIC get away with this a little bit because this was Device sending it on his own, then the two from Heaven, before they've even managed to break the wall over towards spawn on B. God, it was it was a bit of a messy split, but 6-6. I mean, double duelist, PAFICIC would be happy with this, but honestly, with how the half went, I feel like GE should be happy. I mean, it was 7 though, right? Oh, okay. 7-5 even. Should beat GE beat... Okay, chat. I'm gonna keep what I said, because GE, with how they play their default, I'm surprised they get 5 here. Like, with how they play middle, they should probably be getting like 2 rounds.
Transition that now in towards this defensive side, because when you look towards what they're running on the Cypher Lock, right, they're gonna have a lot of stopping power. They're gonna have a lot of utility that we need to see
on
cleared
defensive
out
double
from the
duelist,
likes
yeah,
of Patman,
we'll
from
take
the
that.
likes of Jing.
It is PAFICIC once again, you know, finding themselves.
They go middle for the sake of it. Maybe they don't even go middle.
So,
like they don't actually really go middle.
Don't want them to throw
There was a
this lead
team
away.
that did
It
this,
certainly
but they got
can happen
13
when your
nils. It
opponents
was
are running this rather defensive composition.
It was Giants, right? If anyone watched that Giants game, this was the exact same here, but they got 13 0'd when they did it.
Oh man,
Because all they do is they like throw util over towards middle, and they're like, yep, we defaulted middle. Versus Na'Vi, yeah.
Their first series win. I mean, the overtime that we had on Pearl.
Like some teams' defaults over towards middle is literally just Prowler goes in and no one defends. And they go, yeah.
I must say though, this first half coming out from
We did it, guys. We cleared middle. We got no vision block, so they know that there's no pressure, and people just hide in this box and insta re-clear the info as well. And that happened a lot. PAFICIC 1-0 on pistol. Obviously, they got 4 sport after.
The timing was very questionable. I said the same for Jing a little bit as well when he
Rubber Duck with the Prime. Appreciate the 4 months.
Is really good for PAFICIC now.
Thank you for that.
Oh, all the footsteps as well. Crystal looking to break the clone at least. Darian though now with a frenzy just inside of Vents, and he's able to take 2 down. The burst out from Heli as with the right clicks.
How that's incredible damage. It should be so fine for GE here.
Huge numbers disadvantage.
What can Divide do here though? A little bit unknown in Garage at the moment. You've got a grouping up of the global members, but Patman, 5 HP, can try and keep them entertained at the site of A, but
if you're global, surely you recognize that Petman either goes up mid or back into A tower.
Yeah. And this is why Papi's just making sure that he's spotting it out. He doesn't necessarily need to stick around for a duel, but with 5 HP, I mean...
Devi's got to make some noise for his brother out here, but all right, just going in out for the peaks. He does get that dink. Devi now snuck all the way through with the Sheriff as well.
Need to see a sharp shot from him. Yudo-tan is watching, but Yudo falls.
And possibly
a
little bit more.
Oh my God, Devi though.
Crystal.
That's so quick.
Poppy though, looking to play spoiler. 1v2, takes down Patman, the first to fall. Devi now, just one more shot. He's running out of ammo and backed into the pillar. Now potential opportunity for Poppy as he sends out the Nova Pulse. Devi. Oh, might have spotted out his foot.
Damn, dude. That's a mad round to steal. It's a 2v3 and Patman's on 5 HP. Hit some great shots.
Quick to come out from him as well. We needed to see somebody step up in this series, right? We need to see some sort of consistency. And I mean, if Devi is going to be stepping up, I'm all for it. If Darion's stepping up on this raise as well, I'm all for it. I thought that this pistol round was looking pretty good from Global Esports yet
Yeah, G had both
to be
pistols
able
that
to
looked
try
good.
and figure things out. But it's once more like the first one. You think Global get a lead in a pistol, and PAFICIC bring it back.
Oh, Komodo, I know, right?
And then
both teams
they
feeling themselves
force
back
buy
against
on
the ropes, and they're
defense.
just trying to fight tooth and nail for this, but something now with the
How are
shots through the smokes.
I think
How
maybe
are
he just saw him
we
over the top of the
picking a
toxic
map
screen.
but having
Good
no
chance for that
confidence
to
on the
happen,
map?
But also now for
We-
Global to necessarily come back into refill space. The outlaw
The
picks up
force
once
buy
again.
here is
Yudotan, though,
absolute
not quite
madness on
landing the
defense.
shots, has to run back to reload, almost getting tagged out by Jing. The paint shell does flush him out into the open where Devi collects. Just Crystal on the site now. He's got the stinger. He will find his first shot, but 7 rounds left in the mag and Forsaken to collect.
And look who's going hunting at the moment, Jing.
I think this
He will
might be the
reeled back a little bit here with
first.
the rest of the squad, but he will hear the footsteps.
I think first this year
And
that we
hides
see
into the smokes. Oh,
defense
Komodo,
force
this-
buy when
this
they
could be
like have
dangerous for Jing as
multiple
well,
rounds
because
to
the
play
Stinger's
with.
on the other side. Hell yes.
They don't go together, but he still wins that.
Grafnet now, and they've heard Devi
No way,
as well.
they're gonna win?
Second kill found. This could still go over to Global Esports. You do have Forsaken perched up on top, though. With elevation, he might be able to
An
throw them off, but it's not
incredible
even
tether
needed.
from
Pac-Man
Pac-Man.
just to hold down by screens.
There's
PAFICIC
13 HP
kind of
between
gave
the two of
them
and somehow
a
they
way
managed
back
to weather
in.
that one and
Dude,
not drop
I
the
cannot
second round
believe
yet
GE
again
forced
like
that.
The first half. I also
That's the
I hate
first one we've
highlighting
seen
these
this year
components
of a team
of
forcing
game
on
of Valorant. I
defense
think
when
we need
like
to. I mean,
this
that's just
score
ridiculous to say
isn't
something.
in double digits, I'm
Yudotan,
pretty sure.
Someone who has been absolutely pivotal to a lot of successive rounds for Global Esports this stage, even, you know, regardless of them not winning maps, he's been such a
consistent.
solid rock for them. He's really getting cut.
Do we need to do that thing in Spawn?
Ooh,
For sure,
yeah,
no.
Let's take a look.
They don't need to do that in
Down to
Spawn.
4 kills only.
They might also think
11
they're
deaths.
eco.
It's
Not
been
that
rough for him, especially
is
in this
the
first
correct
half.
thing
We
to
hope
do
see
against an
more.
eco anyway.
Now he's deadlock on the defense. He's beginning things with the Grafnet to hold, but PAFICIC is nowhere to be found.
Yeah, just making sure that you're going to be covering where you need to. With
Yeah,
the
I
full
feel
sub
like
on
Team V
Global
has a
last
very
round,
easy
they're
video
currently
here,
playing a pretty
but it's
bonus
also
here.
his mate, so he
They
probably
take
won't do
knee.
it. But this is a
See the
freebie
double
for a
digits to
video.
PAFICIC, who will lose the first shot. Say Yudotan's name, and he fires in.
Still a good little pickup nonetheless. Crystal now back in from ropes just to try to play around tower.
He's got his fabled
I
weapon.
mean, he'll just
He can
lie
sting up.
armor, Becan.
Dark cover on the side though, Forsaken.
But
he's
don't
taking it
don't you,
upwards.
do you think, Bacon, for
Crystal,
them
how
to be
could you
playing like this
possibly
shows
be
no
aware? He
confidence in their map
bursts just
pick?
to check. And now has a little bit more information for Forsaken, then flash back
You've
into
got the
sight,
Gravnet back online for Kalias too, so can combo with Darion.
which could be even more damage given where PAFICIC
gonna
are
force you falls
currently
Buckies? Yeah, that's
positioned.
true.
All of them though from Global down ramp.
Patman might
Patman's watching it.
get some freebies.
Begin with the haunt, and it's easily dealt with. Patman then to repeat,
Oh, dear
not quite
God.
finding the shots. Crystal,
How does
Grafnet
that-
go
how,
through, and
though?
It doesn't quite collapse onto anyone either. Now for Jing and Devi just to spray through, obviously into the choke point. PAFICIC finding double digits.
Phantom does good things in that distance for Jing there when the opponents don't have all of the armors. Good work out from PAFICIC when it may look a little bit awkward from the crossfires they're trying to establish. I'm thinking to myself, yeah, you're sitting here out in the open looking for some shots as Patman. You've got a Seize, you've got a Prowler. Is anything going to come out? Nope. He's just going to try and stand and deliver, but it's Jing that does it a little bit better from the distance. And now with the 3 on the trot that PAFICIC find in this attacking side, we will finally see
It really is
what
impressive.
the answer is going
Dude,
to
he
look
missed
like,
so
or
many
can
shots
they
once I
weather
said it
the
was good
buy
for
up
it.
Of Global, or can Global do something on this defensive side now?
Well, we'll have to see Kalias stand up to the challenge for now. Darren as well, as they both hold around middle.
See how much utility you can bait out here as well.
Okay,
Wouldn't be
it
too
is-
bad of a thing for
it is
Global,
double
right?
sentinel for
Remove a couple of
GE.
these key components of PAFICIC,
So
and
the
it's
defense should
little
be a
bit
lot
more
easier
tricky
for
to
them.
Potentially get something to dive in towards
They got
the site
double
and
kill
maybe setting
trip,
them up, but
camera
you gotta
spot
remember, double
info.
door strike, Jing
They got the
can definitely let him lead
anti-TP
in if needed.
sound sonic
Some of the
sensor back
utility
of
that has
sight.
gone out by middle as well. You know, PAFICIC possibly beginning to gather that
He takes the
this is current
TP,
defensive
oh
setup
boy,
that GE
Fado
is
into
running.
takes the
Just
TP,
Poppy on
but then
this
he's gonna get
backside
stunned.
position around B.
But it doesn't
Easily
matter
dealt with.
because he's just
Paint
eating a nade
completely
anyway.
blowing up in his face. You also have Annihilation
Oh
now
boy,
from
this is
Kalias
done.
as an attempt, but unfortunately does not quite connect. You got Devi finding more shots down by middle.
I mean, this was nice from
It's
PAFICIC
just
though, to be
Yudotan
honest.
left
And they're
alone.
kind of
See
they're
what he can
playing
do
this
in
right,
one
especially
versus
if
five
Jing
to
is
try and
just
survive
allowed to get the
gun.
kill here.
Good for one, but just on the tail end here, I want to give a good little golf clap towards PAFICIC and their you know, tacked as a unit, right? They were very
Does GE have a
cohesive
coach?
in
Yeah, they
how
have a
they're going
coach.
together into
Well, you
that
want a
B side.
timeout from him?
Sending in the utility with the
The
Nightfall
problem
going
with
in,
having a
dodging the
timeout here
annihilation.
is
You've got a TP
he
backside
needs
as well.
he
You've
needs a
got that
time
eight
machine,
shots
man. He doesn't
from
need a
Jing,
timeout. He
which
needs a
really,
time
you know, catch
machine.
Papi off
'Cause
guard,
they
for
need an
example,
extra
there.
like 3
There's
weeks
really
of
good
prac.
layering of utility to come out from PAFICIC and make that B-side execute pretty flawless. Like this round, for quote-unquote, is a flawless.
That's the real issue.
When it was decided.
Absolutely concur with that. Yudotan, though, looking for some good damage. And this will be my attempt at golf commentary. Divide, chips it, and it goes in. Golf claps.
I'm not really a golf connoisseur myself,
Neither am I, honestly.
But,
I have no idea what I'm doing.
I'd say in this one, PAFICIC hit the hole in one, and Global Esports have, you know, hit it into the water. I don't know the actual terminology, but they've like banked it in the water.
Bunker? No, that's
No, that's
not
the
right.
sandy thing.
Yeah, that's a sandy thing. Listen to us. Wait,
The
what's
players?
the green
Yeah,
thing
it's
called?
rough. I mean, it's a timeout.
Grass.
Yeah, the green, isn't it? It's just called the green.
And there's like the fair.
Yeah, something
Look
like
at us
that.
exposing our lack of golf knowledge.
Let's pick a sport we actually know, or rather, let's play some Valorant and
Yes.
do it on the Valorant that we know. Because what we know right now is that Global need a discussion.
Desperately.
They need to flip things the other side, as Patrick, who...
Oh, he's gonna take
Is
a
he?
Red Bull. Yeah, why not?
I mean, if you're getting some energy up somehow for this team, somebody needs to be, you know, bringing up the energy. Right? You expect them to still
Dude,
be
he got
okay
caught,
mentally
man.
right now.
Mid-timeout.
Darion's certainly having a bit of an outstanding performance in the consistency mark for this map.
Chat,
but
why are you
the rest of the
typing you
team,
can
I
do
mean,
that? Wish you
I'm
can drink
wondering
them.
what their economy's gonna look like for the next round.
Yeah, Yudo trying to do what he could at the tail end of last round, of course, right? But you got to time out here
Sponsors,
to
that's actually true. Big
really consider, I think more importantly, not really the economy, but how you're just getting back into this map. How you're getting a single day.
Yeah, the Alu.
What you've got available.
Dude, the
right?
Alu
How are
clip
you
is
getting
so
Darion
funny.
to do something with the judge? How are you potentially, you know, setting up a trap with Kelly S, with Yudotan?
4-person stack though. They
lot
got
of
this
this
one.
utility
They got this one
over
right.
towards the
Call
A
a
side of the
timeout.
map.
4-person stack over towards A. Got scatter
Looking out
nade
for
for all the
any lurks up through
util.
mid with
It's
the
gonna
one at the
break
bottom
one
of the
Sonic
road, so you're
sensor.
looking
That's
out
it. Prowler
top of the ramp
clears.
as well.
Anyone close?
Darren snuck in a garage, but yeah, the main hit into this Alpha site. Jing in with the showstopper does spot Poppy
3
out,
people
so
on
now
site.
A good idea that most of them
Do
are
PAFICIC
backside
are
and
cooked.
screens. Something though, off of the top heaven position will get gunned down. The trades come through from Forsaken and Petman as they march on through from ramps. In towards back screen then is where Jing finds his target.
How's this so
Yudotan
close?
Still trying to play spoiler on the site though. Jing to make quick work of him, and just down to Darren, who was transitioning over from the B site.
Remember, he's got a judge.
Dude, if
Definitely
G
need to
can't
see
win
an
that
upgraded
one.
Weapon. There's not one available at the ramps. The closest is wrapping around into the open at the entry.
I mean, they
chunk
got
of the
they got
site.
4
So no
people.
one will spot him there.
They got 4 people on
Yeah,
site.
he's throwing the judge away.
It's good repositioning, by the way, for Jing, meanwhile.
Yes, that's going to be the main factor. Even if Petman falls around this position, which is apparently not likely.
Okay, gonna be
Petman
a
still
convincing one for
consistently finding his
PAFICIC.
form with
Haven't
his
had a game like
PRX
this
core.
for a while.
Yeah, right now he is, you know, kind
This is what
of dotting
happens
all
when
the
the
I's,
train
crossing all
gets
the
a bit of
T's in
steam.
terms of filling the void where needed around the map, setting up utility for them, just
Bulldozing
making
for
sure
him.
that he's there to be the supporting cast for this roster. And if you're looking for somebody like that to be consistent for PAFICIC, that's what you need.
40
Train is
assists
rolling though.
last
We've
year.
got a lot of speed right
Absolutely
now.
ridiculous, but certainly, you know, we are seeing, you know, a new look towards PAFICIC, right, with Patman in towards it and figuring out a lot of the roles for these players. And I mean, on this map, double
Hey,
doors,
7
as I said,
chances.
playing the T1 style, it's looking all right. You know, something
Outlook
it's been
and one
awkward
shot
for him in terms of
4
the actual
people.
kills, but you remember, he's found rounds by himself with the operator, with diving in towards the site.
Precisely. This time it's Divide in with the Outlaw, something up around the back. The sudden push out from Global, not a bad idea, but still getting punished by it now. Poppy has to hold off Garage by himself. The Haunt, the Boom Bot
Oh,
gives
it's
away
nice.
his position.
Boombot
This
locked
could be
onto him.
it,
Made the
Komodo.
spam easy.
Maybe someone check Jing PC through the smoke there, able to find the kill to give PAFICIC the advantage in towards this post plant where they've got, well, spike down and 1 player advantage, as I said.
The Boombot gave him walls. That's what it was. Well, Crystal and Yudotan. Now, if Yudotan could possibly work as Neural Theft
How much
to
of the
his
GE
advantage,
situation,
obviously,
coach
he's taking so long.
situation, do you
You've
think
got
is
to
playing?
expect
How much
fight,
weaker
right,
they've been
Sean?
looking? Oh, I think a
Slow
huge
creep
amount.
up, and now
'Cause
you
they're
kind of
they're
have
not-
an idea. Crystal though, not too bad. Now
They're
the
not doing the
Nightfall.
basics
Possible
of the map.
chance. Hunt just to throw off the cross.
I don't even want to say well, they're just not doing the basics of the
But
map.
with the kills not found,
Like, I
Petman
kinda should just
ends
stop the
map.
conversation there.
Final scoreline line, bringing us to
So yeah, it's really hurting them.
13-5 with PAFICIC taking it away.
Yeah, and I mean, that is a flawless attacking side to come through from PAFICIC as well. I didn't think I'd be saying that when you consider how, usual.
Maybe we get to watch a fair amount of China today because that was fast.
Making the attacking side look good, showing a lot of vulnerabilities and weaknesses on the side of Global Esports. I think more individually than as a team. There were a lot of moments there where Global were just losing individual duels, not able to get
coach
the trades
situation.
as well.
The coach got a year ban from Riot.
Utility was disrespected, right? We didn't really see many traps work out for any kills. We didn't really see any sonic sensors. Really
I think the report said like 70 DMs or something crazy.
They will be dropping their
just random inappropriate DMs.
And for PAFICIC, well, they best the curse of dropping the first map in a series for
it feels as though
60 plus. Bro, how do you have that much time? When I was coaching, mate, I felt like I couldn't go to the gym. But I felt like I couldn't spend an hour at the gym because I want to focus on the team. My guys out here doing 60 plus DMs. Like, first of all, it's weird. Second of all, how do you have the time? I would feel. You gotta focus on your team, mate.
Lotus, which is the pick of PAFICIC.
Coach Elevated himself said that he feels that this is the best possible chance that Global could get. PAFICIC are at they're somewhat lowest, but PAFICIC have also broken their curse, beating DFM last week. It's been so good so far. They've gotten a flawless attacking round now. What's going to happen on Lotus? We're going to have to toss it to our desk to tell us how.
I don't know how. We're just coaches of this fantasy league on Build Diff. You have to ask Coach Alex how they're going to do that on Lotus. Now, for Global Esports, had a interesting first half there on defense. They tend to do well on defense on Split.
Yeah, I mean, this has a bit of a story as well. Like two of these are on pistol for sure. That there's 3v
PRX knew this matchup. They knew
3v5s on the pistols.
Playing, and I feel like they countered it fairly well stylistically, as well as just having those individual pop-offs that PRX are known for. I feel like the individual level for this PRX team looked very high in this map 1, and it felt like they were consistently able to win those important fights.
I mean, GE hasn't changed up anything on this map in quite a while. It's been their pick and their go-tos from kickoff. They haven't showed any different styles on it just yet. Shout out to Darion. He had a pretty good game on the Raze, honestly. Like I was saying, put Utatine on the Raze, but he seemed very comfortable playing against some of the SGMY homies over on PRX. I'm sure players that he's very familiar with up to this point now. For PRX, I mean, they haven't played this map, like I said, since that T1 game in kickoff, and you knew that they were going to bring a different comp into this game, and they went back to what's comfortable for them.
Somehow it's just looking like the other years.
You had the Raze as well as the Yoru, and I
might be looking worse than some of the other
years,
which is crazy to say after the first game of kickoff. Not kickoff, first game of
once they got the game across the line at 13-5, but you use the
Stage
Yoru
1
clone or you use the Raze utility. These are some of the faster agents and the meta agents that are very, very good against Cypher Deadlock setups on defense.
It's a very Singaporean.
Something on Yoru. He still played this a lot like a.
There's the Singapore Raze.
He played it a lot like a Jet again, but I kind of think on Split you do that anyway.
Yeah, we've seen over time.
I think with the Yoru you just want to get the op out and just hold the chokes anyway. So it didn't like it felt pretty good.
We saw that play out this game.
Yeah,
like he was holding on to parts of the map all the time. And then for the small amount of rounds we saw on attack, he was doing the right thing.
He doubled his op kills going from week 4 into week 5, and now we're at the start of week 6.
So he plays Yoru like a Sentinel this game. Yeah, but I think that's so fine on this map.
Famous is up here, but he's even just a little bit over Buzz, who we haven't seen play yet, but he is actually really getting the op out a lot, which you think about something before, he's stuck on the breach,
I'll be back in a little bit.
A fault line out, now he's getting back on the duelist, he's getting active, they're even putting him on the comfort
they got
agent
Lotus next.
when he's not feeling as comfortable.
The train's going to full speed.
He's getting the op out a lot more, which I know a lot of people have been asking for. It is his.
We've got to be laying that track down fast.
Probably in their own personal self-interests as fans, but even PAFICIC now starting to mix it into their play, and it's having a decent amount of success for them.
Yeah. But now we need to talk about the flip side of it, I suppose, of this first half for Global. Was not like, I think the time has been a problem for this team. We spoke about it, the casters have spoke about it, but when you play Cypher Deadlock, especially with Astra, you need to play this slower style, but when you're trying to hit the site with 15 seconds left, everyone knows where you are, it's gonna get very, very difficult. And I think we saw that play out where they just didn't leave themselves enough time. They were routinely having to save.
Yeah.
And then I think, especially when we look onto the flip side, we have some more replays we can dive into in just a second, where the only rounds that they did really manage to win, they won 1 force buy and 2 thrifties. And those are rounds where you need to be grouped up a lot more. You need to be playing together. You need to be playing faster. They need to not let PRX dominate the map, which is what I felt like kind of happened.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you see a lot of teams actually. They have these game plans that are very intricate and slow moving. You know, I'm going to take X amount of space. In this case, it will be like Nebula or Cage across A main. They do a lot of late A finishes. They wait for PAFICIC to get aggressive. But when you do go onto these force buy rounds and these thrifty rounds, a lot of players just let loose. You get some individual sort of ability to be able to take fights, to be able to make decisions. Things get a little bit looser, and sometimes there's a little bit of magic in that. Yeah,
I think definitely part of it is when you're on these lower buy rounds, you're allowed to take more risks. Players are more free, and that works for a lot of players because they don't feel the sort of the pressure of the round as much. And, you know, we saw them come out with this Stinger buy round 2. That was very effective. Papi's clutch there. But, you know, when it feels like those are really the only rounds you can win, that tells me that there's some of the problem in your attack.
They are. They got 5 rounds. We got 2 thrifties and a force buy. We got 5 rounds, guys. That's not going to cut it. Something is not working here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, again, I was talking about Singapore, but also we have 2 Southeast Asian teams representing all across Southeast Asia. And for like kooky things for like this to happen, I would only expect from these kind of players. Now, the casters did mention map 2, and obviously Global is going to need to step it up to have any chance at all to make it into playoffs. And PAFICIC, on the other hand, is 1 map away from securing that last and final slot.
Yeah, we've seen PAFICIC kind of debut a new style recently on this map, which has been looking pretty good. Then once again, I mean, they're playing a lot of double duelists at the moment, but it is going to be, at least the last time they played it, something on the Yoru, Jing on the Raze. It looked very good for them the last time that they played it, again in that DFM series, I believe it was, where they were able to win pretty convincingly. And I like the approach on a lot of these rounds. You had Forsaken once again on the Omen, which he was playing again there on Split. He's starting to look like one of the more comfortable Omen players in PAFICIC, which I know that they've been having a little bit of a crisis of who can play Omen well in the last little bit. And then a lot of people were saying, well, they're struggling to play Omen well, and then they're taking Mind Freak out of the roster. This doesn't make sense in my head. Turns out Forsaken's cracked on this agent, so no worries there.
What
he just
can't he
plays
play?
everything.
Are you sad about him being taken off Waylay?
Not anymore.
I like
I'm okay with it now.
I didn't mind the Waylay style, and I actually really like it when some of the teams, like I remember when Secret played it, when Talon played it. We might even see Talon play it later, because Lotus, we really wouldn't be surprised to see that come out in the series against T1. But yeah, I didn't mind it, but I actually like this comp for their team a lot better. It utilizes the whole team. You're not throwing something on a breach or something like that, so I think that's going to go better for them. For GE, we've seen them play this map a little bit as well. They kind of been playing that RRQ style, but without the Viper, they got the Cypher in instead, so you're going to see a lot more trap plays with the breach Teo and the Cypher, and then you got the Yoru being played there as well. So I wonder if they're going to stick to that, because I can't remember if Darion did play Yoru very much at all. So, but they might just throw him on the Raze or a Comfort Agent, something like that. That would also be fine, I think.
Yeah, I do think things will probably be, if they want to stick with this Cypher over the Viper, things might get tough for them when you're playing against Yoru Raze. They both have easy ways to break those trips, so trying to hold those sites with Cypher is going to be much harder than if they do decide to swap to that Viper. So I am curious if they're going to try and change things up. I think they're going to know that PRX are bringing this same double duelist style that they just brought on Split, so I wouldn't be against the change here for GE, especially with the change of kind of personnel, with Darion, you know, being on that duelist role more permanently now.
I don't think you're going to see Udatan on a Viper. I don't think that's going to happen.
I agree
I think
with
it
you.
would only happen if, like, Udatan is playing the duelist or something like that. But I think they're going to stick with it. And I was pleasantly surprised by
Lotus?
Darion that game. Darion definitely wasn't the issue on
PAFICIC
GE
looked good on this map
for
last
me
time.
in that map.
Yeah, I think it's been sort of
They'll still
evident
stick with
that
the Yoru, right?
Coaching staff wanted Darion back in, and I can
Wait, we get
see
a
that
full best of
potential why
3
we
with
did
something
see
on
Darion
Yoru?
play like this once upon a time, so it's good to see
Maybe?
that come
What's the
back
last
here
map?
to his full potential. that stat there, I couldn't catch it quick enough. Was that
Oh,
from
no, he
with
plays the Jet
Darion
on
still
Bow.
playing, or was that Patrick Who stat?
I think the last time they played Lotus, Patrick.
What's my thoughts on the Loud coaching change?
Yeah, it was.
I don't know really.
I haven't seen Darion
I think
playing Yoru. I'm pretty sure it was Patrick who on the Yoru.
STK historically has had like weird comps.
Another series against Talon, maybe. I can't remember.
Talon's in the other group.
And then definitely something between him and Sadak
they definitely did.
went wrong last year as well, which worries me also. But we don't really know, man. We don't really know. Who's a replacement? Bacon. They kicked him before they had a replacement. They haven't got one.
Apparently.
The rumors are
Thank you very much.
someone that's not Brazilian.
Helping us out with the stats.
Komodo
is carrying the desk. Thank you.
But yeah, I mean, I'm curious to see. I think I would
Hannah's,
like to see
thank you
changes
so
to
much for
global,
the tier
but they
1.
are
Appreciate that.
sticking with
Thank you
what
for the
they
4
know
months.
here. Darion is on the Yoru, same Breach Teo style.
They're out
and
though.
Unita
They're out for stage 1,
staying
yeah.
on that Cypher. As I just mentioned, he will have a rough time because PAFICIC are running double duelists.
Yeah, I think the Yoru is going to help a little bit against the Vice of Defy, but
It's
once
me?
again,
Oh, okay, yeah.
see this double duelist comp.
Honestly, I do like the
the
loud roster, but
miss on the Rays last time that they did play. I did like something on the Yoru. This is one of his more comfortable Yoru maps, although he looked a little bit out of it on Split initially.
Damn,
and also
Weber.
on Pearl, he swapped back over to Jet. This is a map where something on the Yoru worked very well for them, and they have a lot of setups built around it where he might be solo A and they're masking A pressure, and then they've got
and Lexi, and then he did it again though.
So hundreds maps for something.
Nearly happened
There you
naturally.
go, and it's going to be on the Yoru.
It is. Funnily enough, when he was saying, I'm not so comfortable on the Euro, and like you said, this map, the last time we saw it last week against DFM, he looked like a Euro player. He didn't look like a Jet player. He looked like he was playing Euro the way Euro is meant to be played. So let's see if he can repeat that performance, because it was phenomenal last week, or if GE can bring this to a third map and get closer to playoffs. We're going to send it back to
rename,
our
yeah.
Komodo and Quack.
What's this?
Thank you very much, Victor. Big time. Ed Pilsky, yes, we've got
Wait, that was sick.
We're back at it again. He was doing pretty amazing things with the operator in map 1. And this is also a map where PAFICIC last had a 10-2 defensive first half against DFM last week.
Gotta remember though, DFM was the game that Global
The
Esports managed
Pacific,
to win on this map. Then they lost to Boom Esports.
Pacific crowd signs are incredible.
Patrick who on the Yoru. Now we've got Darion slipping
That
in
was
there.
so
But what
good.
it was
Okay,
a 13-1
GE
loss
on attack,
against Boom.
PAFICIC
So I
on
don't really
defense.
know how much stock that we have
2-0 on the
for
pistols.
GG for
3v5s.
this map.
Other way
We will
around.
see if it's not going to be a quick GG here.
Hopefully not. That's it, though. We do have something already pushing out from door. Ooh, almost died, but gate crashes away.
Yeah, he gets a
just in the nick of
freebie,
time.
10 HP on this one. They do clear C after losing A control.
Creep up for the mount control. A lot of work for
There's maybe an extra person here now because of the TP.
Delivered in that first round, previous map with his smokes. Currently, though, trying to keep himself concealed.
As we can see from the minimap, it's just going to be a straight up B split.
Before opting to go in towards this B side as well, where the breakable door will go open courtesy of the salvos, and then they start to flood in together.
Wait for the salvos, double smoke deep.
C side, though, something unfortunately will fall.
Looks like this Omen flash is going to be.
Just around the cage of Yudotan. Yudotan then swings
the Omen
out
flash is
flash from
incredible.
Poppy, but the
Wait,
shot's
how?
not connecting. Defy finds it instead. Yudotan swings back out, but Patman takes the trade off towards where GE are playing then, though, out around A link. They've got a good angle against the spike. Jing looking to stick it halfway, gets off at the right time, but still not quite
I mean, he
able
got
to
it half,
react in
right?
kind. Forsaken for the one.
He might just smoke half. Just go for it.
and
Oh, he
he's
didn't get it
just staying
half?
tucked
Oh,
away as
okay.
well. They hear the footsteps, but now Crystal has to
No, how does this keep happening?
Angry Forsaken.
How are they winning these pistol
He has
rounds?
hunted them down for the 1 versus 3 Red Bull clutch to come on out. I thought that Global might have been able to come away with that, but when you see some awkward shots coming out from Papi and Yudotan not able to get the immediate trade, makes it look a little bit awkward and worrisome. But, I mean, respect has been certainly commanded in this round from PAFICIC, hasn't it? They are not scared to just take these fights here in this one. And as I said, salvos eventually would come online for Crystal, but Forsaken just wants to get ahead of that one, feeling confident on the kills, and, well, it doesn't faze him. It does not faze him. His 10th clutch to come in for VCT Pacific.
How about that?
I feel like he's more than that. Oh boy, GE. Dude, they're really desperate to get the good stance. They get the stingers out again.
Gate crashes away.
This time, everyone from PAFICIC is bought.
Yeah, force up from Global as well.
Yeah, maybe expecting this.
To, just one player surviving from PAFICIC in the last round. Now though, spread around Mound. Sorry,
Guys,
Rubble.
do not push through that.
see if they're going to opt to stick around A, or if they will look to go and pivot in towards the B side again, or try and bait in PAFICIC to any unexpected crossfires.
Feels like they're looking for CQB duels on this A site, and the force by Komodo worked out for them in map 1.
Salvo's back online for Crystal. Stealth Drone goes in first. You want to combo a little bit of this utility to get the tree control.
Oh, something with the timing though. Just out from the smokes, but look at that! Stingers aplenty, and GE will collect on kills as well. Forsaken though finding one, a second as well, and he does get away from the special delivery.
Okay, I like that from GE though. Just everyone sending it for him.
To capitalize. Just a Vi now.
This was nice from GE though. 4-person focus over towards site, one holding the smoke for the reaction in case they push. They didn't really know about the stingers until... Actually, that's a lie, right? They shot a prowler with the stinger.
Just as to try to go in for a peek, he had the utility in hand,
Hey, they get a lot of upgrades on this as well.
Yeah, maybe need to see a little bit more productivity from PAFICIC to get some information when they've got the members around the A side.
It's such a repeat of the first map.
Creepiness that comes up, right, from the likes of Global, silently waiting for some of that utility to come back online before ultimately exploding together. Like, that one feels like a pretty drilled round from them, and you know, one you can kind of emulate in scrims if you're in a situation like that. Even on your rifles, for example, they just play it a little bit with the lesser subbies there of the stingers, which is a little bit more favorable when you do get close up and personal.
Lesser subbies.
Okay, Outlaw against the...
Oh, cool.
I mean, they got one heavy armor.
That might just
Wait, okay, it changed.
Not 100% sure, but you know,
it's a Komodo thing. Well, nonetheless, it is going to be PAFICIC
Dude, Darion is...
onto this A site. Darren, though, with the Outlaw, will quickly dispatch them.
Probably the fastest I've ever seen anyone get to this corner.
Pistols can do something still for PAFICIC, getting really up close and personal, but that just doesn't work out, does it? Yudotan finally in the game.
Yeah, no chance at all. I mean, those footsteps were very audible. So Yudotan, great to rack those up. Now he's got the Neuro Theft for future rounds. Devi, once again, left alive. And he's going to just try to find whatever he can. Good little swing out. Takes Yudotan down.
Hey, this is a nice start from GE, though. Their money's outrageous. Money's outrageous. They got... They can just... You can definitely play off this as well. Just try to get a trade somewhere.
They're able to get the orb there, and then they get a dimensional drift online for Darion. So there's an opportunity that they definitely could steal away this next round, depending on what they look to do, and depending on how aware PAFICIC are going to be towards this C site, where they've not really gone for too much.
Like Furious, Lotus Legends. Dude, Furia added another map to their repertoire last night. They got an Ascent now as well.
You know, get that dimensional drift online.
They got 2 maps.
Act out from there.
Yeah, keeping PAFICIC conditioned over onto the A side. Well, at least Jing will pick up an Alt Orb as well, though, so possibly for future rounds. But right now, Devi has to do some heavy lifting. He's feeling the pressure coming.
That Icebox interviews brutal. Wait, what did he say?
They just put more thorns down on the side as well. So
were they just playing loose because they thought they were going to win no matter what? It did feel a little bit like that.
Available with the rotating door if you feel any more pressure towards C, but you didn't have an idea if anyone was pushed up there. That's why the
then they're playing like screams.
Now you've got Global Esports
calling Furia a dead team.
Rubble.
Oh, and
but he's saying it in the fact that they're making changes.
Able to TP out, he does run into a link, back to stairs, maybe a heaven. But this is a slight opportunity.
The team might be dead though.
Possibly get more leg room around the A site.
Just need to have a good.
He's talking that they're probably changing some.
From Global, if they're going to pivot towards the C site, now's kind of the time. They're starting to run it over, but 30 seconds. You're exactly right. Devi.
Oh, wow, double.
Collat picked up. Yudotan to trade right back, though, as Patman peeks out from Pillar. Now Devi continuing to hold tight off angles around the C site. He's looking for more. Jing trying to get
oh my god, Jing.
Kills as well, blast packing through, but Poppy.
Well, at least they're doing it together. All goes in, and honestly, I'm watching Forsaken on the minimap, and he was already running over towards A. He is here extremely early.
Oh, he's got smokes up as well. Not quite watching the angle though.
He wins that as well. Nicely done from Forsaken. Dude, I'm telling you, either someone on his team or someone really early told him, like, said about the ult, and he was already pathing over towards A. He's on top of this. It's a great readjust for him because he was looking left to sight. Yeah. I mean, Devi getting double here is everything though.
believe he even had the Archros available at the right location. Towards bound 2 potentially there, but this one right here. Hey, at least he got the one trade to bring it into the 1 versus 1 at the end there for Forsaken to be able to clutch that again.
So
eager, but, you know,
issue for
I'm not gonna
PAFICIC
fault
after that
Frodo for
is
trying to help
this.
another brother out.
Okay, they buy down
You
heavy
do
as
have
well.
Petman on the judge
It's a
now.
really important rounds. You gotta opt for a
I
judge.
personally would like to see something get a little bit more confident on this Yoru. Speaking of Yoru, Darion for his 2nd ever appearance on this agent.
Oh yes.
From what I was able to see, it looks like the last time it was played was in some sort of
Dude, something's
overtime
on 7
variety where it
HP.
did go double negative. So,
So this is Coach Elevated, just trying to stick to the same composition. Darren clearly still able
Was
to
that
make
spam?
it
Nah, he
work,
pretty
though.
much
How
just
efficient? Well, we have yet to see that
straight
so
up
far.
took
Right now, it's an opening
the
pick.
shot.
Something
I would
also
love to
down low team.
see
Darion
Patman's
certainly capable of learning in the
POV, but
server, it seems
I
at the
think
moment,
he's
to
just taking the duel.
chop and change with the team. Good shot out from him there on a Jing. This is looking like a well-formulated round for Global so far, and now even better when it's a 5 versus 2 situation.
And PAFICIC slowly
Yeah, and
getting
PAFICIC
picked
probably have to
apart.
save
Do
here.
have Divide with the Steel Garden, but it's
Dude, this is
too
gonna be a lot
on
harder
5.
map.
Yeah, it'd be pretty risky to drop that one in. You can already see
They got
by
a
the position
freebie
of
with
the
split.
PRX members that they're just
But
gonna have
this
to call
one-
for a save in this sort of situation, and with the credit mark in this
This
round,
one
I don't really favor
looks
Global
like it might
Esports
be
going for a hunt here.
kinda close.
You can understand if Kelly S wants to, but I mean, you kind of just play respectful at this one. It's early in the half. You want to balance out your own economy. Just let them save this one and stew in the fact that
Timeout after
Global
this.
will
He might do a
win
round
the
after, we'll see.
actual gun round for once.
Yeah. Slightly working off of time, but it's also with the confidence gained from the opening picks that they found. It's not too bad, and I would like to jest, but 2v5
The Jing can
was
actually
the
buy.
round that went
Everyone
by
else
last
can't.
week against PAFICIC from BFM.
And they might be
Yeah.
tempted
But yeah,
to
this
do
is
a
obviously
set
different scenario.
strat around the Razor.
Sure.
Obviously,
Now you've got a
most
little bit of
common one
time
would
to
be
just, you know,
B,
converse things over at the
C
tail
crunch,
end
but I
of
do feel like
this
with how they're
round.
playing here,
Immediately
kind of A
see
punish might be nice.
better impact, better positioning. I think a little bit better calls as well, specifically where the boom game is
Do they want to put the
concerned,
do they want to
for
put the
Global
ult into
Esports.
the
For those that
low
might have
buy?
just been joining us,
Oh, it's a nice time
that
flash.
Scoreline was a 13-1 in favor of boom, and in this one, yeah, already a little bit more delivered to us from Global Esports. A timeout though from PAFICIC you'd expect here.
Coach gets
to
to listen to
further
comms when they're playing?
Converse
Yeah.
things over.
More time, why not? Certainly if you feel like you need it. Meanwhile, on the other side, I mean, Darren certainly has been quite the upcoming talent. Seeing him from Bleed from before, he's found some moments for himself, like Aces against, I think, Gen G. Now, off to the Yoru, 2nd time ever, like you mentioned, Komodo, and he's still kind of picking things up, and he's able to perform. PAFICIC, they've been getting picked apart, at least in the previous round, trying to gain some positioning around A main. What's it going to be for the next round?
I think more importantly for me, it's Global getting a sense that they can do things together as a team, making sure that the trades are going to be there, and making sure that Darion's like not too far in front of the team as well, right? When you are running the composition that they are running on the solo Yoru, you really don't want Darion just going on yonder and losing his life with no real impact in the round, right? Looking like a headless chicken. So making sure that he is together with the team
so
and getting set
they
up by the likes of Kelly,
just
by the likes of
eco
Crystal
with
as
it.
well. Going to be quite important. You want to see Yudo time. be
Do
this
they
regular
start using ults
straggler
into
to go around the
ecos?
map.
Especially with the
They've
fact that
been
Global still has an op in the
really bad
equation
this
as
year
well.
at using
this
ults
kind
into
of
ecos.
means that PAFICIC is going to have to think
Not
twice
like
if they're
one,
going to
I'm
peek out
talking like
Rumble,
multiple,
Mound as well.
3 in a
And we
round
do
or so.
have something up by Mound currently.
Yeah, waiting for the pot play, right? You
So I'm
you
definitely gonna
spot out
keep
what
an eye on
the
if
comes up,
PAFICIC
you
are gonna
can
be
have
doing
an
that.
Archros go and you
I'm
can
so
try
fine
and
of it if
peek
they
out
like
together as the
get
team,
a
but
kill
without seeing
advantage.
anything, it's on to Forsaken to communicate if he hears anything towards the A side of things, for example. For
Like
them
this from GE, to be honest, though.
PAFICIC either
The
call
timeout
that
gets
they need to
called
do
and
something
everyone's
around
just
and then rotate,
expecting,
or
like
just
what we
rotate
said,
silently.
something aggro. Even with the late A punish, they're making sure that
Kind of
Yoru
an unfortunate
is just
situation
finding the
for
info with the
PAFICIC,
TP
but
out.
said,
As soon
off to
as
the
that
A side now, Global
ult
beginning to
down
retrieve
Q
some
goes off,
information,
you can just
some
TP away.
crucial intel.
Darion spotted absolutely nothing over at this A side at the moment. Forsaken now to get some info. but
Whoa.
the fact
Okay,
that
now the
that's a
ults get
free
insanely
kill
tempting.
is quite
Not
unfortunate
too
for
worried
Global.
about the
It makes
ults
things
being
a little
used
bit
anymore.
weird in this
I'm
round
in
where
for
there's
it.
2 rifles, 4 PAFICIC, couple of pistols. That gun that's dropped towards spawn not going to be recoverable. But you do have a player advantage where a situation like this, Quack, the Steel Garden investment could be large.
However, that
Ooh,
comes
especially
down
with
to
that.
Yudotan trying to hold
How
the
do they
angle,
do this?
unfortunately
Raise
down
ult
by
to get back
Jing.
a sight and then
Showstopper
Vice ult here.
possibly getting deployed in the round.
Raise
Kelly's
ult
trying
to
play
get
up
back
by
a
drop,
sight.
but not quite spotted out yet, but here comes that rocket. Not quite landing as well. Kelly's then finding a shot onto something.
Great timing of the Vice ult.
Primary weapons jammed, but Kelly's onto the go, still able to find some shots. Forsaken now from the back, but headed on by the shorty.
Damn, nice
now
shots.
the
Dude, this was
Phantom
nice from
finds
PAFICIC
the
though.
kill. Jing off to the defuse.
Yeah, the fact that Forsaken manages to find that first kill up
Yeah,
the mid
they
without
feel like they
trade,
gotta
and then
take
you've got
map
the
control,
sheriff
maybe.
shots coming through from Jing from together as the
They
team,
don't know
right?
about
In that
this.
scenario, I'm expecting that kill to just be assisted by the pretty much everyone at PAFICIC looking at the right location. A thrifty round to end it out. I mean, yeah, look at it. All of their guns are ready for that duel just there. And then, as I mentioned, Steel Garden in makes a lot of sense. Blood together.
Yeah, they
as
get
a
gun
team,
upgrades,
hunting down
and they got the
Global
breach
Esports
sword out of
members.
them.
A thrifty round to come through from
That ends up
PAFICIC.
being
They also
decent.
get now the operator out
Something
to
picks up
something
the
who is
op as well. That's gonna help a lot.
0-6-0.
And
If you flip
4-person
it around
A,
to
they want to try
0-0-6,
set
and we all know
the.
what happens
I'm
at
try set the
0-0-7.
Omen up with Yoru.
we gotta-
Oh no, okay,
crack
they're gonna
that
set the
egg.
Yoru up.
Do like James Bond, but something.
Normally
let's
teams
not go there,
will
shall we?
TP
Well,
more
maybe
over
it will
towards
be
A
kind
to
of a
fast
thing.
rotate, but with this op,
Okay, Yudotan to hold the
with this
angle, but
TP
yeah,
even,
this time
you can tell that
it's
he
gonna
wants
be
to actually like
Global
fight over
Esports
towards
trying
A.
to assert some presence over onto the C site. Vi has been relegated.
Maybe
to
they've
play
looked at
a
VODs and they
safer
realize that they
position, but
don't
Waterfall-
fast react.
If Crystal wants to try and sell any
Or
sort
maybe
of
it's just an
fake
op
here,
thing.
it's just going to be the drone to go out by itself. So he's just going to wait to see what he can spot. Bit of over-eagerness potentially here from the PAFICIC members. Yudotan spotted out, by the way, during gate crash, and Crystal noted as well. So it's going to cause some investment of util for PAFICIC. Meanwhile,
This is nice though from PAFICIC.
Full
Full info on this. Rotate goes in. They got forms to delay. They actually get 4 people very close
something might have gate crashed over onto this
early
part.
on, and they have
They are
Fado. They
gonna
can just fast flood
render some
this.
Useless. And to Devi though, who's holding out by Waterfall, great on the 2 kills. Not even breaking clones as well. Darian now trying to do his
Hey, this
best,
is
but
nice,
still
man.
PAFICIC
Devi played this
able
really
to
good
flood
as
and
well.
swarm back in with
Not just the
retake.
kills, like just how he
And
played,
Devi
just
has
holding onto the space as well.
absolutely brutalized them, hasn't he? 4 kills in the round, just a duel.
I think they
fought
lined up,
throughout.
though.
The aftershock in water as well, right? You're just considering that that's going to keep him locked in the corner, but he's just going to play on the back with the visual clutter and go for the kill. He's got assistance from Patman as well, bringing in with the Nightfall. Oh, yes, delivering the goods there for him.
Yeah, it's way better than I thought. It was
Pretty
nice.
well-structured retake to come through from PAFICIC when they just have the idea eventually that it is going to be the C-site, right?
Oh, and look at that
You
smile.
didn't see him get too hungry early to stick around in the site. Happy to play proper retake.
I couldn't agree more, Komodo.
What
For the
happens?
past
They
2
use their
rounds with
smoke to
PAFICIC
fake
playing
over
like this,
towards A,
you
so they
gotta
didn't
love
have
how
smoke,
Uncle
so they
David is
wanted
able
to
provide so much more
try
value to the team now on
cover
this
it up
Vice
by
roll.
dueling.
His Steel Garden won, then that Thrifty.
I will say though, Quack,
Yes.
bad
Do tell.
Komodo is coming here. I got,
Okay.
got my shades on. There was one point in time on a map called Fracture that Devi did flash himself. And,
Couple times, yes.
Hey, why are we bringing that up?
Yep.
but he's learned his lesson.
Okay,
yep.
This
talk about
time-
improvement.
Don't use the utility. Just shoot.
Just shoot.
Just shoot.
That's how you play Vice. I gotta imagine the Riot devs, if they are watching somewhere, also feeling like really happy seeing that Steel Guard around. Like, this is exactly what we envisioned for this agent.
I mean, remember, Vice did just have a nerf coming on a couple of, 2 patches ago or something like that now, where you've got less run time on the
35 years of age. Should have 2 children by now. Okay.
I think personally, in the way that the
A little
teams are
bit-
adopting Vice as
A little
well.
bit weird, but that's your
Meanwhile,
view, that's your
folks,
view.
back on our something counter. Not
Should have
0-7,
2
did
children
get
by now.
An assist in there.
All right. And it's still the op, present in the round. So GE does have to figure that out. But currently going for rubble control, they have
2 child. Oh, sorry, 2
He's
child.
got
they
out.
felt the loss.
He's got out of that one, hasn't he?
so quick off to it.
35 is generous. That's outrageous.
Still rotating, and his shroud stepped in towards there, and no one's shot at him.
Still has 1 more TP as well. GE kind of trying to think tactically around this situation, thinking to rotate back in towards B, but Jing is there.
Just a round of duels at the moment for PAFICIC. Not letting these guns
There's,
find any opportunity from
looks like they're
Global.
getting their confidence
Now in a
back.
5 versus 2. You need to see Kalias and Crystal do something pretty destructive to get back into this one.
Given the positions, though, they are somewhat susceptible to spams. PAFICIC trying to keep themselves with minimal exposure. hiding behind corners, and that's when Crystal will find his first headshot. One head cracked. Looks for an opportunity to slip into the B side. Repeaks.
Yeah, very nice.
Another player,
At least it was all together from PAFICIC as well.
You're just happy to clean things up for PAFICIC.
Instead of letting them have the space they want to fight onto
on this defensive side, starting to play with a little bit of the piggy bank as well, right? Building up a little bit of the economy there. Jing far out in front of the rest of the team. As we just see a lot of these duels in that round, won by PAFICIC pretty cleanly. You know, a little bit of damage delivered and only one casualty, or two casualties rather.
We are your kids, yeah, trust me. You guys are the
with
closest I'll get to kids, hopefully.
On the back of a timeout as well, right? Nothing really eventuating for Global Esports there, but another buy up they will present. A lot of rubble control to be established by PAFICIC, and I think if you're Global Esports, you need to recognize that these slower paced rounds have not been working, so you got to get a little bit of a quicker wriggle on. The Sheer is not at the front of C. You've got an Omen, you've got a Yoru. You can get to the back of this C site early.
I'm 24. It wasn't. Maybe not you.
PTSD.
Although you never know.
Devi has been playing on the C site,
and he's got the steel card.
Do I hate kids?
Again,
Hate's a strong
so
word.
Just the success of
hate is a strong word.
On that A site now. Reenactable. Speaking about something.
Yeah.
Hey, we're on the board.
I would say majority of the time. Majority of the time, not sure I have the patience from.
Slight mishaps here and there, but they are able to get boots on the ground on C.
But I think when it's your own kid, you feel a bit different anyway. So
the Steel Garden comes out. They're pushing all the way through.
Nice shots, bro.
Try to wrangle more space, but Jing denies it outright. Forsaken blocking off B pillar as well, and now, oh, something. You're just pushing Kelly S away. He's looking for some kills right back though, but out of the gate crash.
1 HP as well. Okay, well, it was one of those where it was like looking pretty competitive, and now PAFICIC just.
I was looking at actually
feel
positioning
very in
screen,
control.
From Crystal. The Steel Garden, we saw the tail end of it, looking to remove his gun up through the middle of the pillars, but Forsaken stuck around and found the kill the whole time with the operator. So even the heads up and disciplined play to come through from PAFICIC, that they know that potential lurk is coming because they didn't spot him on the hit. They didn't see the Taeho utility in towards the site when they opt to fall back towards the holes, towards Waterfall. So you got to be really aware that Global Esports are likely to have these little later lurks from somebody to come around the map. And
the tech pause, oh my goodness, it's spreading.
It would appear
from EMEA to Americas back to Pacific. Done the full circle. Our dude, he's out of game as well.
Most of the group stage has been pretty, tech pause less so far.
Oh.
But we cannot keep things clean.
Tell me the camera just didn't show everyone's accounts and passwords. Please get off this shot.
It's like a roller coaster.
Please, no.
They go up, they go down.
Just leaking everyone's info.
You know what doesn't go, what is it, down while up? An umbrella through a chimney. Can't make the umbrella go down a chimney while it's up. Doesn't fit.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Just the, what do you call it, surface area.
Yep. Tech pause, though. Players can't talk in this sort of situation, but we can. So, unfortunately, now everyone's got the podcast with us. This guy wants a riot gun buddy. Please, with 3 Zs.
3 Zs. I don't know how lucky you're gonna be, how lucky you're gonna get with that one. Maybe if you
the tournament client, yeah, that'd be fine.
I don't know if I caught it. I didn't see the gamer name in there with the hashtag and everything to give it to. So maybe gotta find it.
It's in
I didn't see it. I don't know. Maybe. Potentially. Regardless though, PAFICIC, man. They
something found his first kill.
Yep, getting a bit of a wriggle on how to play this defensive side on this map. Happy enough to play a lot of the retake style, which was quite successful from Boom, for example. Happy to let Global Esports either get into the site completely as 5 and go for the full retake, or try to chip 1 or 2 players away first and then set up for a pretty strong retake, or a lot of the time as well just getting in there beforehand and throwing a spanner in the works too.
That's it though. Allow me to try to pick your brain a little bit, Komodo, because Global Esports are definitely a formidable team. They have potential. We've seen them swing rounds where they have Thrifties being picked up. They force bot with the Stinger and they managed to turn things around a little bit. Just when it comes down to some of these rounds, they
promising for PAFICIC. The Yoru, no, I still think that Yoru is I still think the Yoru on Lotus is nice.
That I think is is one of the things, right? By positioning and timing, you know, even layering in towards these executes as well. Like the thing that I highlighted in the previous round was
I don't use Instagram.
Comes in a little bit later on from Papi, and that blinded Darion when he TP'd in towards the back of site. Like imagine a scenario where there's players on the C site from PAFICIC. It's not just fully disconnected and thorns popped, right? They'd be dead to rights, free of charge in those sort of scenarios. So
why not?
It's
this is too much effort, man.
With some ill timings on a couple of these moments in time, either repositioning around the map or utility specifically as well, that does make things look a little bit awkward. And
Watch your mice,
don't get me wrong, they've got some pretty good rounds. Like we saw some pretty good rounds from them over on Split, but more often than not, we just see better decisive rounds from the other teams.
Yeah, there you have it. And I couldn't agree more because, well, this is Darion's second official Yoru game. I don't entirely fault him for having some of these mishaps with the flashes, but they do have
Dude, social media is a lot of effort, chat.
The indecisiveness. We've been talking about it.
Plus, it's like,
possibly another thing.
what pictures am I meant to post on Instagram?
Not using the tense mouse,
like, realistically.
Aren't they?
I don't think so.
I would actually taken complete stock on the
I'm not entirely
usages of the players here.
Speaking of mice,
selfies.
I do know that you are quite the
the animals. Yeah, that's true.
Mice connoisseurness on broadcast.
This guy uses finger. His mouse is like
22,
super
21
tiny,
grams pure carbon fiber.
Ridiculous. Insane. I don't know how you make it work, but you make it look good. But that said, yes.
That is true, Pecan.
With the tech pause, bear with us.
It's no, it's one of these. It's one of these.
Me
things
doing
as well,
yoga
like,
and drawing of slugs. Mate, what do you think my what do you think I do in my spare time?
To pick that one.
Not drawing slugs.
In which they don't pick split, so PAFICIC expects that one, and then they've got their choice of the veto as well, where Global remove Fracture. Okay, understandable. PAFICIC remove Haven. Okay, understandable. I think looking at this veto, it may very well have been one to be an
meant to post your TFT placements. Okay, now we're talking.
The decider, of course, between Ascent and Pearl,
now maybe we have a reason.
Which to me is a bit of an interesting one, because ending on Pearl I think would be really spicy when we consider what PAFICIC did last week against DFM, and we also look towards what we've seen
doing
so
my
far
free
from
time,
Global, right?
sleep in TFT at the moment
mid-range
for
loss,
sure.
they had
A
really
lot of
close win
TFT
against DFM
recently.
in the opening week, trying to change things agent-wise as well. So there's options, right? We can definitely see a lot of these options here from them.
Possibly.
We'll rank Emerald at the moment. Pecan.
Your way through this current Lotus.
We're trying to.
Yeah,
we're trying to get to diamonds.
Well, you got to remember, if you don't make it through Lotus here, you lose 2-0. You're have only
I like the new set. Yeah, it's nice.
Fashion.
Grinding. Yeah, I thought we'd give it a try for the first time.
And then
I've never played the ranked properly on it.
Rework things come stage 2.
It's the entire cake. I think sometimes. Well, the cake is a lie, and sometimes you have just these situations where it's really tough for GE as well. I mean, okay.
Stream out? Yeah, we'll stream out at one point.
Oh no, we went from a tech pause to a timeout.
Common.
Okay.
Pretty common when you've got a lengthy tech pause and you potentially even forget what was discussed just before.
Dude, this felt relatively fast though.
Global Esports will
maybe it's because
dive into their second time
we've been spending too much time watching EMEA.
And that's one of the other things that I was just about to go into, with the fact that Global Esports, while they do have a pretty good chance at maybe taking down PAFICIC, who have been on a bit of a loss streak, cracked that loss streak against DFM last week.
Yeah.
Global have gone through their own host of issues as well. Elevated, promoted to head coach mid-season. Patrick Hu with some visa issues, and then you got Darion coming back in as well. They have some good ideas. They have some core strategies that they have been able to employ.
I mean, it got nerfed. It's not that good anymore.
Onto Lotus, especially when they were, with Crystal waiting for those salvos to come back up. They exploded all over the A site. But after that point, without much information or without much decisiveness, you start to see them lose rounds to pressure, time, or just players getting picked off by Forsaken, who just TPs in towards Rubble and out.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Global Esports maybe go for something a little bit quicker here, but getting in towards a site and not immediately trying to set themselves up for a post. They need to take the challenge towards PAFICIC here, even maybe before going for the full plant, take it a little bit further to them. Change it up, right?
Stingers though, and these have been their most successful rounds really, if we're looking at Split and this. Beta goes out over towards A, and this is a weird one. Both teams kind of create a question mark over towards A.
Certainly trying to make some noise towards B though. Fake out.
Wait, do they have a hard read? What's going on here?
Okay.
I say a hard read. It's looking like a hard wrong read, but
Toying with a little bit of the rotations here. You'll set up the sheer wall over at the C side of things for PAFICIC, and majority of your forces
they have some kind of
ready
read.
for a mound trap.
Okay, well, they fully leave A, so they gotta create some pressure over towards here. We've got some jump spots. They're trying to clear the question mark. Maybe they're gonna get some kind of push on the go.
They should know that this is going to eventuate towards the A site for Global Esports. Quack, my question though is, do they go a little bit further than the site itself to stave off PAFICIC?
Comes down to how much Darien can find, I think. Good that the team was able to...
Okay, they're gonna get early info with the trip.
Dimensional drift, but now you're hearing some fake footsteps off to drop as well. Something trying to throw them off his scent. And then for the rest of PAFICIC to group up behind.
Yeah, you can't use that gate crash, unfortunately, there as...
Razor?
Oh, wait, Darion, you're stuck in towards the site, but you've got a lot to do here with the team. Let's see if Global can get this.
PAFICIC's quite aware of where the GE players are, though, just to take the first hit down by
This is
Tree.
nice, though. It's a good time of the double swing.
As well. 4v3 now, and PAFICIC continues to push on through. Immediate salvos from Crystal, though, does push PAFICIC off position just a bit. Jing then taking Poppy down by the back. Unfortunately, TP's not quite favoring him now, but all of a sudden, look at the kills! The stingers from Crystal and Darien.
They win every single stinger round.
PAFICIC in hole. Thrifty found by Global Esports.
It's another Thrifty that they're able to pull away with. They can't convincingly get a proper round, it feels like, but at least that one is across the board. The from the shadows that does come out there as well from Papi is a little bit questionable, but I think maybe a little bit more questionable is Jing.
Who's the one guy in the crowd going crazy for GE?
Not for Global, but for PAFICIC can't establish themselves on the spike early enough because of the damaging util that the salvos provide.
Oh no, it might be.
Global hold
loud.
on to try and tie up at the half if possible.
Which would be a pretty decent start. Got ops now on both sides as well.
Took Stinger Deathmatch too seriously. No, they got some nice stingers on them.
Give me more, he says.
No smokes on this one. Just kind of have to. I mean, Darien's allowed to do what he wants now. He can duel everything.
Quickly shot down by Jing.
Yeah, makes it really awkward to try and get in towards this site.
Yeah, very nice.
Giving you a free opener there, back to balance out in the 4 versus 4. You take that.
SG versus SG.
Still very hard for them to get through the chokes.
Good for a bit of an opener, but now you've got to trip the sheer wall, or for everyone just to hop on at the same time. They will trip it, and then for Crystal to try to lurk around rubble, but unfortunately shut down by Forsaken.
Crystal's lurks have not really worked out too much, have they? Now you get the information.
Okay, Omen only spotted the one though.
I think he might have even spotted all 3 members out just then.
Nah, everyone else was around the corner.
Initiator to lurk as well, but that said, it's going to be something on this Yoru.
And he's still got Thorns available as well on something's call.
Yeah, quick off to it. But ooh, shorty swing. They both have the same
Darien's
idea, but
actually done great into this round. Might be able to get a plant. The smoke is the smoke's really nice though.
As well, Forsaken looking for a cheeky angle. Prowler will go through, not quite finding anyone. Just clearing out the front portion of the site. Then Rolling Thunder to push PAFICIC further back. Shorty though!
No way.
And that's Kelly has cut down by half around the torso.
That one-shot him?
Darien now just marking Forsaken. Still going for the crosshair wiggle. He has an op after all. Will find his target. And then
very nice though. It is a good run from Darien. He did really good.
Some crossfires in the end.
I mean, they obviously gave him a couple of picks there, but
he
had some good shots.
Where that operator is posted as well. Nicely done from them, despite losing the first frag in the round and losing Papi on the smokes as well. You consider, right? Sheer not popped at the front of B. Makes it look a little bit awkward, but 3 versus 3 scenario, and you start to feel Spike is down. Will they manage to get the post plant worked? They will. So going into the last round of the half, 5 versus 6, they can definitely look to equalize here.
Especially considering the ultimates at hand as well. Crystal on the Armageddon. PAFICIC though, once again, beginning things with huge rubble control. All 4 pushing down.
A little bit more forward than we've seen from them in the last couple of rounds.
Yeah, they throw him the op.
It
kind of makes you feel they're going to be doing some kind of set play over towards C with the Yoru sending it. If he does get a kill, he gets his ult.
Looking to get into the C site earlier. There's no dimensional drift for something. There's no Thorns anymore around.
It might be a 5v5 retake. Spike goes over.
Really playing on the back of maybe a combination of.
Let's see what Devi can do.
Showstopper here.
Devi playing super far back.
Doesn't really know if they're actually over towards site yet.
No idea.
Yeah, he doesn't know that they're in the site, does he? starting to reposition. Arcros was just destroyed back towards Mound.
Nightfall retake play? That's
yeah,
it?
I think so. It's got to be the Nightfall. It's got to be the
Fatal.
But Global, I mean,
Fatal Razor.
Trying to remove a member before the
Just feel like G needs to take some kind of map control, otherwise it's going to tank all these ults.
Yudotan playing with the op around Mount as well. The Nightfall will go through though to 5 for the double kill, but that's Yudotan now. Showstopper kind of whipping as well.
Had some good fade util though. Fatal into the fade eye for it.
As it goes out, PAFICIC just happy to swarm back in off the timing. Just
Yeah, very
Yudotan,
nice.
and he's
Yeah, G had to take some kind of space, especially when they had Omen Flash. They kind of just got to Omen Flash, take this space, right? Otherwise they're just all sitting here to tank the fade eye. If they at least, fade ult, if they at least take some space, maybe the fade ult will be for heaven.
I think this is probably my most common statement now in this video game when I'm casting. Stun's a cosmetic. How is he getting that kill through the wall? Stunned. They're cosmetic, man. It does not matter.
It doesn't matter if you have the skill.
Yo, I'll take the mod off you straight away if you keep spamming that.
5-7. This is workable for the likes of Global Esports, but it makes me wonder, it makes me ponder, are we going to see a closeout like the last map where it was just a flawless attack?
You can't be typing buff stuns out here.
I don't get the vibe. I think we're seeing a little bit more from Global Esports here in their positioning and in their tradability in the last couple of rounds just then. But I mean, it definitely can, you know, have a bad start on the switch up here, and it can spiral. So anything is kind of possible.
Anything can happen, as with Valorant, as with VCT. Well, just taking a look at past statistics, PAFICIC's last game against
Making the only mod actually,
week,
honestly, that's a
they
good
only
one.
had 3 rounds on the attack Komodo. They had the first 2.
Look at Mini, now Mini wants on the train as well.
Yeah.
All of the latecomers
And then we all know how
start showing.
That happened.
But can first. He's got a better seat than Mini. Now Mini's out here asking how much the tickets are.
That image now in people's minds, you could maybe see this go into a map 3, depending on how Global takes it as well.
I mean, the biggest thing for me that I remember on the DFM versus PAFICIC game on Lotus, right, was on that attacking side. We saw some great consistency from Devi and from some.
Mini says he wants a first class ticket. Mate, they're not available these days.
You know, I mean, they start on defense. They looked a lot stronger, right?
They sold out 4 weeks ago.
Are we going to see somebody for PAFICIC just kind of be the captain to steer the ship?
We've got the roof,
or are we going to see Global,
or you got to hold on to the side. That's all that's left.
And figure out, you know, any stragglers or any trade superiority.
Would love to see something, but well, I mean the player. But currently, I think it's Divine.
What if you worked on the train? Okay, now we're listening. We're doing it. Honestly, we're gaining speed. We might need more track layers. we gotta increase the amount of there in the track.
You can't do anything in terms of kills here. It's just to stave off PAFICIC from
Put the coal in the furnace.
Get them to draw out some of the utility, which
we need a janitor. That's crazy.
Global, and 10 with that.
Okay, macro-wise.
Okay, pistol-wise. 3-0.
The paranoia as well, but right now PAFICIC still looking to break their way through. That said, though, Yudotan
not the 3v5 pistol. I've seen too many of these.
Looking for a third as well. Jing narrowly dodging out with his life intact. Kelias then looking for a potential flank around. PAFICIC looking for alternate routes across the map.
Oh,
maybe
dear God.
back into the A site where Kelias is still hiding in wait.
Whoa, that was the kill, though.
Swings out then Kelias for the
And
first.
they get a pistol. Now they can get stingers without having to do a full spy.
Yeah, their first one of the series as well. Of course, both of them going in the way of PAFICIC in map number 1. The first one of this one going to PAFICIC as well. But then it's always been that second round that you kind of consider. Would Global Esports manage to answer back with the force up at the stingers or not? They don't need to worry about that now, as they will potentially, well, they should tie things up 7 apiece before we get the guns back and started in this half.
Now PAFICIC get stingers. Now they got no plant, but they do get Bucky armor.
You're saying you don't want Forsaken to be like scary.
Don't be scared. I think more importantly right now, Darion not scared to take a duel, dispatching of Forsaken first. He first fell in the last round, first falling in this one as well, and it should be Hunky Dory here for
he got the kill, throws the Bucky down.
Though, Jing diving in with the Bucky will take a kill.
Dude,
down.
someone pick up the Bucky, surely.
Looking for some suppressive fire to allow his teammates to possibly get the spike down.
Yeah, happy with that.
We'll do that. Bulldog swapped on over, and Jing to try to play
throws
around
it
these
over
tight corners
to
with
Patman.
Bucky still.
Picks the Bucky back up.
Something, though, attempting at peaks. Got the fake out with some footsteps over. And PAFICIC just dwindling around, dawdling around, just around these corners in case Global Esports begin to flood in.
Oh, he did nice damage. Oh, this is insanely doable.
He's gotten 1 kill on the Bucky so far, but unfortunately the paint shell's in his face with Crystal jumping up on top
started
as
believing, I think.
Global with some damage.
I still feel like it's good damage.
In the heat of those moments as well, that a lot of players don't vertically look up onto the boxes and they get taken down from above. But hey, an aspect there that works a treat for Global Esports. Some damage done. Yeah, they lose 3 members in the piece, so that'll have a bit of impact going in towards this next round. That'll be the bonus round for them. We'll see what that does kind of look like for PAFICIC now on this attacking side, if they are able to, you know, win the round that they should be winning, quote unquote.
Yeah, poised to potentially take a couple more rounds, especially with the economy not too healthy on the side of Global. But that said, yeah, you do have some stingers and weaker weaponry onto the side of PAFICIC as well. Jing possibly looking to dive onto players again, but also mound control now coming out from Global Esports. You got the aftershock being sent through, but look at Devi. Quick with the burst onto 2 kills by Pillar, and that could give him hints around the door.
Wait, they're on different page though. Admin's trying to get on site. Devi wants to duel him.
Crystal and the rest of them also looking to flood back into
the last 2 actually ended up doing pretty good damage. They got armor rebuy, 3 guns. This is the big round. The big round, and we got Kalias sitting on a breach short. Jing 1 away from ult, so you'd imagine they see default try to get this orb. And what are we gonna have? Breach short try punish.
The observer, you know, the paranoia, but quickly Shrouder steps away and is still able to assist the rest of the team, and then eventually, you know, PAFICIC get the cleanup. So those are the rounds.
Yeah, and it looks like G are just fine to give them the orb here, which is a little bit weird.
And for PAFICIC, they will reclaim the lead here. Will they be?
I thought they were going to go for like some kind of breach or...
Through the guts of mid, that's some good information for Global. And now they should know that PAFICIC have got in towards this C site and set up for a post plan.
Yeah, Yudotan, the rest of them backing all the way far off as well. Jing,
they took a lot of space though, and this is something that GE didn't do against the Fatal, right? Now it's like they have a breach ult, but even if they breach ult site, they still have to worry about Heaven, so they got to re-clear Heaven first, and then they can do the breach ult.
For the rest of the team to then be the catalyst to push on through. Darion with the first shot, something getting taken out. The rest of PAFICIC though vacating the site to try to play around instead. Paint shell sent over as well, but aftershock taking Jing out of the equation. Now PAFICIC completely
might be good for the full stick here.
The kill around the diffuser. They will do just that, but still Global Esports with the numbers looking to dominate and push on through.
We got so close. Okay, nicely handled from GE though. I still didn't mind it from PAFICIC, to be honest. They took the extra space on this.
At the tail end of that one there, Quack. I mean, the trades that start to come on out. Jing did get caught in the aftershock.
Maybe the fights could have been different over towards Mountain, I'm not entirely sure. Dude, why is this like lagging all the time, chat? Don't you refresh? Polak, thank you so much for the 5 gifted, bro. I appreciate you. Up to 80 now as well. Thank you so much for doing that. Chat, you know what to do? Get the slug oiler spam going. Thank you so much, Polak. I appreciate you, dude. Thank you for doing that. Okay, like we said, whoever lost this had to go down to an eco. They've got the Bucky out with a couple of stingers. And Darion,
you lose one of those if Darion keeps on creeping.
He has that aggro camera and he doesn't spot anyone close. Oh boy.
Bucky again too.
Good kiss there.
Dude, the Bucky on the Bucky on the low buys has been incredible.
Likes of Kelly, yes, they're gonna have to think twice before pushing into this area.
Now, how'd you even get through this choke?
Hits, but you're not gonna peek into it. How could you, knowing that there could be a Bucky on the other side? And now Kalias unfortunately getting taken out by that op, picked up by Devi as well. Just Yudotan, who is really in any good position to do something, but he's smoked off as well.
I mean, as long as Devi is keeping this operator into the next round, it does not matter who dies for PAFICIC here. If they steal away any of the guns that had fallen onto the floor, okay, you want that player surviving. But it kind of doesn't matter anymore. PAFICIC are just going to be answering back into this round. Maybe ending it with a flawless. I mean, the Hunter's a little bit on towards Yudotan because the credits
Fatal?
are absent for Global.
I think the Fatal's fine.
Escape kill here.
They don't know where they are. They want to take a little bit of space. They want to secure the rounds.
Forsaken gets him. No, it's okay. So not
They managed to
flawless
get upgrades
in
on
a
2.
complete sense for PAFICIC, but the way that the round essentially should have gone there, they did it flawlessly, right? The investment of the Nightfall, just getting in towards that site, getting the shot onto Darion, looking, I think, unscoped to that.
PAFICIC make playoffs if they win. Yeah, whoever wins this gets playoffs. That is.
Both teams having some.
Dude, we've seen so much, Bucky play in the last 24 hours.
But nonetheless, this is going to be now PAFICIC 9-8. That was a little bit of a thrifty round.
What is this set strat?
Global Esports now with a slightly
Yoru ult against the Eco. I got a Bucky on this one, so we know he's committing. Omen Flash does actually hit a few of them.
Utility, or can you? You're trying.
After the short, Yudotan has arrived as well now, but he doesn't quite have the angles just yet. Looking for the spray transfers, but it's just Jing with the Bucky. He's found 3 kills. Crystal, though, Sheriff shot. And now the drone. Devi has been suppressed, but all he needs to do is to just lock down this angle.
They can just run. They can just run to the C site. There's nobody home to welcome them with milk and cookies. They can just set up, kick back and relax.
And pick up an
everything as well.
Yeah,
He wants another ult.
Get Jing closer towards this showstopper with a plant. He's 1 away. Crystal, though, an opportunity, if he can find a 1 versus 1, to make this somewhat doable. Salvo's online.
Please.
Armageddon.
He's looking to the wall, surely.
You could like flood the whole site with that entire kit, maybe.
Yeah, but
you know, there's an op and play, potentially as well. But well, yeah, okay, Jing's got the Phantom now, the angle.
Hey,
That's
very
just
nice,
missed from Devi.
mate. I gotta see the
double
POV.
digits for PAFICIC, and I'm really excited to see this replay for Jing. It's just
3K
dancing around with the Bucky.
We had a Bucky ace from Mr. Frala and EMEA, and now we've got Jing doing these things. Oh, they were all flashed.
Yeah, I mean, you look at all the utility that came through from Global Esports in the beginning of that, right? Dimensional Drift, you got a fault line, you got flashes and everything, but I think it's the counter utility from PAFICIC that makes that one a little bit better. And now we're in a sort of scenario where if this gun
Mini says anything from the trolley chat. It's gone from
building
building the tracks, putting the coal in the engine, and now he's out here giving people snacks.
Global Esports.
He's really doing the rounds. He's working hard out here.
Back into this game. It's a 4v5 in this current round.
And your Sentinel player is now down as well, so there is an open option for PAFICIC to find around the map to just get in free of charge.
Right, weaker hold across the sites, and well, PAFICIC goes for the call into B, where it is open. We've got Jing now watching the angles towards A Link as well. The back of B also blocked off. Kelias was attempting something at the very least, but now no longer able.
Dude, 22 to 10.
So
Jing's having so much fun right now.
Gotta save. You do not have the money to be splashing in on this game as Global. It's just going to be another impactful scenario by PAFICIC that really looks to put Global 6 feet under, doesn't it? This will be 11 for PAFICIC, and you got to consider, do we force on the back of these 2 guns as Global, or do we half buy to potentially have a full buy and push us into overtime?
And just goes a shotgun,
in
and
any
it's
game are usually
like 15%, right? We'll see on 5.
On the fact quack that if Global won this series, they'd be in playoffs for the first time ever. Kind of hurts a little bit more, right? This is the culmination of the losses in the previous series now that they are put in this scenario.
There must be more.
Well, consolation frag for Crystal at the very least, but you are absolutely right, Komodo. 11 to 8.
There's something it's been looking okay. It looks better on this map than it does the other maps when they play it. It's not as good as last time they played Lotus, but I think that's also okay.
Yeah, I mean,
to like mix up the play styles with it.
Consistency after consistency from nearly every series from Jing, right? And he's just doing it again, making sure that he's getting involved in a lot of these duels, winging.
Like he did play this one more like a Jet,
where, you know, maybe something might not be performing too hot.
I mean,
I've seen them play it like a Yoru on this map, so I'm not worried.
He doesn't really favor the Yoru, for example. It's still really learning.
The good Omen Flash.
Right now, at least though, Jing, okay, getting taken out really quickly, but right there, it's gonna be Forsaken, his brother, right off alongside him. With that, then a little bit more space in the
Free site.
The smokes to block off A link.
Yeah.
Heaven, though, then is open, but Forsaken just uses that as an opportunity. Swings out, 2 more kills, looks for the left, and he picks up the 4K.
I mean,
Nice
you
shots,
see the idea
though.
on the back of Crystal's mind there as well, holding out the Armageddon, ready for the team to flood.
Bacon,
Just
they
not
love
expecting
singers. They really do,
the
yeah.
absolute charge that Forsaken brings into it. He now as well will meet with 20 kills. There's 3 members of PAFICIC that have 20 kills on the map. And 2 of them haven't
4
even achieved 10
chances.
yet.
We're back.
Sometimes it is never Black City.
We're on
Sometimes it's
track.
just a full house affair.
This is the thing as well. We've got so much
PAFICIC,
momentum
I
right
mean, they've just
now.
got a read on the deck.
The games just get easier and
Fully
easier as well.
locked in, primed to take this map down.
We just got so much
Global
track ahead of
Esports
us.
Backed up against the ropes. Do they have it in them to punch and swing
Okay,
back?
chill.
Oh, instant TP from Forsaken.
What do you mean? Can you not feel it?
Real cheeky.
The problem is we're going too
How
fast
the
to
cogs
stop,
turning in
so
your head in this current juncture.
They're still looking to lock down Rubble at the very least. though. Daniel
I don't
watching
know.
the off angle.
either you
Broken
guys,
instant
either Mini
TPs
needs to
out.
keep building the tracks,
Forsaken
or
now.
You would never
the
expect the
outcome's
Flash to
pretty
come through in
awful.
this scenario.
Oh,
Yes,
boy.
never expect that.
That's just Kilias putting in the body bag. Now PAFICIC flooding up front. The full march forwards into
Oh,
the
Seminal,
site.
no, the Seminal was nicer.
Okay,
Yudotan not bad on a bit of a refrag off towards Heaven, but that
is where you pivot. That is where you pivot as PAFICIC towards the B site. No one else is there currently. You did just see Yudotan in a reposition from Papi.
Yudotan quick to Heaven. But so far, none of the PAFICIC players visible. Paranoia as well, but it's just Jing on the site. Devi has an op as well, which isn't necessarily the best tool. He doesn't have the utility placed down. Smokes out now from Poppy to get the spike stuck to possibly halfway. The swing from something not effective.
Wow.
Oh, and the angle for Devi
That
not
probably should have been it.
most favorable either. A good quad kill from Yudotan to bring Global back to life.
I mean, when Papi puts the dark cover on that spike, he doesn't need to move, so the Thorns aren't really going to do anything in that sort of scenario. Yudotan to just stand tall. He really needed to dig deep. I mean, I highlighted it a little bit earlier in the previous map, right? The Yudotan, it felt like he was almost completely absent in that map.
The better
so
this
we definitely needed to see a bit of a step up from him. Coming out with a 4K like that is great. Don't get me wrong. But you're going to have to probably see it done again.
You're driving the
GE,
train off the
there was
track.
4 chances
That's
for
fine. It's a
PAFICIC
small.
to
It's a
close out
small
this map.
bump.
Now it's 3, so at least afforded some more length in this map.
Confidence with the op as well from Darian, but not quite landing the shot
This
now.
is nice though. We've got a free site. Don't tunnel vision. Damn, we don't tunnel vision. The only place we didn't check was back side, but they clear all of this.
Scoping out the opposition.
Okay, he even had a TP to get out of there, so we've seen worse.
Set themselves up in a pretty decent post plant. Kalias one
Holding
away
on
from
to the
rolling
space
thunder,
as
but other
well.
than that, Global, it's just big old dry duels.
Yeah, not too much on the util.
Oh my
arena as
goodness,
well.
is this
Crystal
my
perhaps
Yoru
themselves come
main?
back alive, but right now something is a ghost and he's haunting the heck out of them. Nightfall sent over. Petman trying
Hey,
to
that might
drag
have been
them
a
down
nice
into
shot.
the depths, but Darian to bring some light to his team. The op shot fired over. Something holding the angle. Jing now from Waterfall on an off angle, but the shot's not quite connecting for him.
Okay.
Justify. David looks for the flicks. He gets the spray transfer at the end. The clutch. With
Dude, Devi played sick though.
Devi
Devi actually had a sick one. Devi and Jing were really nice on this. Okay, the train, Chad. The train is going, dude. Track by track. Playoffs? It might be 4th seed, but
yes,
still
it
going.
took them a bloody marathon to get here, but they made sure they had their
next
rests.
stop,
They made sure
mate,
that
all
they
the way
had
to
their
champs
preps ready,
now.
and they do indeed
It's the momentum.
make it.
Full speed?
Into
We're
the
almost at
playoffs.
full speed.
And it certainly looks
We can
like
go
they
faster.
have been evolving
If Mini gets
as
that
well,
coal in, we
Komodo.
can go
That's
real
it, though,
fast.
For Global Esports. Certainly commiserations to them. They've had a bit of a tough run, tough issues plaguing them all around, but they still managed to stand tall. Yudotan shaking off some of the nerves from the first map, and that's it. They've also shown some good
What do you
ideas
mean,
as
Webber?
well. They've managed to swing some great thrifties, great force buys off the pistol losses too.
Yeah, there were just some actual rounds that they were
done
able
until
to,
stage 2.
win in that map wasn't there, but a lot of the
And
time, right, PAFICIC were there to just get
At the
real
very
dirty
least,
in
they
towards the
need
mix.
someone
Good
to
game.
help
Well
with the
played, well
coaching,
Global
right?
Esports, applauses all round. But
I think, especially if
know
we're
a
looking at
lot of
that
people,
split.
You know, big fans of PAFICIC. Everyone's been questioning how are they looking there. Are they looking the weakest they ever had? Well, does this answer some questions? You know, it's a step in the right direction, right? They're getting towards playoffs with Pac-Man in the mix as well. And, you know,
Playoffs
Tens
qualified.
of wins, right?
There was
He
never
wanted to
any
get the
doubt
win,
in my
right?
mind.
You know?
Yeah, can you imagine right across this stage right now? But yes, PAFICIC. I mean, they've had some highs, they've had some lows, and right now, beginning to come back up to a high. Certainly has been a bit more of a riveting, more
Sure, dude.
convincing
I'm picking them every
performance
week.
this No
you think
longer do
I?
we see
You
them
think I
going
was
the
phased
distance into
or
map
had
3.
any doubt?
Yeah, I mean, they bite off the curse of the.
They start in the
map
lower
one,
bracket?
right?
Yeah, they
Split
start in
13
the
to
lower
5,
bracket.
Closing that one out 13-9. Those are pretty good performances.
But that's it. We'll see what they have
That's
to say.
definitely the
about
rough
it.
bit about this.
Oh, hi, sorry.
Leggings with the tier 1. Thank you so
Hello,
much,
hello.
dude. Thank you,
Hi,
thank you. I
Alex.
appreciate that.
If I could have Patman join me for his first ever Pacific interview. Play here. 페이퍼렉스의 팬맨 선수 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. 알파 그룹의
They will
마지막
disappear in the
플레이오프
first day of
진출권은
playoffs? What the
페이퍼렉스가
hell,
오늘
mods?
가져가게 됐는데요. 팬맨 선수가 합류하고 나서 가는 첫 플레이오프인 만큼 오늘 경기 소감이랑
This guy didn't get a good
진출
seat,
소감
man.
한번
He's just angry.
물어보도록 하겠습니다. Oh wow, this is the first playoffs that you will be going to since joining PAFICIC. You guys got the last ticket to the playoffs for Group Alpha. How are you feeling about the match and going to the playoffs?
I'm so glad that we find a spot for the playoffs. Actually, we really trained hard for the couple last week, and because of the first week when I'm practicing with the boys, I'm really lost. Like there's protocols and calls and I didn't know. But right now, I think I catch up with the boys, and I just do like what I need to help them to win the match.
Giving the best support you can. 자, 아무래도 플레이오프 진출하게 돼서 당연히 기쁘고요. 처음 초반에 합류했었을 때 팀 내 그런 콜사인이나 단어들에 이렇게 적응하는데 조금은 어려웠지만 이제는 좀 팀원들과 호흡을 잘 맞춰가지고 적응한 것 같다라고 이야기를 했습니다. 안 그래도 가장 듣고 싶었던 게 워낙 탄탄한 인기를 이렇게 받고 있는 페이퍼렉스기에 거기에 적응하는 것도 부담이 많이 됐을 텐데 또 플레이오프의 여정이 순조롭진 않았거든요. 그런 부담감을 좀 어떻게 이겨냈는지 한번 물어보도록 하겠습니다. I did want to ask you, since joining PAFICIC, such a love team, that must have been enough pressure on its own. But then to get used to such a tightly knit team when the journey wasn't the smoothest, how was that like? How did you overcome it?
Of course, like, what did I say from the past interview? Like, I didn't expect to become part of PAFICIC, and there's like too much pressure on me as well. But what I just like mindset is that there's no time to be scared. There's no time to be shy, and I'm playing with one of the best, so it means I'm also one of the best.
Yeah, I love that. I love that energy. 처음에 예전에 프레스 인터뷰에 언급을 했듯이 제가 팬맨 선수가 페이퍼렉스의 일원이 될 거라고 상상을 못했다고 이야기를 했는데요. 하지만 이렇게 두렵고 어떡하지 발동동하는 것보다 이렇게 최고의 선수들과 함께라는 건 나도 최고라는 뜻이 아닌가라고 생각하면서 적응하면서 이겨내고 있다고 했습니다. 근데 또 이야기를 들어보니까 팬맨 선수가 스테이지 1 퍼시픽에 이렇게 합류하게 되면서 집을 되게 필리핀을 많이 그리워하고 있다고 하는데 가장 그리워하는 게 뭔지 좀 들어보고 싶기도 한데요. I heard that you're pretty homesick. You miss the Philippines a lot. What is it that you miss the most? Is it the food or anyone, family?
I think just my family. Yeah, like because before, like even I'm not staying at home a lot, I can still like go back anytime, right? But right now I cannot. That's why I miss my family.
Yeah.
And it's my first time abroad, maybe that's why.
Oh, yeah, that's
First time? Holy.
아무래도 가족들이 가장 보고 싶고 필리핀에 있었을 땐 뭐 함께 살진 않더라도 볼 수 있었지만
That's
아무래도 해외
bit of
산이가
a shock.
처음이라 가지고 가족이 많이 보고 싶다고 이야기를 했습니다. 페이퍼렉스의 팬맨 선수 인터뷰 만나봤습니다. Thank you, Patman. First
you.
interview checked off. That was lovely. Thank you. Shall we? Let's go.
Shall we? Okay. All right, chat. Let's spam some ads. We have it's T1 Talon today, right? T1 Talon. So
PAFICIC securing the last spot for playoffs in Group Alpha.
I mean,
and
T1 Talon kind of
getting that
matters.
2-0, finally winning that first map and continuing on here on Pearl. GE did put up a very good fight on Lotus though.
Yeah, it definitely looked better than their split, but I think it just wasn't enough in the end there for this global esports roster.
It's rough over there, Bacon.
Which is, of course, very sad for them. But PAFICIC do make it through, and I think I'm much happier with how PAFICIC
Yo,
played this game. I think this return
can't
to
be
double
typing
duelist
that.
is much needed
Okay.
for them. We're seeing them get that
Okay, chat, I'll be back in a little bit,
increasing
right?
confidence, But they can't make any mistakes in the
You will
playoffs.
go
They'll
for
be
the
going
T1
straight
game.
into that 4th place spot, which takes you to the lower brackets, so they need to hit the ground running exactly like they did today.
Yeah, absolutely agree. I think Jing has been looking better and better on the Rays. Initially going back onto the Agent after not playing it in a while. He was a little bit rough around the edges, but I think he is really performing well for PAFICIC at the moment, as is Devi. Both his last series that he played after the Boom series and this one, he was pretty solid. I think the only player that really kind of worried me for PAFICIC in this series was probably something where, even in this game of Lotus compared to his last game of Lotus on the Yoru, he was looking a little bit shaky. So I think that there's definitely room for improvement there. He has kind of already mentioned he's not super comfortable with the Agent just yet. And I think that if he can kind of get more comfortable with it, because it's such a staple in the meta right now, like you need a good Yoru player on your team. If he can really start to pick up the performance in that regard, then this current PAFICIC, the way that they're playing is going to be very, very solid inside of this competition. And for GE, I mean, it's a rough set of circumstances for them. I don't think that there's any need to really criticize them too much with everything that's happened, but I think that Darion played very well today. I think he was kind of the standout for me on GE. He had a pretty good series, and I think Yudatan was pretty nice here on the Lotus as well.
Yeah, I think Yudatan did a good job. You know, we spoke before about how it might be difficult for him against this comp, and I felt like he was able to hold his own. But I do think something is definitely missing from this GE team. We're not seeing that kind of click that we saw from them in kickoff, especially in the off season as well. So they're really disappointed to crash out of this stage 1, but fingers crossed for them in stage 2. I really hope they can show a much stronger performance. But yeah, you know, I think all hope is not lost for these guys. It is a good set of players.
I think that yeah, exactly that. They've picked good players, so you have some good build around there, and you just need to tweak a couple of things or add a couple of new ingredients in, and it could be a recipe for success for stage 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And now with Elevated as a head coach, he's going to have a little bit more time to rework things with his teams. Now, there were some pretty standout moments on Lotus. I mean, PAFICIC always delivers.
I mean, it's getting messy with the 4 spies. We're seeing what region is this? Are we in NA?
It's an NA coach, man.
Yeah, we're seeing more and more.
This is the problem.
We're seeing more and more of these like heavier invested thrifties. We were just talking to Frost backstage. This is all your fault, Frost. You brought this across. But yeah, I mean, we're going to see more and more of this. I think this is kind of the way the meta is trending. We saw both of these teams be able to pick up so many low buy wins, so many stinger wins. We saw so many bookie kills the whole way through. I think, especially in this region, Valorant is going to get scrappier and scrappier. We are seeing that sort of move away from the old school, incredibly structured, approach. We're seeing much more individual expression on the server, which is very fun to watch. And I think
it's promising for our region, frankly speaking.
It also just makes for messy, messy games. Like, honestly, you're playing a completely different game where, compared to, like, the expected team gets the anti-eco wins and wins the gun rounds and things like that. Things progress in a very normal manner. You get ults on normal timings in rounds that you expect. You can kind of play around them, but as soon as you start to get force buy wins, your money goes in the bin, and then a thrifty goes a certain way, and then you get an ult for a certain player on a round that you're not expecting. The game just evolves into chaos.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you want. You try and throw the game script out the window. You try and steal rounds where you can. That's what it's all about. So I think we're going to keep seeing more of that, especially as this week goes on and as we go into playoffs.
I mean, it's a little chaotic, but it's super fun for us. Our match MVP is Jing. I definitely want to give a shout out for Devi, though, who's completely stepped up a lot of viewers at home. Even the talents have been like, what's up with Devi? But, not too long ago, he was one of the most consistent and top fraggers on this team. But it's also good to see, of course, Jing step up. I think he's a lot more comfortable being back on Raze. Even with the nerf on Raze, I think we saw PAFICIC take him off and put him on other roles. We saw him play a Sentinel, a controller, but we really like him.
Yeah, no, he's back where he belongs. I mean, we're both genius coaches for saying Jing would do well on Raze. I think that was a really niche analysis.
There's some guys on the forums out there that are like, yeah, why is it Jing on Raze? Why is it something opping every game? Like, this is the problem with PAFICIC. I think I've seen that a million times. Turns out you guys are really smart. Oh my god, wow.
All along.
Yeah,
you know much more.
I am reinforcing your negative comments. Good job, guys. Keep it up.
Yeah. Keep it up, guys. We love them. It's just so encouraging. I think we need more positivity. Come on, guys.
Vic
More
is going to
positivity.
knock me out in the segment. You're going to see me replaced on this desk in the segment between
We have
now
plenty
and the
of
next match.
wingmen here. Yeah, so I think it's been a good run for I think all across stage 1. All the teams in Pacific have completely stepped up. It's highly competitive now.
Yeah.
Talon, Frost, yeah, he was speaking to us earlier, and he's saying it's a completely different ball game since last year. So I think across the board, everyone's been playing really well. And of course, we're happy to see PAFICIC stepping up here. Patman was saying, you know, he has a lot of self-doubt, and he said that really nice quote there, like, I'm playing with some of the best, so I'm one of the best too. Do you think this ended up being a good decision for PAFICIC?
Yeah, I mean, I think so in the end. I've been impressed by Patman watching him play. It wasn't the best week from last week, but this was a nice return to form for him. And I feel like it is a natural fit. He's able to play those initiators really well. And he does look comfortable with the guys. I mean, I feel like at the end of the day, these changes have been positive. They have managed to get into playoffs now, and it's about how far they can go in that playoff run. But I think PAFICIC is a team you can sort of never count out. I mean, I would not want to play PAFICIC round 1 lower bracket. I mean, they're naturally a scary team. So I think PAFICIC fans, you could still be optimistic.
Okay, with that, we did have our build diff picks. Here are our scores so far. I'm in the lead, but this is only because... I just want to say this is only because, like, you guys definitely still have a shot at this, because I think I was the only person who picked 2 PAFICIC players, or did you as well, Pilsky?
I picked 2 as well.
Oh, you did
that's
as
fine.
well?
That's
okay.
fine.
I picked Forsaken and
Oh,
Jing.
yeah.
You know, I'm right with you if we account for that.
Yeah.
You know, I'm taking hits because I had Jing and Yudatan from this game.
Oh, yeah, you had
Yudatan
Yudatan
had a
too.
good map too.
Yudatan was good, but Jing was on this duelist, which is rather punishing for me. But it's fine.
I also had Jing.
We'll catch back up.
You had Jing and
catch back up.
Forsaken. I had
okay.
Divide and Forsaken. So Divide.
Devi was a good pick today.
He was a good pick. I picked
You
him
are
last week
cooking
too.
us. You just keep cooking us.
I just, yeah, he's.
You're going to be the assistant coach of PRX in no time.
Oh yeah,
It's unreal.
Ready. Don't mind the salary, Lo. Send it over. Actually, I don't know. I don't know if I want that. All right, we are going to go to a very short break. When we come back, we're going to see another 2 teams face off and find out if Talon is still going to be in contention for playoffs. It's going to be T1 versus Talon Esports. Guys, don't go too far away.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific Stage 1. We're on the final weekend of group stages where we're going to find out who is going to be the last team going into playoffs. I'm Victoria, joined by Pilski and Big Time. T1 and Talon is the next match. T1 goes largely undefeated in Pacific until last week, where they finally lost their first match here in quite a while. But it's really hard to tell with T1. They like to go the full distance. They like to go the full series, and I don't know if that's going to be happening again today.
Yeah, T1 are, you know, in some ways up and down when we watch them play, but there's no doubt that they have one of, if not the highest ceiling in the world after winning Masters Bangkok. This is a star-studded lineup that have already sealed their spot into playoffs, but they're looking to fight for that very, very top spot. We don't care about stupid Group Alpha anymore. We're in Group Omega. It's fun, it's cool, anything can happen here.
The Alpha group is probably a little offended. We're not stupid.
I don't care anymore. I'm
moved
done
on.
with you, Alpha group.
We've moved
It's
on.
Omega group time.
You should see his face. It's got 10s across. You guys will see it in a bit. But yeah, I mean, to your point, T1, we're going to see T1. We're going to see Talon go up against them. And Talon, of course, is vying for that spot. And they need to win this today to get in. And of course, they're going against T1, which is huge. Cruz was not IGLing last week, but we are hearing that he will be back on the IG role this week.
Yeah, I think it's just tough timing for Talon at the end of the day. You know, a lot of personal circumstances in the mixes there as well. Arguably before their most important game of the group, and now they've got to take on the Titans of T1. That's a lot of pressure for a team that has a lot of rookies in the roster. It's a make or break game to go into playoffs, despite the fact that Talon has looked like a very promising roster this season with the new Thai players coming in, but just in general has always been a team that's consistently been able to make deeper runs in the tournament, despite maybe not having super, I wouldn't say not a super exciting roster, but maybe a roster that you might underestimate a lot of the time.
Yeah, I think this is a team that consistently overperform and over-deliver.
For sure.
But, I mean, this is why I'm a Group Alpha stan these days. There's a world where Talon don't make it at all. There's a world where they top the group. It's wide open for this team. It's still theirs to claim. So all to play for today for this Talon roster. And I think, you know, it's very exciting. Lots of rookies. This is a fun team to watch the whole way, and they're not done fighting yet.
I think that's a large part of it, right? I think because they have so many rookies, and we are still... Do you guys define Primi as a rookie? I'm going to count him as a rookie. Frost counts him as a rookie.
I don't think so.
But
he played in
international.
He played last year.
Yeah, he did. He did.
I
but
don't think
for
he's
like
a rookie.
a little bit, just a tiny bit. But either way, I feel like there is a lot of firepower on the squad. We're really excited, like Pilski was saying, about having a full Thai team there. But again, they are in this unfortunate position. If they don't win today, everything lies in the hands of Zeta and their results, and for them to get. And that's not, you know, that's not the win. That's not the qualifying position you want to be in.
Yeah, I mean, as it says here, Meteor is able to help out 10-10. If they win today, they lock Zeta in for the playoffs. Once again, the graphic team are cooking far too hard. What is going on
here?
That's
what Meteor actually looks like as well.
True,
He's always got the T1 jacket on, so you can't really actually tell, but that is what his torso looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe it. I mean, the way he, like, does he do any wrong? I don't think so. And I think you don't want to get a fight
except for play Reina sometimes. Not my favorite.
Yeah, but Japan, you are rooting for T1 today.
Yeah, for
you
sure.
Get the Zeta boys into the playoffs.
In fact, let's talk about Meteor and Primi. Now, Primi has been consistently fragging every single week ever since he's been put on this duelist role. Seems pretty official at this point, but Meteor, who plays a little bit of everything, getting up there with Forsaken, has also been quite consistent.
Yeah, I think Primi is probably my favorite player in the competition to play Waylay at the moment. I really like the way that Talon play it, and he can play a lot of different duelists. We haven't seen his raise yet. For Meteor, though, he is kind of the Senti pseudo duelist for his squad. Haven't really enjoyed his Reina on Icebox, if I'm honest. His ISO is kind of what has set the meta and inspired so many teams to play ISO and to play double duelists at the moment. A lot of them are really just copying what T1 has had a lot of success with. But I would say his Senti stats have improved a lot in recent times.
Yeah.
And even you can see Viper played, because recently you've seen T1 swap over from a traditional Senti into a Viper comp with the double duelist on Lotus.
Yeah, point about Icebox. I don't know if we'll be seeing it today as the map draft comes in, but I completely agree with you. Not loving the Reyna. Meteor doesn't love the Reyna either. Yeah. Don't love the Chamber on Buzz. It's not the comp I personally like. I don't know how you feel about it, Big Man.
I mean, I don't hate it, but I didn't love how they ran it last week. I feel like they ran into some problems.
I think it's like the Phoenix comp from Boom on Ascent. It's like you can run it, but don't keep running it. Like, run it once, and then, like, let's throw that in the trash where it belongs.
Yeah, it was, like, fun once. Yeah.
We are looking at the veto here, so I'm very curious when we get to that Talon pick, if it is going to be Icebox.
I mean, Talon perma-ban Pearl. T1 banning Fracture, that's a bit of a respect ban. They used to ban Abyss in kickoff, and now that's been taken out of the map pool. They change up their ban based on opponent. Talon,
Icebox.
I mean, everyone's been picking Icebox against T1. It feels like the weaker point in their map pool at the moment.
I mean, absolutely. You sit 5 people on the A site, and it's physically impossible to lose against this T1 attack side.
Hey, what about Vertigo, man?
Oh, yeah, sorry, that's my bad. But
come on.
It's no surprise to me to see Talon pick this. I think the Icebox has been a huge weakness of T1.
Talon pick Icebox? Surely T1. Surely T1 don't play the Reyna anymore.
In the veto. And in a way, I think T1 are going to know you're picking this. I really don't want to see the same comp if we're going to go to Icebox.
We've seen these two teams in kickoff play Haven against each other. That was when Talon, with their old roster, were playing Primi on the
Autumn
Jet.
said no more Chamber, Meteor said no more Reyna.
And it did not really go well against Nongshim.
I mean, they're just going to put Meteor on Killjoy, right?
Different. I don't want to see them try and play Yoru ISO against T1. I don't know if that's going to go so well for them. And then Lotus is the decider. That'll be an interesting one. We have been seeing Talon playing the Waylay comp on Lotus on recently, and then T1 recently
you gonna let this fly?
From,
what's going on?
you know, the Cypher Sova into Viper Fade.
Yeah, absolutely. Haven is
Dude,
the
Mini
map
tweeted. He's on the train and now he's. But this is him though. To be fair, this is him. This is just a recording of him building the track for us.
No surprise
it's
here.
not too bad.
If T1 doesn't change this, I think this is a good start for Talon.
We've already seen
he's just showing us the work that
T1.
he's doing.
It's that they have opted to start defense because they had this map picked against them recently. I think it was in the secret game or maybe the game after that, and they chose to start attack, and then they went ahead and contacted a bunch of rounds in a row, and it wasn't
I'm
going
stuck on my
particularly
chair,
well,
man.
ended up losing the game
Don't take me
multiple
down.
times with that style. The fact
Finally,
that they
Mini
haven't
doing
picked
some work.
attack
That's actually
again shows me that they've at least thought about the fact that that might not be such a good approach, and maybe you might
How are you
even
feeling
see a
about Talon as a whole?
going into this
Not
game.
great. I think
first.
overall the roster is going to be good,
We've not seen Talon
but
play
it
this
feels
yet,
like a stage 2.
It's wide open for Talon to
vibe.
be able to sort of cook and counter in a way what they think might come out from this T1 team. So Talon always have a lot of their sleeve, so we can expect some front stuff.
Then why didn't you predict Talon today? Let's get up the predictions.
I think Talon will win map 1, and then I think
We've got more.
I think after that, I think this T1 team is too strong.
Double.
I mean,
Double
he was
Talon
just making
believers.
this whole case, but yeah, why T1?
I honestly just got confused with the logos. They look really similar. So
that is true. That is that's okay. That's okay.
bad.
I get that. I get that. Yeah. So most of the audience has picked T1, and of course, how can you go against T1, the Masters winner? They look really good. Talon has been inconsistent, and they do have the win-loss, win-loss, win-loss pattern. But the last time they lost, so that means Talon's going to win today, and that's why I picked Talon. We're going to send it to the stage and welcome the teams, and they're going to prove you wrong.
Is there any chance for Alex to be on plat chat, mate? They need to be full focus on the game. They are the train right now. We don't want to take away their time. They got him for off-season. Yeah, off-season stuff is like mid-season. It's a lot harder to get people. GE owner confirmed there will be roster changes. Yeah, but hopefully that's just them getting in another coach, because they need some help over there. That counts, right? I'm not saying replace the coach, they just need more help.
Here here come our Masters winning team, T1. This team has only dropped one single match this entire stage 1, and they are the overwhelming favorites for today's matchup. However, they are already qualified for playoffs, and they're playing against one team, TALON, who really want to take that final spot for playoffs.
Yeah, they're looking to ruin TALON's day today. That's one way to put it. And I mean, they are locked into that playoff spot, but there is still a world where they can claim that, you know, the first round bye, which would be massive. So
what am I expecting T1's Icebox? I'm expecting
such an insanely star-studded roster.
So they're either going to go two ways with it.
Still, some of us did anyway.
They either go
TALON Esports from Thailand here with
change the chamber to a Killjoy and then put in a ISO. Or I'm expecting a Killjoy either way.
Cruz is back on
or they put in a Killjoy and then
want to see them do something, step back up, you know, get
add another initiator
pattern, because it means
of
today
some
would
sort.
Yeah, I think they had an unfortunate series last week against Zeta, but they are a team that can bring some really, really good prep into some of these games. This is a make-or-break game for them, and I'm a little bit worried for them in that factor because we've got a lot of younger rookie players that are new to this specific stage, and you are versing some absolute veterans that when they need to come up clutch, they will always win. That's T1.
Yeah.
Yeah, in terms of coaching style, we've got Autumn and Frost here. Ooh, they're full-on engaging. That's not something we usually see from Frost. Okay,
they are full-on engaging.
I hope they talk about that in the interview later. But Frost, you know, we know him to care a lot about the macro.
Yeah, we got Icebox, Haven, Lotus.
He likes structured play style, but when you get a full bunch of Thai rookies, structure can be a little bit complicated.
It's about finding that balance, right? If you want to, you know, have protocols, have enough structure so that the team can move as one unit, but you don't want to restrict the players' individual freedoms. The players have to be able
Icebox?
to express themselves
I'm expecting.
on that server. And Frost
I'm
is
expecting
certainly
big
working with a
things for
very
T1's Icebox,
expressive
yeah.
young team that have a lot of potential. So it is that fine line, but all of these players can pop off. This is absolutely not an unwinnable series for TALON, and I mean, I think they will be feeling good in their own heads. They know that they can hang with the big boys on the other side.
You're such an artist, Morgan.
Thank you.
You're like, you need to individual expression on the server as Thai players. Pilsky, that's not really your style, though. You seem to be, you know, coming back from old school tech FPS. Is that something you think
Meteor Reyna? Nah, I think it's in the bin.
Individual skill. I mean, if you're going to try
He's
to
ISO
take
or Killjoy
triangles against T1, then
surely.
you're in for a rough run of things, if you ask me. I think Talon's strength will be, like I said, coach preparation will be some interesting approaches, some good reads. You know, Talon is that team that they will have a unique approach. They will have a specific approach that they're taking in the game. When it works, they can beat a really good team pretty hard. They can beat them 13-5. When it doesn't work, they can lose to a team that shouldn't be competitive in the league and look a little bit lost. So it really just depends how good their read is today. And also, I have to say that, like I said, the rookie players need to come up clutch today. You need Kalua to be,
maybe
I mean,
a little jet,
but you need him to be fantastic.
They want to go
today.
for the real safety.
You need Thai, who had a little bit of a rougher game last week, to really step up and perform in this game. And he has a lot of really big names in the server on the other side of things. So that is definitely something that could knock your confidence. Now, this is the most interesting part here. The agent select for both teams, and there it is.
Meteor Killjoy, Buzz Jet. Okay, then they get the Teo in.
They've gone to Teo on Izu instead of Sova, and Buzz is off of the chamber and onto the Jet. So I really like this comp, and honestly, it is similar to what a lot of teams are running. Even Boom on this map.
Let me just refresh this, man.
Honestly, it is similar to what a lot of teams are running. Even Boom on this map are running a very similar comp to this. So I think it's a very agreed upon good
No more Reyna? Yeah, that's the main
takeaway.
matchup.
We see TALON with a very, very similar comp, only changing out that KO for the Sova. Primi is on his most comfortable agent of that Jet. He's going to be going head to head.
Something sure. I didn't mind it today at all. I know, like,
so
score-wise, it doesn't look great. I didn't think it was played that badly.
Now that T1 has changed their agent comp, I think this is going to be a really banger way to start the second series of today.
Yeah, I like the KO and Teo combination. I think the KO knife can help you kind of work out what the setup is that the other team are running on attack. For example, you KO knife the A site or you KO knife yellow. You can read exactly where the other team is playing, and that really actually helps you execute a little bit better. You can actually place your Teo utility in the correct positions based on what kind of information you get off of the KO knife, and I think Stacks plays this agent.
He played the Euro like a Jet. Yeah, but last time he played the Euro like a Euro, so if he's changing up their actual way of playing,
absolutely, and I saw that sign.
Then I don't mind it.
He did
they
say that
wanted him him to anchor a little bit more, which I think is so
back
fine.
In that show match, and he is here in the stadium with us here in Pacific. But with that, I'm going to send it up to our casters Komodo and Koak.
Yes, we got Primi on the jet, Buzz on the jet as well.
Which is the best duelist on Icebox at the moment? I don't know. After watching the G2 comp, maybe it's Wingman.
Though. Yeah, I mean, first of all, yeah, Waylay not being played here, that's a bonus. Thank you very much. Tip my hat towards that one, proverbial, of course. But no, of course, like DRX are playing Yoru instead of a Sova. We got RRQ playing KO instead of a Sova. So there's definitely a bit of chopping and changing that Talon can kind of look towards for how to implement the Sova or the Sova around the rest of the agents that these other teams maybe not play for the Sova there. Once upon a time, of course, Sova was
fastest rating on Icebox. I mean, the jet op. He plays the jet op very well.
With this map of Icebox, it's been dodged so far for Talon. They haven't played it since July 1st of 2024. Meanwhile, for T1, we've always seen a chamber from them. So this is.
How do I feel about Michan not playing on Reyna? Very happy about it.
Which is interesting.
They actually have a chance of winning this now.
I personally like it.
As in this map, obviously, they would probably win the best of 3.
Really don't want the Reyna on for Meteor
Okay,
anymore.
it's the late recon, so you can
I do get a little bit
drone to clear close, recon to clear back yellow.
Talon was thoroughly surprised, shocked, stunned, shocked Pikachu face. Now this is a new composition as well. They're still going to run their game plan though, sneaking under.
Meteor though, dispatching of Jip Boys.
Oh, and then quick on the refract. Thigh able to find just one Meteor trading right.
Yeah, they
back.
took a
Still
lot of
spike
space,
planted,
but
some space being taken. Killua
you kind of just need to hold
front.
and let Buzz re-clear everywhere. I think Meteor makes a mistake there, but
positions as well. Buzz trying to sneak up from behind. Primi has no idea.
Yeah, but you got to look to try and get on this defuse now. Izu with the salvos available. Going to keep Primi hot under the collar and the timing quack. Oh, there was an opportunity. Oh, it doesn't work out. That's quite unfortunate.
They managed to win this one.
Fell by the wayside as
Yeah, Talon gonna be a little bit guarded with that. The Meteor obviously did really good to get the first 2 kills as well. Shenanigan with the tier 1. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate that. Thank you for the tier 1.
Up and down to the kills, and also the utility coming in. Just felt a little bit uncomfortable.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Icebox for T1 is a bit of a sore map recently, right? Look towards the loss against RRQ, the loss against Team Secret. They managed to get the win against Nongshim, of course, but it does feel, like it's not that comfortable of a map. I mean, you got to look at what tape was there from the history of them playing it this year
for
as
Eco, we've got the Outlaw to farm him.
There's a lot of elements that a team can draw upon. So I wonder, coming in towards today for
T1 just picking up orbs. I like this. We've got Knife to see if anyone's going to try stop us. Pick up the orbs, and they want to get Izu's orb nice and early, considering how many kills and defuse that he got round before. This is nice as well, holding over towards heaven. Let's see what spots over towards floor.
And of course now Quack, they do have to just adapt mid-game to this.
That certainly is the title of the story for now.
Back's got the lineup for back yellow. Nade goes in, flash goes deep, probably.
From before, meant to flush, potential jet or chamber
There's
players
the nades.
Yellow. But right now, at least, you got
Here's the flash.
They had some nasty dinks as well. Primi finding a shot onto Izu, but afterwards, you got T1 just able to advance forward from this yellow position to watch the angles. Cruz attempting with the darts. But they don't quite land all the way forward.
They got pretty good delay.
Defuse, and with the
they did nice there.
T1 happy to collect.
Yeah, this is going to be
this was nice from Talon though.
That Talon are going to have up their sleeve, I do feel like, for their agent lineup. They've actually got a lot of destructive utility. Like, you think about the nanos from Jip Boys, the salvos from Killua, you think about the shock darts from Cruz, but also, you got to remember that even though Viper got nerfed, right, there still technically is a Snake Bite that you can throw into it, specifically if you're holding the Poison Orb and not deploying it for something like a mid-cross, for example, for Thigh, which is quite common on a map like Icebox, right? So I'm thinking to myself, the Talon, if they're able to establish the spike plant, they do have a lot of that utility that they
Outlaw
into the mix.
Can't one-shot anyone. Looks like they want to go for the same thing, try and get this orb out for Izu.
Maybe you start to establish a little bit of forward positions.
Yeah, they're just trying to plan ahead. They want that ult into the big buy rounds.
Utility from your opponents, namely salvo's already done by Izu. You got dart utilized by Stacks as well, or rather the dagger.
Missed his jump.
Okay, and also for Talon, just hold the position. So now, they might not be fully aware of this Outlaw.
specifically when this angle was already cleared by the salvos, but they are making sure they're not getting exposed towards this line until I say that Jitboys just walks in straight.
Good amount of damage though.
Not dead, though.
Big Joe coming up on B.
HP still really close to it. Thai still trying to lurk around.
Yep,
Cause some havoc.
Trying to do his best Meteor impression, one might say, with a bit of a change up, specifically when you think of Viper and Meteor on the likes of Split, for example. But Jitboys start off, Thai to double down.
It's
instantly sent out though, but off of that, quick from Killua to continue pushing forward. 2 more kills
kinda nice.
to his name.
They drone close, then they stun off the wall, and then salvo this.
If at all any, can be delivered now with an upgrade.
I like that Teo Uto.
Elevated angle from me. Ooh. Maybe reacted a little bit too early. Meteor was quick to sidestep that one. Knows that he has dropped down as well. He's looking for the Guardian shots, but Primi just
very nice.
stutters that back
Dude,
and forth.
oh my goodness. I actually would have taken him down.
So definitely needed to make sure he got out of dodge there. Cruz.
Yeah, this Teo, Teo little combo is cool, especially the stun off the ceilings.
Managed to answer back on the bonus round in a flawless variety as well, which does mean that we'll get to see the proper buyout for the likes of T1 to see what their defensive side is going to look like. But this is an interesting series, Quack. I want to start to, look towards the later end of the map in the series, of course, but this is a bit of a hype one where the ball is in Talon's court, right? If they win this, they're in. If they lose this, they need Zeta Division to beat Nongshim to then also get into the playoffs, but that's the scenario that their playoffs chances are in another team's hands.
Which is also just a really
Looked like the turret got taken away before the molly hit, so he did this a little bit earlier.
So straight into the B site now.
They have one molly to stop the plant.
To watch the back. He does have Hunter's Fury to aid the
They
team
have
in
no idea
as
it's here
well,
yet.
Looking to get the spike down alongside this toxic screen, but Nanoswarm burning down the timer 2, and as the curtain falls, it's going to be Primi who gets taken out.
The bait. But look at this wraparound at the moment. Thai looking for a second one onto Stacks, gets cut
Good
down.
trade at
A
least.
minute to go, and the spike
Tap of the spike, insta pivot over towards A with the heavy rotate.
Of course, a mechanic in this game, right? Toxic strain falls
They
from above,
maybe
so
didn't
it's
take
all the
enough
top
space on
player
A
first.
to be doing this.
Try to move
I don't
crosshair
know.
up there, and then you've got the bottom player that gets you. Just a awkward scenario there for Primi, unfortunately. And now we need to just see some, good mid-round calls to come out from Talon in how to bring this one back from a deficit position.
Right, get the spike down, maybe place for some of these post plants.
Got to remember though, Izu does have salvos, Armageddon as well, and now you're in a scenario where you're another.
Jaws, thanks so much for the tier 1, mate. Appreciate that. Thanks for the 30 months. Thank you for all of the bits as well, mate.
Now an uncomfortable Crew's gonna have to dance around on top of 410, but Buzz with a swing out.
Okay, it looked kind of comfy from T1. I feel like Stacks got a really important duel back of sight. And I want to see Jitboys take more space if they're going to be doing this. I want to see more confidence from him.
Play with a little bit of stall utility too, but ultimately when they have that player advantage, it's just play on the back of the ultimate, play on the back of the salvos, really try and make sure that this utility can be
like they're out here tapping the spike.
You got to consider as well,
like actually just tapping the spike over towards B, and the most space he's taken is this corner.
What this agent lineup looks like, but
like I think he can start swinging this and this and get to
generally expect them to kind of just have an idea.
They're gonna fall at some point, Komodo. They're gonna fall.
I mean,
jokes aside,
when have we ever seen a Masters Champions winner continue the dominance, right?
True.
Jaws,
well,
so good.
Right now, at least with the hold.
You didn't miss your flight.
Takes down a really curious Buzz.
Now you got the player advantage as Talon. Just look to, again, drone up forward, right? Going to be something good for them when they're running a Tejo and a Sova. They've got 2 drones available to make you guess where things might be eventuating as T1, who now are feeling the need to waltz around a little bit more at B. Try to confirm some information as Sylvan, and well, yeah, he's going to confirm some information. It's not the info you wanted, though.
That will be then Talon happy to take the B site. Some slight lurks being sussed out early on by Izu though, so that means some even odds now possibly.
Is he pre-aiming for?
Cruz though, still, this is where you get all those post plants.
Yeah, absolutely. 1 shock dart, Hunter's Fury, Snake Bite still for Thai.
Just holding the positions. T1 looking to get up closer, maybe go for the tap. Salvos to clear out yellow, but it's not where Primi was. Able to swing out from the earlier position. Thai then coming back in, the snake bite bouncing off. It definitely gets in range of the spike, so Meteor.
Yeah, this was nice. The
find
hold
a retake
of
this
space
one.
after
I mean, you're just gonna have to
the
contend
initial
with the
kill
fact
was
that
good
there's
as well
one
from
versus
Talon.
3, but also a Hunter's Fury that can be very
Just waiting for
reliable.
T1
And
to like
Salvos
replay.
eventually would come back online. So this is one of the problems with this, I'll call it agent scenario. You know, once upon a time we had the post-plant meta, right? But now it feels like you can be just a little bit even more disconnected from the action because of the Teo.
That's it, though, to your earlier point. I mean, the round aside, Meteor is one of these players who has
double drone
potential.
comp.
I mean,
I kind of like the
2
double
times
drone comp.
Masters winner, from Gen G
It's
onto T1. I would actually
it's
like
hard for them
see,
to
you know,
get
welcome
through
sight if T1 happens
the
to
wall
be,
on
you know, 2
A.
times back-to-back Masters winners.
Yeah,
But
it's not
it
impossible.
looked like from their A hit that
they gotta get
they
there first. You know,
they cover up kind of well.
through playoffs.
Definitely going to be a long stretch before we.
Pretty
get
sure
to
I
that
prefer
point.
T1's
Talon
comp,
right now
which is
looking
weird
to
because
take T1 down.
I think the
Salvos,
Sovas
though,
may be one of the best, if not the
blocked
best
off
agent on
Belt
this map.
4 now.
Of course, I think there's only one scenario in which T1 do manage to top the bracket as well, or the group, to get that first seed.
Certainly beating Talon is part of
But
that.
I think
right
KO's
now.
in a really good
Eco
spot at the moment.
Cruz able to swing and peek out.
KO
Buzz
believer.
opens his own swing, but
Yeah, I
instantly
think
traded.
KO is good at the moment,
Talon
Mini.
having players in spades around this spot.
Meteor with the Phantom here, you'd think has to do the lion's share of the remaining work. Otherwise, for T1, it's just the pistols that you would generally see them latibulate in a situation like this. But never count them out. Maybe, just maybe. Zax to confirm a little bit more information. He does have Izu next to him with a lot of this utility still.
They're going to play close with
Well, that hits a lot.
surprising one and dones, but yes. A lot of
You
information.
know, all
Spike
4 are
down,
here.
Salvos
Salvos
flushed
to
out.
stop them. Got 40 seconds. Can't really delay for all of
30
this.
seconds. It doesn't really matter.
Gonna have to hit some shots. It's probably gonna be on Meteor.
Still has the frag too, but yeah, at this point, Armageddon just pretty much confirms it. They were flushed out of their spots, and
Yeah,
Izu
it
will
is
be found
looking
as well.
pretty convincing on.
Yep, 3-3, tied on up. Pretty slow pace round from T1 considered, but a good one that they managed to hold, you know, 4 members at the end of that for the big investment. Of
Like the
Talon.
Talon comp is one of the only comps that might actually be
Happy
better at
with
hitting
that
B
to
than
keep
A.
This one in close contests. Buzz really liking to get up close and personal, it feels like these last couple rounds as well. Pushing Belt, pushing Garage. Maybe want to rein that one in just a little bit. He's not as quick to escape as he once was on that chamber.
You don't need flash for A, you think?
But this
Possible,
time,
yep, up.
Operator in the play, Blade
Yeah,
Storm
when you have a
available
Teo
behind
as
it
well,
Not gonna
like
be playing from on
cancelling
top of
against a
Yellow.
Teo
Can technically go
Killjoy,
back there
you
if he does
think?
want to.
Okay, hides inside of the Cloudburst.
Yeah, do you expect the operator to be on this line? I mean, this is where I highlight a little bit earlier the fact that you've got 2 drones available for Talon, right? Stealth drone and our drone. But Remy gonna get taken out first.
You're gonna feel the sting from that one. Thigh though, good attempt. He does force Sylvan to be uncomfortable. Buzz now feeling the heat as well. Hunter's Fury forces him to reposition, but he still lands a second shot. Killua trading right back. But you have Stacks once again back from mid. Tosses the fragment, which forces Killua off the
Did he
plant.
actually stop planning from it? It's got
Now
a strong
Stacks
arm.
has a bit more timing to get up closer. Izu to scout out more information as well.
Yeah, using the drone for the actual info instead of removing abilities. Now they know where both of them are, Quack.
Oh, he's repositioned. He's dancing back and forth.
Salvos early.
Salvos buys a bit of time, but still got to consider the position. Stacks could
Double
wrap
swing
around
together.
Yellow, but they're just
Kind
gonna
of hard
stack
from the
up next
angle,
to
dude.
each
Stacks
other.
did
Stacks in for the 3K.
unbelievable here.
Alrighty, so T1 able to still hold on to the rounds, even if there was a
Yeah,
moment
if
in
you
time
see a
that they
KO
lose
when
player
he's picking the other
advantages,
comp, the other
operator to open
99%
things
of the
up,
time
but
it's
then
true.
still able to settle
He's
down
probably
a
the
little
biggest
bit
KO hey
when
there
the
is.
going gets rough. I think maybe Thai is going to be able to just kind of upset things with Jit Boys coming out through mid, but I don't even know if that was a proper drop from Stacks and just not heard, unfortunately, by Thai, but that kill to bring it within the realm of possibility, 2 versus 2, and then they find the info at the end there. That's done by T1, and they're going to be able to double down because you've got a lot of these ultimates online for them
Okay,
now.
Buzz.
A lot of light shields too, technically, but
Get in
these are the
to
sort of
op over
rounds, you know,
towards
the
B
middle
now
of the
instead of
half where
over
you
towards
disappear,
A.
You're surely going to be able to pick them back up.
Stealthy from Buzz as well. Now
What's the
he's
money
still
like?
back onto Yellow.
Risky
Money's
too from
really
Izu if
low.
You wanted to even try and grab that orb. because
Reset
he's the
potential
only
for
soldier
sure.
here for T1, and I mean, there's 4 of them for talent. You don't need to
I
be
think
too
I'd
hungry
wanna use these
also
ults
get
into
your
this
ults
round.
online when you've got your team that can bail you out.
Talon also considering if Buzz might have been onto a different position this time.
Yeah, but this is where the drone comes out. I mean, as long as you're, you know, kind of making sure that you're rinsing and repeating the drone and the dart and the secondary drone that you got out from Killer too, and even salvos to clear some corners, right? You're kind of okay with coming up with a pretty standard slow approach as Talon. Now it's the timing problem for Izu, where they could look to turn up the pace when this drone is destroyed.
But Izu's got Sylvan watching his 6. 8 legit boys.
Yeah, messed up the molly a little bit as well. Do they consider Izu? Do they double holding it?
They're holding the angle though, Primi. Trying to assert himself back into the fight.
Yeah, he really went for a big play. And with the ults that they have, I'm not sure he should be going for that.
With the null command from Stacks.
Which does mean that utility will be rendered useless. Continuing to push through though, getting some space.
Do they put all of the ults into this 3v4?
Left flank. Watching for it, he hears the footsteps.
God, that's an incredible double peek though.
He hears, but sees players up front as well.
They would have loved the salvos for this position.
Going all the way through, so much space by Buzz. He finds the taps. 2 kills,
damn,
maybe the
bro.
third.
Okay,
Meteor
his little
to
double peek from higher lower was awesome. The 2000th kill.
Congratulate Buzz here for his 2000th kill in VCT Pacific. Those were some sharp ones at that.
2000 might have just a little bit closer to what Aspas has, but yes, that was insane with how he first took space and then found those taps.
Yeah, I mean, it's just good patience and good resilience to come through from T1, right? When they recognize that they can null commands to remove all abilities and set up for the lockdown as well, make it a little bit hot under the collar. The fact that Dai is forced out of the pit as well for just an extra mere moment in time that it does drop does make things a little bit more awkward for Talon to equalize things up.
Certainly a lot of pride in the Korean home crowd right now as well, cheering for Buzz, meeting that milestone. Buzz then continuing on with this tear. He has the op once again, and he's peeked down mid. He's been spotted by the turret.
What do you look to do here, though, with a little bit of haste up towards this B site at the moment?
This is nice from Talon, though. D pressure again, especially over towards yellow. And then, oh, that is great info.
Right, rotations pulled back to B, but even
yeah,
then,
Buzz loves that info as well, knowing that most likely that it's going to be running back from left to right.
Legit boys though snuck all the way in.
Right to left, at least on his POV.
Space for the spike to get planted.
Armageddon comes out from Izu too, which can set up Meteor to try and catch them when falling back. It will do so awkwardly, rather.
Yeah, this is where maybe you get to play around these post-plant positions, anticipating Buzz up top. Primi then to hold around the toxic screen. The good flash, good from Stacks, but so quickly dealt the dispatch by Primi.
Stacks, Stacks absolutely owned his teammate.
Tries to peek out
Meteor tanked this flash.
Talon back up.
Nicely done for surviving at the end of that one as well. You think the round could certainly turn
I
up on
think
its head
I would do a timeout and talk to
Izu
Izu a little bit. I think he keeps misplaying.
It's also a 4 versus 5 conversion that Talon are able to convert there too. So nicely allocated, some good little shots to come out from Primi. They're not really little ones, they're pretty impactful ones, honestly. It's going to force a timeout here too.
Yeah.
This might actually be T1's timeout.
It might be targeted, to be honest.
Problematic in the server now.
It might be a bit of a change up in terms of how they want to approach and play over towards A, but Izu's messing up too much on A.
Feel a little bit uncomfortable, even though these agents are still, you know, not too foreign to them.
I mean, when you look at the, I'll call it recent history of T1 on this map so far, you know, stage 1 and let's just go with stage 1, right? Defense has not been the strongest suit for T1, specifically on this map, right? Lion's share of things.
Is this the Masters winners?
Side, and
they aren't good at this
there
map.
Might be a little bit of pressure on this defensive side, where it feels like, well, they kind of need to get 6, maybe 7 rounds.
They've been struggling on this map.
Yeah, taking a timeout at this current point in time to have some coach input to recognize, all right, what have we seen that Talon are doing successfully? What are we doing wrong that we can quickly fix up, potentially?
Yeah, especially when you don't have Meteor on
okay, so obviously it's an eco, so we're probably not going to see a big change up of what they're actually doing, but I do think that it might just be flash plays here, trying to get Buzz some kills, more aggro over towards A, instead of sitting back playing retake and kind of honestly not playing together if I'm looking at Izu.
But it's just a bit dry out from the side of Talon, who once again just playing on the side of slow-paced, methodical information gathering around the map.
And also quick reactions if they spot a player.
Definitely next round I want to see Talon
Utility
expect the flash push on A.
Sight hits as well, but here comes Primi. His blades sharpened
Like this
with
one,
precision.
flash here, swing here.
Looking to pull his enemies in.
Nice shot.
Buzz quickly
Gun
anchors
to
the
pick
B-site
up.
For now, still though, A site cracked open. Meteor around the sides. He's still undetected. Looks to
Shot.
delete players off the board. That's the first.
Oh, you might be able to get a free gun
Primi
here,
then.
especially if they pop the wall up.
Still online. Still possibly sharp. Oh,
Dude,
but
they don't even
quickly
want the
dealt
wall
with
up. They
by
just want to
Stacks.
jaw 2 on site.
All of a sudden, possible Thrifty at the hands of T1. Kilowatt trying to swing out from the sides of the toxic screen. Will kiss Stacks for now. Then a hug from Meteor. Just cruise, and he's only
It's
got
winnable.
the util.
Look at the HPs.
Viper's pit on the spike. It's not going to be easy, Komodo.
Ooh,
He peeks,
Meteor,
and
what a
that's
rounds.
Meteor just marking his position.
Yeah, just kind of
Dude, they hit some
how
incredible
Talon
shots
are
here, though.
repositioning, but more importantly, how T1 are repositioning around that. And I mean, you might not have the headhunter available, but you're certainly hunting heads there as Buzz, aren't you? Sheriff shot's working out. Stacks' fragment, not denying the spike plant from going down by any means, but still in there and able to afford a little bit of space when you've got the scurrying away action.
I gives him a gun here. Jitboys is dueling on his own. Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit rough, but I still feel like the shots were nice. The luck, yeah, the luck against the eco giving them a gun is for sure the biggest mistake in this round. Like everything else on site is like a little bit team play wise, but
technical fundamentals, because that whole round, just recognizing that if Talon aren't sending out
okay, a little bit different from how I thought T1 was going to approach it, but similar kind of thing, right? Op, aggro over towards A, just trying to fight and not give them the space is easy.
Note from the last map as well, when the last round rather, when the Owl drone was coming out of garage here, Stacks' 0 point actually stopped it right about here, so Cruz wasn't able to find too much forward information for the team to get anything off. This time though, it's going to go its full way. And you've got some of the rotations from Stacks to assist here. Flash drive in. No operator, of course, posted it yellow to play on the back of that one, though.
No footsteps either from Talon.
Yeah, quite patient yet again.
It just comes down to the explosive heads-up duels.
And whether or not you want to use the stealth drone from Killua first, which they will.
Okay, 0 point as well.
They see the Sova Dart and the Jet Smoke, so they know there's 4 players here by all the util that's been used.
Hence the rotations now coming at this point. 30 seconds left on the clock. Talon beginning to advance.
Last Molly just went down on site, so it should be fine to plant this now.
Giving them some safety, but Salvo's firing right back.
Sipping there fine.
You've still got Stacks with a fragment as well. This is where things can actually be awkward. You need the flank timing, but who?
Oh boy, they wait a little bit. They had to wait for the second. They had to wait for the Viper wall. They all goes in. We got a Molly on the normal plant spot, so they got to plant a little bit weird.
The spike not yet down. Killua, they're trying to go for it.
Yeah.
Just to get it down.
A slight second left for them to
Icebox things. Yeah, just nothing into 5 seconds of chaos.
Just Buzz left. Couple kills would be nice.
Wolves? Wait, they're actually doing it? What's the score on Haven?
And also the
was it
fact
Haven?
that
It is
got
Haven
50
second.
credits.
Right?
Izu's got 750, so he's going to have to at least donate a weapon, and you want the operator in his hand as well, so you're just playing by all of the percentages here. A 1 versus 4 with an operator with the spike planted down on Icebox when you've seen a lot of post-plant util before in the map, and salvos, you know that are going to be
7.
This is just absolutely unachievable, so just take the operator toward the next round.
It's been pretty neck and neck, Komodo, and I gotta say, this is pretty wonderful recognition coming out from Talon.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, these slower paced rounds, certainly, you know, there's a couple of moments that can be the decisive blow in it. That
Maybe the Heretics are on. Honestly, yeah, I think you're fine.
The spike plant not going down. I mean, in a situation like that where, you know, there's no gap on the fragment, or
if you're a Furia fan, maybe a Ascent, but
second and they are able to deny the spike plant, like, it could have gone the other way.
Down to these very narrow margins. You never quite know, but in that moment, Jitboys came alive for just a second. Hopefully able to repeat that performance.
Okay, who gets the last round? Got any ults? Got Meteors all.
Last round of the half two, so Meteor.
And again, this is like the first time that we really see the B site get hit as much as this.
if Talon decide to continue.
The double drone
comp
comp really allows them to take a lot of space. Salvos as well means it's a little bit easier to get that plant down.
Intentions from Talon crystal clear. Salvos though, Sylvan uncomfortable.
Drop of the wall, everyone dueling on this. Hey, this is a nice change up from Talon though.
Dropped way too many numbers around this one, and this is where Talon can start to find.
They've been focusing on like getting the plant and then playing after plant. This time they all go aggro, tap, drop the wall.
T1, but with the trades out from Primi, just buys more time.
I do. This is a lovely run from Talon.
Meteor left.
Like playing off of how they've been normally playing over towards B.
No
It's cool.
utility for Talon though. Just got to play the positions on the spike, on the site. A lot of them trying to stick together, shoulder to shoulder, elbow to elbow.
Yeah, they get out. So what does that mean?
High, low. It's a full stack. Meteor though, isolating the angles bit by bit. He will chump down at the first. Tries to go for the tap, thinking someone might be behind, and that's when Thigh will spring like a trap.
Lots of angles for him to clear there. 6 to 6, not bad for Talon to be able to claw.
Wolves 4 chances.
That one, considering that they've not played
They're
this
actually
map in quite some
actually
time,
gonna
so
make
they
a
only have
Masters.
their
It's sick.
practice
But I mean, again,
results and,
this roster was like made for
work
that.
and value to
They
go
got
on, right? What works
they
there,
got
what
one of the
doesn't
better
work
rosters
there,
in China.
Coming in towards this one. Again, I
Nice, they're actually getting results
T1
now.
changing things up in their composition as well. You know, heard the guys on the desk narrow it in towards what Boom is playing, but you also got to remember EDG, RQ, Nongshim all playing the same thing as well.
T1 calling the timeout too.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of the desk though, I do think they were kind of debating about individual expression or the coach's brilliance. This does feel kind of like a good balanced mix of both. You saw individual moments coming out from players like Chip Boys with his deep flank, deep lurk out from mid, but also at the same time, very clear constructed
Wolves,
plans
yeah, look at them go.
Take, their plays around the map. You know, it's always this slow and steady approach.
Fast Masters team.
Approach, like you mentioned, Komodo, up towards B.
Yeah, for sure, but now things kind of all change, right? And you're going to see some slight differences on this approach from both of the teams, right? Is it a little bit quicker for T1 still? Is it as slow as what Talon were looking to do? What space is Primi going to look to find? You know, is he going to try and do the same things that Buzz was trying to do?
Niles, thank you so much for the prime, dude. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you.
Going to have any proper assistance when you're running the, you know, Sova alongside the Teo here. You can play a little bit more passively with the drones and with the, you know, salvos for space and the dart as well.
Well, look at those signs then. Yeah, we could read that.
Yeah, that one is readable for me. Yep.
We don't need L.
We don't need luck. We've got talent.
Sorry, what was that word? Luck?
Luck.
Okay.
Luck.
Thank you for that. I'm kidding. But yeah. Possibly a little bit more for Talon right now. Certainly a bit of a challenge between Primi and Buzz. Trying to contest first place.
Okay, let's see what T1 want to do, because
Primi taking some damage off that one.
They get a big change up of the Killjoy, and honestly the Killjoy stuff on attack can be pretty fun, especially if you're watching like Alpha, likes to send it through middle, likes to use his alarm bot like aggro over towards A. It's just nice from Talon. I think, I'm not sure if it's T1 that's been doing this all the time, but definitely the most common pistol at the moment for attack teams.
Spotted by Jip Boys, he was, but it does not matter. Extra info, 2 players around the boiler. He's so hungry to try and establish dominance here.
Dude, Meteor is just
managed to slip in towards the A side.
Dude, even just what he's doing is insane though. He's got so many people searching for him. Literally had 4 people searching for him. They got a free site because of it.
Of course, now spotted out. So no need to worry about lurks or flanks any further. You begin with the drone to advance into sight to clear, but it's quickly shot down.
And Stax is low too, remember?
Tries to get into a sneaky position though, and that's when he's able to spring and find Thigh. A couple kills traded out from both sides as well, but down to just
nicely
Primi
done
who
though.
finds the sheriff shot.
1-1, right? Pretty sure
Back inside
T1
a
won pistol.
Going to be squandered here. Talon will manage to get that defuse. Meteor, it feels like you were just not able to escape whatsoever. No matter what angle you went. Back in towards kitchen, dead. Out towards boiler, dead. Out towards orange, dead. Dead. No matter which way you go, and I got to give good recognition for Talon as well. Just not overheating in a lot of those moments, even in that B main creep that they go together, right? They go together. It's the fact that there's going to be a tradability.
If she like be EDG, dude, if she like be EDG, then
you got a team that plays extremely slow as well.
The playoff bracket gets incredibly exciting, because that's a rough lower bracket run a team has to go on.
To change things up like that.
Also not enough game tape for T1 to study up on either.
Yeah, exactly.
So long since this map was played, but right now it's just the guns coming alive. 2 kills up by mid. Certainly some footsteps heard around green as well.
Yep. Favoring Armageddon earlier.
Quick rotations then, but Primy's here.
With the Outlaw, it'll just make mincemeat of you as T1. Yep, look at that. Easy as you love it. Misses the second shot. How dare he?
I dare you to miss the next one. Come on, Primy.
One miss, shame on me. 2 miss, shame on you. Plant down though for T1. Still gonna be
Can
happy
Talon
with that
still
with just
qualify?
classes.
Yeah. They have to win this though.
It's good money. Oh, good on the double dink as well. Izu, what is that? 2 kills now. He's taking Primy down.
They did good damage.
Nonetheless,
2 kills in a plant, yeah. I think you're kind of okay with that as T1, all things considered. But for Talon, you extend out a little bit more of a lead.
The
Be able to
head-to-head
pull away a
Zeta
bonus
against
round here, that could be pretty devastating to
Zeta
T1.
against Talon, yeah, and
So
they
we'll
have
see
to win.
how they gotta look to navigate this next round coming over with some Guardians and an Outlaw. I mean, you got to be a little bit more protective of your own investments in this next round as T1 as well. So if somebody has to drop down onto something of a lesser variety,
Summarize the first half. There's a lot of B spams.
Lighter shields for that matter.
To be
you
honest,
have to clear corners, which is why the spike plant down in a scenario like that is
a lot of B
little bit
spams from
more important,
Talon.
right? They get 2 of them down, which means that they do manage to
Yeah,
get all the
average
arms out,
Icebox.
util that they need.
Nothing than 5 seconds of chaos.
everything fully equipped and online. So Primy's Outlaw in this round. It's gonna have to meet its mark. Currently positioned around B though, Primy. Looks towards mid. He does see Sylvan.
He's hungry for it,
Oh,
though,
they
isn't he?
shot
He knows
the
that he can have the line of
molly
superiority
here
with
though,
the
so
stroke weapon there.
they still have the pressure
Meanwhile,
of
the rest of
the.
team can start to
Interesting.
meander
Still have the
around
pressure of the
map and
turret, but they're actually
figure out
like
where
trying
they
to
wanna hold
fight
their
heavy
defenses.
middle in
They
case
like to get
they
boys back towards that A side after a
swing
slight
out
lead
and break
away.
this.
Still holding the angle. Someone does re-challenge as well, but well now weight beginning to shift across for both teams. Some responsibility on the shoulders of Killa until T1 routes back.
And something that Stax was doing really well was the 0 points towards B when you think a pop might be coming out, right? That's something that Talon are not going to be able to do on this defense.
Okay, spot 2 over towards A. Definitely would be tempted from Sylvan to start swinging over towards B, yeah.
Unexpected positions.
This is a great play from Cruz, by the way.
Speaking of drones and darts, Cruz trying to sneak and flank as well, but unbeknownst to him, Sylvan somewhere out behind. Oh,
yeah, Cruz might have a free kill here as well.
Going on towards the A site, Thigh trying to hold down the shot.
Sylvan.
It's gonna be Sylvan and Izu fighting.
He was on top of the push.
Thigh then answering back. Killa taking down Sylvan as well. 3v2. Good flash from Stax, but doesn't deter Talon whatsoever. The salvo's coming back in.
You got a fragment for Stax. You've got still a little bit of killjoy utility, but you really just got to hit your shots here, Quack.
Stax trying to get proactive. He's hitting his shots. He's hitting his shots. Killua brings it to a 1v1, but with
oh man, Killua.
Some slight moments, but it's just going to be Killua.
They got the plan. Do they try force?
There's no difference.
Ah, they force
like
this, right?
Doesn't matter if you're playing the Killjoy or
2-9, everyone's sitting around 3-7, 3-6.
As Meteor, and that one just cannot be calculated. A bonus round conversion for the likes of Talon, and you just look at the shots, right? Open space that Talon are able to find a lot of those good shots to coming out, and more namely the trade game from Thigh in those first 2 that he's able to get, and then the 1 versus 1. We'll look at the repeat back here. The Guardian headshots come through from Killua. Nicely done from Talon, but enough in the coffers for T1 to go at it again, and maybe they themselves want to go a little bit more speedy in this round. You've got a null command available. You've got Izu 1 away from
Dude, they invest the wall. Oh boy, here we go. If you look at the T1 demos, guarantee every time they invest this wall, they're sending it over towards A, and they don't care. They also always invest this smoke over towards the site itself, so they never have any pressure around, which means that this turret just gets full info. Got 3 pass and push behind, they start droning. Tail or locked, dude, they are so locked in, this little square.
Gonna have to try to fight their way out of this, but not aware that Cruz is watching the back. He's got the Outlaw, 2 shots, 1 apiece. Primy then up on top. Good little dink. repositioned
Oh my
from
goodness.
the updraft as well, but Izu still
I mean, it's
able
nice
to spin on the
shots.
dime
Dude, I still can't believe the
until
teams
Jit
do
Boys,
this,
Talon
to
with
be honest.
numbers prevailing on top.
Yeah, Izu not
Can't believe teams still invest the
between
wall
that
in
kill
smokes
there,
after like
so
multiple
does get
times of
traded out quite
showing
nicely,
it
but
as
it's just
well.
quick recognition from Talon
Like
that
on a pistol,
T1
maybe I'm
are
okay
trying to
if
waltz in
smokes
towards
over
this
towards
A
middle,
site.
but
Real rapid. Time to be bought as well from Killua on the Armageddon.
T1, no,
because of all
they
the
have a
damage
really
he did
rough
in the
time on
previous
this map.
couple rounds, right? That buys significant time to throw a problem T1's way. And Cruz as well, getting some good shots out with the Outlaw. Just very cohesive are Talon, it feels like, on this map currently. Stretching out their lead now on this defensive side to 10 rounds, double digits achieved, and look at what they've converted. It's 6 rounds in a row if you consider the half flip as well.
Oh yes, it's getting kind of
yeah,
dicey.
wall goes,
T1, if I'm
wall
being
goes
honest,
over
Komodo.
towards A, but at
Try now with
least they
Viper's
put the
Pit
smoke over
potentially
towards
as well.
middle, so if they wanted to try and
quick
create
to
pressure
deploy
mid,
it.
they can.
Alt orb
They see the
picked up.
wall, they're just like, sure, we'll insta-Viper or
Yeah, you
this.
definitely need to see T1 come back with an answer here.
Now what?
Otherwise they
Very hard to go over towards B or
call
create any
another
kind of pressure
timeout
when you've got no
and
wall here.
really have a huge decision. Kind of surprised that they didn't drop the second one already. Unless I'm forgetting that they already did use 2, but I don't believe so.
Oh, this is not good. Drone spots out. You got Primi watching the angle.
Yeah, I mean, Primi should be good for one.
I mean,
playing on
Primi's
top of
gonna have
Yamamoto.
fun here.
The angle as well.
At this current point in time, too, unless you know you're salvoing him off the line as Izu, you've already used your stealth drone, but they do manage to get him out because he was on the stealth drone rather.
Continuous drone
Ooh,
from Cruz
knife
as
hits him,
well.
though.
But yeah, those salvos. T1 using it to try to get a pinch onto Primi instead.
He actually looked like he had no fun
Will
here.
get away unscathed nonetheless.
Null command used by Stax as well is going to try and keep Talon honest a little bit in what they utilize around it, but now the ult starts coming out from afar.
Oh, he finds a second shot. Hunter's Fury coming in. It's 2 kills. Just the last one left. Meteor trying to fight back, but certainly no way to pick up his fallen brethren. Primi off to the triple
Yeah,
kill.
looking kind of easy for them.
Man, Talon, they are
But,
absolutely looking to
I
lay
mean,
down
you
the
got-
law on this defensive side, aren't they? That's another round.
I don't know
where
what
they
T1
managed
think they
to
can
gather
do
this
when the
time,
wall's
and not
here.
in a post-plant variety,
Yeah, is
though.
this the
They
timeout
stave
to be
off
like,
plant
guys,
from
maybe you
even
should
going
do the
down.
normal
You've got
B
null
wall?
command in,
We
but the
default
operator
actually
shots
create
are
some
sublime,
pressure.
and you've also then just got the Sova and Cruz outside of the range of the null command, so he's able to just laser them on down. These components that Talon are finding at the right time around the maps, whether it's information in what they hear around B, you know, courtesy of Primi being on the line.
Round about this Icebox, dude. We've been flaming them to this Icebox for a little bit anyway.
Is kind of looking superb. Why,
At least they're trying new
why
stuff.
Were Talon a team
But
that have not played Icebox?
Good question. I guess we'll hash it out with Frost at some point. Maybe
T1's
Jovi as
map
well.
pool, but the thing is, it's never been good.
It's just the fact that they've been working
T1
on other maps,
have consistently
and now
had this
Icebox
issue
is
where
a
the map pool
perfect way to
hasn't
surprise
been
T1
great.
with their own comp, their own,
It's just the fact that when they actually got to Masters,
protocol.
especially when they went to
I guess if you're in a
playoffs,
situation
pretty
where
much
you really wanna
everyone
try and get in towards
disliked
playoffs,
the
you need
maps that
to
they weren't
potentially
good at.
Bring out something from your strat book that you just haven't yet. A map that
And
you've
they
not
got
played,
all of the double duelist maps all the
certainly
time.
a way of doing that. When you consider as well, you know, that if Talon do lose this one, for example, they really need Zeta to win for them to get in towards playoffs. You know, there's also a world in which, you know, in this Omega bracket that Talon can even get top of the bracket in some weird way. If Talon win, if Nongshim win, and if Team Secret win, Talon are top of the bracket. It's
No, they just got that.
unlikely outcome.
They just got
but
the
we'll
right
see.
maps.
The 1 out of a million chance. No, I'm kidding. But
They got double.
that preferred
The
browse
double
on the
map
side of
VO is big
T1
for them
as
as
the
well.
coach tries to bring something up together, but it's quickly dismayed by Primi with his op still holding
Wait, do they
down
have double map VO? I
huge
need to
sidelines.
remember
And you've
Masters
taken
again.
Buzz down as well, right? So it makes things real awkward for T1, who do manage to get into the A site.
Wait, how did they
And
win?
Mandel still able to get in, but Jit
Dude,
Boys
I feel like I need to look at that
position
final
found. He's
again.
got 2 kills. He's getting a hat trick.
So
Just
What did
Meteor.
G2 ban?
And he's
Bind?
getting surrounded. Komodo,
I haven't heard of this story before, Quack.
Chapter 1.
Fracture and Bind?
Get peeked.
Yeah, the two maps.
Still
Okay.
running in this
Honestly,
flawless
that's what a
variety
T1
of
would have
talent
banned
on the defensive
anyway,
side
so
right now. That
fine.
is 6 rounds in a row to give themselves 6 map points. That's a non-conversion for T1 on the back of the timeout as well. Just good tip of the hat to Jit Boys, isolating all the 1v1s on the site there with 2 HP for him too. That is absolutely gorgeous.
T1 with decent
T1,
at
it feels
Fracture.
like they have ran out of steam on this
Oh yeah,
map
they would have
at the
banned
moment
Abyss instead of
because
Fracture,
Talon are
right?
just not giving them any space. And if they are giving them the space, well, it's because it's
I wouldn't say their fracture is
don't.
decent. It was okay.
So much to consider. Right now, still trying to figure out if Primi is once again on the A site.
And Talon are already all the way
They
up.
liked bind, yeah, they liked bind, but they weren't good at bind.
So they know this is the A site.
Oh, but then Cruz, sudden peak.
Buzz down first again.
Tough when your star duelist is gone. At least the lockdown, possibly to give some space. Primi, how are you doing this?
Counter lockdown in. Gonna force some respect here a little bit when the plant does go down. Enough time for Sylvan to get out, but it's a 3 versus 5.
Pulls out the knives, looking to cut and divide. The Viper Spit at the very least to give T1 some safe haven on the site. Izu, oh, sneaking all the way
It's
underneath.
a big play, though.
Talon might not know. The spring transfer not quite there, though.
Dude,
And
it does look
Cruz carries
convincing.
his team across the finishing line,
Dude,
closing
just
out
don't-
this map with a final score
They just
of
can't get away with putting their
13-6.
wall over
That
towards
is
A like this all the
really
time.
commanding map to come through from
They create no
Talon,
pressure on the
answering
map.
on the attack of their own as well,
Like,
tying things up
no
on
joke, it
half,
feels
but
like
it's the second
Talon
half.
could be playing
Sheer
no
domination,
info
not a
sentinel
single
and just
round
win.
drop to T1's attacking
no pressure.
endeavors, which, you know,
Like,
we
mid
saw
doesn't
a lot
exist.
more from T1 or against RRQ on Icebox in terms of the attacking side.
Okay,
but
so
they still
T1
lost that one 13-10
still
here.
rough on the
It
Icebox.
feels
They
just
changed
a
their
little
comp
bit
law, so that's like they're
more
trying to at least improve it.
for T1, and I'm going to flip that back over towards Talon because that map looked a lot better from you guys.
Yeah, especially Cruz back on the IGL role. Clear signs of coach preparation coming into the team. And not to mention also, the desk was kind of talking about it, but the rookies definitely stepped up today.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of elements where we've seen the likes of Dai and Killua have some silent affairs, but in this one, you know, I think the Lurks are working a treat.
How did Talon win? They're just better on this map for sure.
Dirty as well. You've got Chip Boys still looking to do things too consistently, and then Primi not being scared for a lot of these duels that he's wanting to take, but also being a little bit more just
Really, they start
well-rounded
perma-banning
in how
Icebox
he is
now?
opting to take those duels too. So you've just got kind
Are
of
they
in
getting
my
rid of
eyes,
Ascent,
all
right?
5
Am I
members
just
of
really wrong?
Talon stepping up in that map.
So many times, so many rounds.
They've
Especially
been
the
banning
second
Fracture.
half, though. We
Ah, dude,
cannot
they gotta
talk
stop
about the
playing
second half
Fracture.
without bringing up Primi's name.
Yeah, I mean, just absolutely gorgeous, right? I mean, more importantly, I just think it's the whole team, man. Like, honestly, it's the whole team. Not a single rounds dropped for defense.
Did they only
that
ban?
means you have to be just
Let's
on
think.
point.
Ban
He's
Pearl.
just been on point again
They
and
banned
again
Ascent.
and again, blocking out a lot of these lanes for the side of T1.
They
And
ban
right
Fracture
now,
here.
well, the
Okay, so
Thai
they
Super
ban it
Team
depending
will
on
lead
their
the current
team
series
that they're
1-0
playing.
as we toss it
Mate,
back
they
over
gotta
to our
stop
desk.
banning this map. Yeah, they've mixed up their bans all the time. Lotus, Fracture, Ascent, Ascent being the most
Talon
common.
securing Icebox, securing their map.
They probably just need to have a
Even though
perma.
T1 did switch up the comp, we like the changes that they had. Buzz was on the jet. They went back to the more meta style, but still, Talon had everything in order.
Yo, 14-5, first kills.
Cooked him.
I mean, I was saying like, I don't know if you should go and take Angels with T1. Forget about that.
Yeah.
Dude, like,
Fracture's going
14-5,
out.
they
Yeah,
cooked
but they
him.
should
What
have.
were you saying about individual expression?
You
That felt like
you at least
pure
wanna try win
expression
games,
to me.
though.
That
They
was
can have a
pure
better chance of
expression,
Fracture
especially on
than
this
this.
second half.
Yeah.
What T1 couldn't express anything. Primi's in their face. Perfect. Honestly, great game from Talon. It's so easy to see why they take it to Icebox. T1 have a huge weakness there. Even changing the comp wasn't enough today. I don't think
I'll be
their
back in a
game
little bit.
plan ended up being, different enough, to be honest.
Wolves,
And I feel
yeah,
like
dude,
Talon
it's
had
2-0.
every single read here.
Confident 2-0
very
from them.
confident map one. And, I think we have
Icebox
to
is a
highlight,
must practice. Yeah,
some
I
of these
mean,
other players. It's
the
not
thing is, they
same
know
names we're seeing now
it's
a
an
couple of
issue
times
because they
before.
changed their comp.
Yeah, we're seeing
But
a little rotation. Rookies coming up top. Thigh,
still on
this is so
attack.
interesting
If they
to see
think,
Thigh at the
if they
top.
think in
He was
2025 they can get away with their wall over towards A and no pressure B, and sometimes also investing the smoke against the Killjoy turret that is primarily over towards here, and we're not even trying to molly the turret. I don't know what they think is gonna happen. Like it's reminding me of the old 2024 Zeta Icebox.
You know what I
Like,
would call
it's
it if
pretty
your
rough.
Viper is taking, those kind of first duels and he's getting
They don't really know what they're doing on the map.
individual expression. He's expressing in the server. That's his art. That's his
Can you
canvas.
just stop expressing a little bit and let Victoria talk?
Yes. I think we need a separate
let's find
stat
some
line
maps,
for that.
'cause
Individual
they know what they're doing on these
expression.
other
In my
maps, so
hands
it
here,
should
I
be
have
good.
the
Should be good.
name of the 2 rookies, and we got to talk about the thigh lights because his individual expression was enormous.
Yeah, I mean, it was interesting. This wasn't the replay I had in mind, but I actually really liked the way they took A here with the double drone. You have the Teo utility to push back on the left side, and then you're able to actually execute the site. This is kind of what I was talking about with the KO more so, but also works well with the Sova util. Really like that A take, but then after that, I mean, I'm assuming... Okay, so that was the A take, but we want to see thigh lights.
We want to see thigh lights. Thigh
Give
lights.
me the thigh lights.
Come
right
on.
now, come on, production. Thank you. Yes, here we go. I mean, this is just beautiful. He looked like he was so confident. He was taking aim duels on the attacking side. He was... This is exactly why Talon picked him up in the first place.
I mean, this is textbook confidence. It's really nice to see him settle in, have a much stronger performance after last week where, you know, he definitely had his difficulties. And I think he's for sure come in with something to prove today.
Yeah.
It was very, very obvious in that map 1. And I love it on Icebox when your Viper can get a little bit more creative, start pushing those boundaries a little bit more. You're in a very good spot if he's able to win all this.
He was reading the rotations really well as well and taking a lot of individual decisions in his own strife. And I've seen so many rookie players just like, oh, I'm playing a big team. I'm not going to take any risks. I'm not going to push through the mid orb. I'm not going to try to push out B long. I'm just going to not feed my life. He was very much like taking risks and taking duels and winning them.
All right. Well, I mean, you like to see it from this team because this is exactly what we needed from Talon. Now, this round was also quite interesting.
Yeah, I mean, this was just a really nice ult combo from Talon. I mean, you had the Viper on the A side of the map with the pit up. He invested his orb over on B. You had T1 invest all of their utility to push Primi off of that yellow line. Yeah. But you can see the orb on default there keeps him alive. And then you had Cruz rotating from Boiler's side. Those are the kind of set rounds that really work themselves out. On one side of the map, you have the Jet with the op. On the other side of the map, you have the Viper pit. And then you have the Sova who's able to rotate and use his ult accordingly to be able to break down whatever play that the other team is going to do. And they just played that perfectly. Kahlua had a great game here as well. Like I was saying, this was the biggest factor for me for Talon is like, how are these rookie players going to play? They didn't play particularly well last week, but we've had a little bit of time to recover from that Zeta series. But there we go, MVP for Thai. Kahlua played fantastic as well. It was a well-rounded, really good approach from Talon, who once again, this is what I was saying about this team. If they have a good approach and they have good prep, they can beat any team in the league. Yeah. They can beat T1, they can beat PRX, they can beat any team in the league. It's just a question of how consistent they're going to be and how well prepared they're going to be in terms of, is the read right on this day?
Yeah, I mean, I do like that we're seeing the rookies step up more a lot now. It's much harder, as we say. When you're against big name players, big teams, a lot of people freeze up. And I felt like they freezed up more last week against, you know, a team they sort of should have beaten. But, you know, there are players that we would call, you know, big game players, right? Where it's, you know, they really step up when you need to in that moment. They know that their playoffs are on the line today, and they don't want to waste this opportunity. They don't want to waste this chance. So seeing these rookies step up is a very, very big thing for this Talon roster, and that would be huge for them if they're able to get into playoffs and then, of course, carry that all the way through.
Now, Talon getting to playoffs, obviously a lot is on the line for them, but how about T1 and their seeding going into playoffs? How much does this match matter to them? I
mean, they've already dropped against RRQ, and I know that would have been disappointing for them, because for T1 in this league, you know, they would probably be thinking, well, we're only really going to lose to the other Korean teams. We're going to lose to DRX like they did in kickoff, or we're going to lose maybe to Gen G because they have this championship core. Those are the rivalries they're probably looking at. They've dropped to a really good in-form RRQ. Talon would be another step even further down from that. They've been dropping maps to all kinds of teams. They dropped a map to Secret, who are already out of the tournament. So this is extremely kind of worrying for T1. Even though they are guaranteed to playoffs, they're a massive question mark at the moment. And again, at least domestically here in Pacific, even internationally, in that international run that they had at Masters Bangkok, this is a team that drops series. They're not bulletproof.
Yeah, it could be very interesting. We just saw PAFICIC win and qualified to playoffs. They'll be in the lower bracket there, and you know, it could end up being T1 facing against them. Now, the second map of today is going to be Haven. T1 has shown a lot of strength on this map, but you know what, Talon, as well. They've used the Fnatic comp, they've credited Boaster for helping them out, so I wonder how this is also going to all turn out.
Yeah, I mean, T1 love this double-double duelist. I mean, it's so textbook for them. Meteor being one of the best ISOs, I think, in the world right now. It's no surprise that they've been loving this composition. I think it fits them very well. And for me, it's obvious why they want to pick this today. It's such a home ground for them, such a strong map.
Yeah, over on the side of Talon, they have adopted this same comp. They were in kickoff playing the meta comp with Primi on the Jet, but we know that Talon has multiple different comps that they like to play. This comp has been a little hit or miss for them. I think it worked quite well against Secret, and then they played against Nongshim, and it was a pretty bad game of Haven, all things considered. So I would like to see if they're going to go back to what they were playing before on the meta comp. Are they going to have a similar approach? Because I still feel like I don't really want to see them play a comp that's been a little bit lackluster for them in a mirror against T1, the team that is literally the best at playing this comp.
I mean, I think I disagree with you. After that map 1, they're going to have so much confidence. They were able to win all those aim duels in that double duelist. You can kind of run at each other and take those fights. If they believe that they can win those fights, I see no reason to change.
I don't think that that's the approach they should be going for here, though, because this is the thing. T1, like a lot of these Korean teams, is very inflexible. They're not going to change their comp until they're forced to, like we just saw on Icebox. They've just changed their comp after multiple losses and some stubbornness on that map. Their routines and the way they approach the game is well established. It's usually with the individual skill and just the solidity of the approach overall that gets them through these games. So this is where I really want to see Talon's coaching staff show us some really good preparation and a good game plan here.
You just want to see what else they have up their sleeve, because we know Talon has multiple agent comps, and you know, if that one didn't work last time, let's ditch it and rewrite it.
Ooh, Talon, there we go. They've changed it up. This is the third different comp we've seen from them in Pacific. It's going to be a Cypher Deadlock comp with Primi on the Yoru, so that's a very interesting approach, and they are going to get to play defense first here.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely like this look from Talon. On the side of T1, nothing changes. Meteor on the ISO, Buzz on the Yoru. This is such a classic look for them, and they don't see a need to change anything here on their own map pick.
I think this Talon comp is going to be a nightmare to attack into, though. You've got a lot of Senti util coverage across the map.
Double duelist against double Sentinel.
Floating around on the Yoru and being very disruptive, able to play off of his TPs. So it's going to be quite hard for T1 on attack here.
Buzz has a lot to do to break that the Sentinel util there on the Yoru.
Yes, absolutely. All right, we're going to go into map 2. We're going to find out if Talon will be qualifying to playoffs. Gentlemen, the casters, how are you feeling about your predictions today?
I'm feeling pretty good.
Mine are in the bin, and I don't care because I just want good Valorant. And
we got good Valorant!
That's what we might have here. We may have another upset, and T1 may be going out 2-0 here. Who knows? If I'm to throw my guess in towards this one, Talon do not want to be in a scenario where their playoff chances are in another team's hands.
Yeah, that's true.
So they may very well have picked
Dude,
two
what is this
comps
over
to
towards the A
specifically
site?
counter T1 today.
Kill
That's
trip,
the kind of thing that I can envision
double
them
sonic
doing.
sensor,
I'd like to know in an
camera.
interview if they win that
Sonic sensor
specifically,
under
because
heaven.
You're
That's
going up
interesting.
against this potential big diving comp, TP comp with Buzz in there. Double Senti.
Not sure they can do too much with that, but I guess we'll see.
Coach Frost, we trust. They knew that
Watch
this was gonna be a
EDG? Yeah,
map
once
they
this game's done, we'll
picked
watch
to
the
start
EDG
on
game.
Defense intentionally. Now spotting out one of the T1 players.
Just a note as well, nobody in any of the 4 partner leagues run a deadlock on this map.
Oh, Killua spinning back around, takes down Buzz.
No way, he managed to get a reload off here as well.
Killua still finding frags. Shields cracked, and Thai unfortunately stuck in a reload, so a bit of control now on the B side for T1. Trying to call for a mid-round adaptation.
And you had stacks
It's
just
a
waltz all the way
weird.
through from
Dude,
sewers
they might
towards this A
actually
site as well.
end
So it
up
is
going
technically
towards
free
A, and there's
taking,
so
but you
much
still gotta
util
hit them
here.
with a lot of that utility that, when tripped, will now reveal where everyone is. There's also a camera.
They do have a camera for
hasn't
retake.
actually been opened by Jit Boys yet, I do
And they
believe.
have
So
the
you will
info that
now
they haven't
have
gone
that
over
spot as
towards
some info,
long, you would
which has
imagine.
just been noted to go into this 3 versus 3 post play.
Then they know they're locked over towards
Watch
site.
out for potentially along as well. Well, the dart will clear that. Meteor knows that his opponents are approaching in from Link. The swing out, though, especially with the blind side, Primi.
Dude,
Quickly
everyone's low
spoiler.
HP.
Low HP is Meteor, and a great grab net coming out all of a sudden. 2v1. Oh, and it's Cruz falling to his death as Sylvan finds the shot. Primi, though, still with the mechanical
10
skill
HP.
to put Talon up on top.
That right click The bullets at the end there, they
Dude,
look
this
like
might this might get a little close.
Maybe it was one, maybe it was none. It looks
Is that
like
the minima?
Yeah, the new skin collection to come on through. To be honest, minima collection, add a like reload, add some small sounds, still keep it minimal, and it would be a cop. Like it's too minimal.
Too minimal.
It's too minimal.
Yeah, we like the effects.
And I'm the guy that doesn't see a lot in this game, so
copper drop.
You know that's something.
Yeah. So for those who don't know, Komodo can't see color, and that's why you like the minima skins. Well, that said, still a beautiful round nonetheless, skin or not, for Talon. And right now,
Great shot.
Trappy Outlaws.
See if they can farm up a little bit here on this.
As well. Cruz trying to hold some information going through.
Especially
for
if they can get
Talon.
Primmy's ult early on.
Some utility, see if there's any damage that these pistols are going to be
Early wall over towards C, but the problem with this wall is you can jump over it, and Izu's jumped over it, and
Uh-oh.
they don't know that a player.
They might not know that you can do this.
Double dink. All of a sudden, Cruz has to hold it down, but he does! The stinger double kill! Swap to the classic right click!
Wait, they might get the better. They might get the better ult here. Oh, that was a nice shot.
Cruz, welcome back to the server.
That was a very sharp shot at the
Yeah,
end.
the last shot was nice.
As well, with the Guardian single shot headshot, but I gotta say,
Okay, good cleanup from them though.
That wall, right? You gotta make sure no opponents get in front of you, because that could have been upset potential in another world. Nevertheless,
naughty.
Second round gathered out here by Talon. Good little mow down, playing close quarters with the Stinger. And then, yeah, we'll just watch that one back. A nice shot at the end there. But this is the new round, right? This is the round where we'll have the weaponry be purchased up by T1. And
yeah, important round for T1. What do they do? This is interesting from Talon. They insta-invest the grav net over towards here, and then they late salvo.
I'm expecting you to have a lot of counters, expecting T1 not to change the agents in this map, right?
Specifically,
what have you cooked up?
They swing to do this. It's interesting.
Meteor as well. They've already heard some utility off towards this A-long area, so Cruz quick to stall them with the barrier.
You take that TP and generally you'd be straight in towards a stun, but you were just removed of your ability.
Stunts and survival.
Ooh, hold up. We got 4 passing over towards site.
And it's Primmy just with a ghost, dives down and deep. It's gonna be Meteor who
my
finds
goodness,
the
what a shot that was.
Just to put a splash.
Okay, well, I started getting a bit of faith because of the numbers here, but that was an absolute shot.
In that round to try and win it on cleanly. Maybe I'll advise for someone to drop out of heaven immediately with only a pistol there, but it is what it is. Trying to just get dirty in the ring. It's not going to work out. You'll take into the next round an Annihilation as Cruz, by the way. So that's going to be interesting to see how that one will be played into the fresh round. I believe Primmy as well as one off the Dimensional Drift. So already getting, you know, quite active towards the ultimates. But you flip it on over, Meteor with the kill contract. That's the one that...
I mean, this is just a big issue. I like this from Talon, though. They're up against a
standard
ISO ult, and they decide to get super aggro over towards middle.
But then you have to push out from Talon.
Yeah, straight up through mid. 3 of them, in fact. Can have a pretty quick flank to potentially catch Izu off guard.
Gonna have to work against Trips for now at least. But yes, Izu.
Here we go, Cruz.
Quite aware. Kill contract, nope. Straight into the gulag. Cruz trying to get a good rush against
Trying to rush him.
The best ISO in the world. Answers back. Primmy now then, out from A-long.
Wait, this was nice though. They managed to get the trade because they pushed fast behind. No one's holding it, and they took space.
Unfortunately, even if with the Dimensional Drift, Talon not quite able to fight back until Killua attempts at some shots. The fake out quickly shot as well, but Primmy then for the next one. Just Izu left. And
my God, we have a drone still.
Both of them lining themselves up for
Damn, bro, this was nuts from them.
Too hard for Izu to contend with.
This is a cool idea as well. Yeah, to push down middle, and then they can actually like trade out on the ult. Basically just trade in the space for the space.
Settle down.
These are really good rounds. I mean, they fragged out a little bit, which made it nice. But
to try and spray through on towards the spike just makes it a little bit more stickier for Izu. And unfortunately, in the note as well for Stacks shooting the wrong Yorg.
Talon is shooting. No, this is the thing that they have good They got good players, but last week it looked... I mean, not even last week, just overall, when this team's been together, there's been like no teamwork really.
Cruz lost it in the Gulag. And now you've picked up the Armageddon as well.
So once again, back to the main strat of trying to stall potential A hits, but right now, Remy, great and sharp on the check. However, the shield.
Yeah, it's the counter. But you are forced to gate crash away, which does
but he got it out of there and he got out of there. And they got the camera to confirm that no one pushed through, got the smoke to block vision as well. Got wall down to ward short, and it's like the good wall that doesn't leak out, so you don't see it until you turn the corner here.
Segregate both T1 and TALON around A short for now.
Yeah, but it'll start to expire, which means that there is possibility that they can creep on up. Meteor does have the Vandal too.
I assume Cruz trying to play in position for a surprise kill or annihilation.
They'll potentially just play for that annihilation in this sort of situation. You've got the Gravnet as well, but he's just going to go for a one-to-one trade. Spike to go towards this A side as well, but do you even fancy an early plant here from Meteor? Because your team...
Meteor uses all last round.
on an island at the moment. They're trying to paddle their way over.
He's going to be 2 away. There's a chance he gets it in this round.
Advantage for TALON. Still with an Armageddon online for Kilowatt, if needed. You got a lot of abilities, though, for TALON.
Armageddon, possibly. Certainly, at some point, just to flush them out.
A lot of util.
Looking for some reactions first, though.
They've got a Salvo's Omen Flash, though.
Then the Salvos, but look at Meteor threading the needle once again. Armageddon then sends over, forces Stacks out of position, but it's just all held up by the choke point, lined up for Sylvan and Meteor.
I mean, it's nicely done from T1. They had
T1 not really giving a lot of
good positions.
To get back in towards that.
Good Omen Flash to stop the initial hit.
A little bit more on the caution side of things may very well have netted
no one go heaven.
For TALON, specifically where they have the 4 versus 5, because that's a 1 versus 1, right? Makes it a little bit more awkward. Had he just been playing Spotto, potentially have the numbers, have the Gravnet to combo with the team. Irrespective, some good shots out from Sylvan at the end there. And that means that we are still kept a little bit more competitive here. Not seeing Talon start to really bleed out a lead and not have to worry about too much of the credits, where now they do have to, and it's why they take a knee here.
Sorry, the bunnies are stacking it.
You have a strong buy in the next round, you'll even have an operator possible.
Like infinite spilling. No, the bunny tried to jump on the sofa, I think, and then maybe fell off. I don't actually know. Didn't sound great.
Gonna fall. Ow. Well, unbeknownst to T1, perhaps the full force stack up by A-Link. That said, still not a favorable fight for Talon. They're just happy to dive right in and find as much as possible with the classics. Stacks then off to the sides with the Phantom to spray. Not truly praying, because who needs faith when you have the aim and the skills to back all of the kills up?
And it's going to be one of those where they just take over the half now, maybe. Got Sova ult, then once they have the Sova ult, they're going to have Yoru ult, and they're probably going to have the ISO ult again. And then Talon just gonna have a rough time.
Good adjustments, you need to have some good information gathering on a agent composition like T1, of course. They can make things quite one-dimensional if they need to, and quite followable. But with what Talon are throwing at you with their agents, you know, I kind of
Can Bunnies be potty trained? Yeah.
A little bit slower, which is what they've been playing for on these rifle rounds so far.
Yeah, so pace slowing down somewhat. Primi still trying to throw a wrench into their plans around sewer.
Dimensional drift on in from Buzz, though, will find a good amount of information you may expect for the team to overwhelm in towards this site.
Ooh, they tried it.
And you're getting some good damage out as well.
Jitboys did pretty incredible. They're still going to lose the round, but I think, you know that round where they started pushing over towards middle when they were up against the ISO? I think they might need to do that for like three ults of T1.
Yes, you have an annihilation, but that's just going to have to sit pretty.
Potentially even for a future timeout. I mean, what do you think of Talon so far?
I mean, they need 5 rounds, maybe.
That is a very
open-ended question. 6 rounds? Wait, their attack's not going to be good. Maybe they need 6.
If it's directly to counter T1 here. I love the idea.
It's a weird one because it's like really... comp that's really good on attack, a comp that's really good on defense, then a comp that's not that good on defense against a comp that's not that good on attack.
Sometimes you don't have your key
I honestly have no idea what
your opponents get ultimates. Your opponents
need
are
to
going to win
get
these
here.
duels sometimes. That it happens, but it's the way that Talon need to be maneuvering around the map that I need to see a little bit more of. You know, we've held this cocoon for quite a little bit now. Seen some risks be played out. We've seen some patient plays not work either.
Right, because repeatedly, you know, the previous round we'll kind of write that off. It was an eco, but after the 2 successful A hits, I think that's kind of what I want to zero in on. Talon haven't quite been able.
Yeah,
to
I reckon this is probably a timeout to tell them that they need to be a little bit more proactive.
to
They are just getting
right?
spammed
Playing
down on
in this
A.
double duelist comp, if you're against the dimensional drift, all right, write that one off. They're just going to find all the information. It is what it is. If that's not available, and you're setting up, let's say, Cypher Util and Deadlock Util, what's going to destroy that? Stacks being heads up on where to put the shock darts. A clone as well to remove a bit of it, right? And you're already seeing those be toyed with from T1. So it comes down to them making some real quick decisions early on how to counter what Talon has surprised them with. And Talon needing to then potentially change things up for their own, which is why you're seeing, you know, that the 3 mid walk from them to try and catch T1 off guard, right? There's these ideas that they probably need to play a little bit more with their bodies forward as opposed to just relying on their utility to go for a lot of these traps.
Okay, they still have good money, at least for this round. Speaking of money, T1 buy for the rest of the half. We got Yoru or...
Where would the Yoru TP to? Well, let's put some traps there.
Deadlock
And
or...
hope they go into it for us to get a free kill.
That then, though, we also saw Autumn getting quite vocal with the team, so a different direction now for the Korean super team.
Shock dart to the front of B, not going to destroy any util.
They still want to hold over towards A, and their whole trip is anti-Yoru stuff.
As Primi real close, that there may be something coming. You play on the retake.
Might be on top of this
see
B
where your
here.
Cypher util is, be a little bit aware of what may happen in Garage. But ultimately, how do you keep T1 out of this B site? Well, you're going to have to just have some numbers there.
It's nice from T1 though. They make B side a lot weaker when they create pressure over towards Garage and A default.
Garage, so painting a good idea now for T1 to then take the B side. Primi trying to get away. Still though, feeling a lot of contact. Chit Boy's unfortunate on the swing, but Primi to take the duel back. Blindside then for the rest of the team to flood back in. The spike not quite
not expecting Izu. Ooh, expecting Izu. Nice, dude.
So afterwards,
hey, he's been playing pretty good. Fine.
Area, it's all Talon being able to completely overwhelm
very
Stacks.
Nice.
Gotta remember that wall is all wall.
Hey, they're on top of this as well.
It's just not a safe position for Stacks to be able to hold on in
PRX Gankers, can't thank you so much for the tier 1, dude. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you.
Able to just dance and deliver around the back of that site for the team to then dimensional drift and
thank you for the tier 1, mate.
Information as well. So nicely done for Talon to still, I guess, try and find a pass mark on this defense side, right? Because they're running in the double senti. You know, how proficient are they going to be on their attacking side?
So what's the current grade, Komodo? It's a
current grade?
C minus, pass, no pass?
Oh, it's pass so far.
Okay.
But it's also, you know, your first test of the year, and you can still fall over and fail.
Yeah.
But you could also come out with flying colors and, you know, get a fancy little hat that you can throw in the air.
Paper's not done. We don't have our golden star just yet, but right now, at least T1 still trying to ask some hard questions for Talon.
Must have missed that recon.
Straight into Garage, and it forces Jit Boys to think. Knows that it's a
oh,
clone
that's rough. That's you shock flash because of it.
Talking about earlier on, right? If you've got a lot of these trap plays that you're expecting to come on out, it's just dotting I's and crossing T's, using your.
Hey, it's still nice from T1 at the moment. More of a default Garage. Late retake over towards A.
Where that was.
They dodged the drone though.
Spotted out by A lobby as well now. So Talon trying to shore up the defenses on the A site.
It's 3 pass and holds. You got the anti-Yoru stuff.
And the recon eventually will come back online.
They're not up against any ults.
Ready to get in towards this site. Of course, Buzz, we saw the clone used earlier on, so if you've got a gate crash in a sort of scenario like this,
I didn't see on the initial jiggle peak.
Where the Sonic sensors maybe, but now the Cruise is gone. Well, it makes it a little bit more.
It's the round done.
Really tricky now. Certainly with players neutralized, it makes things a lot easier for T1. Meteor diving into the
What the hell is that timing?
Stacked up alongside
There's no way.
coming in as well. Just Sylvan and Izu, who is
There's no way he got that
been
timing in the smoke. Okay, I mean, nicely done from the rest of Talon going in. I don't know how they win this, really.
Coming alive.
Going through the smokes and
I guess
passing
it's
his
'cause I
other light
spoke.
ships in the night. That is a little bit unfortunate for T1, especially with Meteor just investing the shield and it kind of immediately being removed with no good value there.
They owned it? Yeah, it's a two-person site hold and they did incredible. I mean, JitBoys did a lot on the Fast Flood.
I think in that sense, then, some of the Talon players being lighthouses for each other. And that's why they have this specific setup. Even though Cruz fell early on, so Loud Shears going online, and we have now a 3-stack on the C side. Talon beginning to push out.
I mean, it's like the whole, there's a deadlock, but it's not the only member, right? It's not, the game plan for Talon is not Cruz do everything.
You got JitBoys and everyone else, but okay.
I mean, we got Primi, bro.
They got a nice little punish of this, though. Yeah, they had no idea. They had no idea Cruz wasn't set down towards long. They have no idea there's double here as well. God, dude, Talon had a really good read onto this round.
Also kind of deep, but it doesn't.
They actually have had a good read into multiple rounds.
T1 trying to scrounge up something together.
Like even the one when they knew they were going to head over towards B, it's just the fact that T1 did too much pressure around the map that they had
I love
to
how awkward this makes him
accept
as well.
it.
Sylvan can't just quite 100% feel confident in going for a duel there.
Which also kind of alerts to Talon, you know, no spike towards B just yet. We know it's possibly A, and that's what JitBoys goes in for the swing! Izu gunned down, Primi, quick on the trade.
They saw Sylvan before, remember, now flashed out.
Oh, and there's no way that he's able to, survive for long. Talon, quick on the draw after they retrieved so much information.
Yeah, these last couple of rounds, we've just seen some great decision-making from Talon. I gotta say, right, having the numbers rotated nice and early, not being scared to take a couple of these duels against these T1 members, you know, positions not looked after as well by T1, right? You gotta consider that in dropping in towards this double duelist lineup, one of the falterings for a roster like this is if you're going solo by yourself, you have to clear every single corner.
This is the group.
Sure as T1 that there is nowhere that Talon could have slipped
So
in
it would be 3-2.
Unfortunate there that Cruz does get in towards the cubby.
This would be a 2, and they would obviously lose the head-to-head. God, it would get really crazy if that happened.
Decision-making at time, but is
we could have a 4-way.
For the remaining 2 rounds of
we could have a 4-way 3-2 tie.
It's tough to say. 10 rounds so far. Is that truly enough? Maybe to just go in for some hot or quick fixes and to possibly set something up for the future half as well.
By reaction,
something to do with T1, yeah?
That's something funny.
Can Talon be first seed? I think RRQ, because no matter what, it will be a tie, and I think RRQ beats them on everything, head-to-head and maps.
Me no Korean, but
and
hey,
obviously RRQ would still have to lose to Team Secret.
I know a smile when I see one. Jovi and Frost having a good time in that coaching booth.
Yeah.
They look excited.
They're going to be pretty happy so far.
That's sufficient evidence that, you know, the coach preparation has come in handy.
Yep.
In the previous round especially.
Back to norm as well with a hat on his head.
Oh yes, last week he didn't have that. That was weird.
Take flight. Garage though. Primi spotted out and bailed out.
That was to stop them from taking the space though.
Bit of util exchange for sure.
So even though they do stop them, there's still a question mark. So instant, and then like this is pretty instantly. Instant drone to clear the question mark as well. They take the space back. We've got double kill trip, anti-TP stuff as well. Yoru might be able to get a fast rotate.
It's 2 sentinels on the side though, Komodo.
Oh, and that's a risky swing out from JitBoys.
Why does this keep happening from this angle?
Though. Also the Grafnet, which does capitalize onto a lot of these players for them.
The great tail, the good smoke to give them space. They now get 3 on site.
Primi then arriving on the site as well. Talon has A completely surrounded. Salvos to flush them out of A long. T1 still trying to get the spike
Good
down.
luck, mate. You got so many people to shoot here.
It dissipates.
Oh, they
Primi
all
strikes.
bailed.
You got Thigh then to find the kill, but then traded right back. Meteor though, just trying to
Oh
dance back
my
in, but the
God.
blindside for Primi.
Look like it was in slow-mo.
Allowing him to go in
Dude,
for the Goomba
are they gonna
stop.
get 8? There's no way they get 8. Look at the round. Look at the ults. They're gonna get. They got 7. 7 is good though. Still, I have no idea how it's gonna look on attack.
And it kind of gave Talon a couple of isolated duels that they could really flourish on. Buzz just getting caught out before the flash comes into effect there as well is quite awkward, but in this 3 versus 3...
Congrats on getting 8. Dude, they got...
High,
They're up against too many ults.
And Primi, again, he's certainly, you would expect, feeling confident in towards this one. I mean, he is certainly just having a good half. A dimensional drift, though, to come out from Buzz. And now it's Thigh that has to try and win it in the 1 versus 1. So
challenger.
Oh. Meteor wins it again. He's not dropped him yet.
Found a direction at some point, but yeah, here comes Chip Boys now.
Yeah,
Primi still trying to dance around and keep his opponents invested to then allow for Killua to possibly route back around.
I thought he wasn't back aside. The 1v1.
Down.
Hey, they actually got this relatively close considering the ults.
Quick on the draw.
5-7, a very quick round that T1 are going to be able to at least.
Yeah, I mean, I still feel like this is great from Talon though. They did good.
So, all in all, 5-7, I think.
But we don't really know if it's enough.
With that as
Comp struggles on attack and T1 comps struggles on defense. Let me just check on the bunnies, check they're okay.
How does this double Senti look on the attacking
One of them
side?
fully stacked off the sofa.
What the double is going to look like for T1 after we've seen it time and time again.
Definitely needing to, let's think about it. You know, can see some potential obvious trips, but also for Cruz perhaps with GraphNet lineups. But that's not too much to go off of. Need to see the rounds.
Yeah, I mean, certainly going to see some potential GravNet plays come out with, you know, Killua in combination for the salvos. You know, what can you put? Can you put anyone on the floor for Yoru? Primi to just get up and get the kill as well. There's avenues of that, but you're definitely trying to see, you know, as Talon. For me, are they just on the same page still, right? Because there was a lot of moments where it looked like everybody was just very quick in the communications. Everybody had the right idea on what the game plan is looking like on that defensive side. Even if there was moments of overstep, right? Like Cruz peeking out through Heaven or Jet Boys peeking out over through A, right? There was a couple of moments there that the risk didn't really outweigh any sort of reward, but they still managed to pull those rounds back.
It looks all right.
Well, let's all try to keep all of it alive, even for T1. Again, the stakes at hand just for Talon to make it to playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, the biggest thing right now is it's in Talon's hands, right? Is this the half for them to just show us another great second half, maybe in a flawless nature, to get into playoffs? Let us see.
Split.
Speaking of lineups, Buzz has been spotted.
Oh my goodness, he left him.
Crash away. Oh, that was
He left him.
Backside. Izu, though, dodges that with ease. Cyber Cage to allow the rest of the team to sneak in, though. And Jit Boys, the double kill going through. Killua fanning out all across.
Oh boy, this is going to get close.
As well, but down
double pistol. This is, I tell you what, this is a really doable 1v4. Look at those HPs.
The best scenario that Stacks could be in a 1 versus 4. Everybody hurting.
Ace clutch? Maybe. Does have a recon, but that barrier mesh in his face is it's quite pesky.
I'm a bit surprised that Cruz didn't put any sensors on this spike. I'll be real.
Maybe. Oh yeah, you're right. Just didn't have the time for it. Perhaps feeling the pressure. Stacks out of garage.
Yeah, he just threw another GravNet to back aside.
Killua also taking his time all the way through from Link. Stacks. Oh,
they're all running.
Knows
they're all running.
Push up, but he's been spotted.
They're playing well though. They've given him nothing.
Just holding the positions. The discipline from Talon coming forward. Killua then making some noise. Cruz to swing off contact. Oh, Stacks.
I love
they actually gave him
love
nothing.
That. They recognize they're in a 1 versus 4. They're all low. They don't want to give him a proper duel if he's running anywhere not near the spike, right? It's really cool.
Well drilled.
The thing is, as well for Talon, right? It's not all, we're running double Sentinel, let's camera out, let's grab that out, let's set up our sensors, get in, you know, with Primi on this Yoru and stuff. They're still all hitting their shots, right? They're still making sure that they are not just going for some of these lineups, some of these strengths with the agent utility. They're still being very focused on crosshair placement and discipline as well.
I think what this also means, judging by this pistol round, is the fact that with this coaching staff leading this young Talon squad, you can definitely see them growing alongside everyone. Next round coming up, the Altorp, you hear it being picked up. Primi watching the angles, and he's seen the hat. They line up for him. It's a collateral.
Imagine getting this Euro early.
Of a different variety. This time Cruz's grab net would be at the right position for the back of site here, but not really needed with Primi getting that and Cruz getting the finisher. So it's a quick pistol, done and dusted. Those are the rounds that, you know, you generally don't want to see any shenanigans afoot, right? You just want to throw them by the wayside.
5-9 bonus rounds.
Sort of rounds and
Dude, they're 2 away from the Euro as well. They could really snowball this.
There's not a lot of,
maybe not this round, but the round after.
To the win. So no shenanigans found. A little bit of an attempt by Stacks, but it was quickly spotted out by Jit Boys, and it tells T1 that you got to watch out if you are going to attempt at pushing out.
I believe Primi is 2 away from the dimensional drifts now as well, so if you're able to fashion yourself an orb pickup, which he is indeed, you know, it could certainly be powerful.
Really,
he's been good for a couple of these kills.
Chobra went for Talon, right? Was it Chobra?
The judge, Talon calling for a B hit. TP's over, looking for a quick spike plant. The judge shot quickly fired off.
I mean, this is a very quick B-side take.
It's nice from Talon, though. They go for the bonus round over towards B. The comp struggles to hold B, so you can normally get the plant down because you don't have the breach. And it's hard to coordinate a double damage. And honestly, this judge could farm here. You look at the right.
Got one player already down, but here comes Cruz. Does find a couple of shots. Jit Boys then springing out. Izu getting gunned down. Oh, this attempt at sticking the spike, though. It's not going to come to a fruition. Buzz then coming back in. It's not halved yet. Meteor trying to play spoiler against the Talon players, but here comes Killa with the salvos. It takes some time.
Dude, it's real late. Gotta insta-stick this.
2 players, 2v1. And Meteor's still trying to stick it halfway.
Oh, they got it. Holy, this is very close.
Manages to string it together.
Very, very close. Good news for Primi's got his ult.
Just not able to do enough for Killer. I thought the judge was actually going to do more from Cruz.
No, I thought the judge was going to get both. He kind of panicked a little bit.
You just hold that button and hope to get 3 kills in that scenario. But it's a quick trade to come out actually by Sylvan. And then some good recognition in the 2 versus 2. When you get rid of the 1, it's get on the spike. I'm going to hopefully be good for the remaining kill. And that they are.
Buzz with a sigh of relief.
Yeah, that was a rehearsed, you know, take from Talon. But the end...
Yeah, grabbing that to catch anyone over towards the long. They get the entry. They got 1 passing on site, and it's been revealed from the Euro. Oh boy, dude, did they save?
Meteor?
They got it. Oh, he got a kill.
Does find 1. You got the wall up though.
And 1 off the dimension.
Omen flash wall, double damage.
So if he can find something up from heaven, then you might have a real round at your hands.
Dude, you jump down. You got to deal with the wall. You jump down, you get stunned.
Certainly the kill
oh, Meteor.
Pops off, and there we go.
Dude, he got his ult, and he hit the deadlock, so the...
He's going to be the contender this
no
time.
armor though, right?
New challenger looks to knock him out, and he does.
That is everything.
At Meteor's heart.
Dude, no one protected him.
Playing off of the position. Salvo's then coming in. Izu sticking it to halfway. Sacrifices his life for it. Sylvan looking to play the 1v2 clutch, but Thai looking to deny. It's not quite coming through. And it's all for Kill. Swing.
My
he does it at the last possible second, winning the round in the nick of time.
Dude, they got no money. They actually have like legit no money. 2 people can buy stingers or a sheriff. That's about it. There's no way you're forcing this.
Finally winning a duel in the kill contract, but with no shield. I mean, if the shield was there, I think Meteor probably wins that one, right? Good to get a cheeky shot on towards Jet Boys there. Remainder of the round, though, I mean, you gotta say, so close. Dai almost giving an opportunity for Sylvan to come out with that at the 1 versus 1 at the end. Credits, though. Let's have a check-in.
Okay, they got the 1 hero gun.
Where art thou, money? Just Meteor.
With no armor.
Wherever for art thou.
They save enough money to get Buzz's op early.
He certainly won't back down from fight. Current positions, information gained. They might have saw that it was a clone. Buzz.
Yeah, got to get out of that one, which means it's space now for Talon. That special delivery is going
somewhere. Get another judge. I mean, the original plan was to go over towards B, it felt like.
Really got to see T1 come away with a
pressure created over towards A, and look at this timing. They get easy trying to
Buzz dimensional drift if he can try and get
take space.
Any sort of favor.
Now it's Stacks' turn. Wait, Talon are playing nice though.
Weapon stolen or Stacks, yeah.
Nice try.
And now
Chill, let you all go.
Oh, but quickly dealt with as Buzz swings
Gave him a
out.
gun.
So some information going for Talon to then decide on a site.
And where do you want to kind of go here as Talon as well? You know, the C site where you just pinged out the Cypher. What utility do you expect Izu to potentially have? Well, he's still holding all of it. Doesn't matter because
nice.
he's now going to be a pretty
I tell you what though, T1 might take this. Double ult use. Kind of triple ult. Wait, actually 4 ults, right? Oh no, is that your ult? Sorry.
Got some
3
rifles
ults.
retreat for T1. So a possible runway for them to launch this retake.
Oh, but you've already used the Dimensional Drift, remember?
Which makes it a little
The
bit more
great
difficult.
Omen Flash.
Still gotta
We got good
work
luck
against
here
this
as well.
wall.
Looks like Luck should be able to
Blindside
take
out
down
from
the
Buzz, but
ISO.
quickly dodged by Thigh, who finds the double kill.
Okay,
to
time out
bring
for
Talon
T1.
back up
You would
to
imagine is coming in
11.
here.
Yeah,
And they're
Talon's
only...
game plan
You gotta look at the
against
2 big
T1
ults that this
has
comp normally relies on. They
been
don't have
thoroughly
them. They got
researched
the
and
Sova
accounted
ult,
for,
obviously, but
there's also just
it's gonna be a
lot
rough
of
one.
requirements on the players hitting their shots, comboing this utility in amongst
It's hard
the
for them as well
mid-rounds
because they don't have much
and
info.
altering around that, right? When they get the neural
They
theft
struggle a
in this
little
sort
bit
of
at
round,
holding over
someone
towards
needs to make
A,
quick
so there's
decision to
perma
pivot
A
towards
pressure.
C, to get the spike
And
cleared down,
then
still have guns up and not play on the back of
they
full
can't
utility as well.
really let
They've
the
got a
double
great
Sentinel
recognition
comp
on
get
how
over
they kind of
towards a
want to be
site.
playing these agents as well, and
That's
who's
very hard to
playing
do,
pivot,
to be honest. So
who's
maybe they
switching
just have to
lurk,
start
who's
pushing
catching T1
middle.
off guard.
Or down C long or
Now this
something.
time out, I mean, it's an important one.
So important.
T1 at least safety that they're in the
That's
playoffs.
it, sub
right?
Garp AN.
But for Talon to come away with this dominating
Yeah.
fashion, if these are both,
Dude.
you know, 12, 13, 6s.
Chat, I am right in thinking there's a
you're
chance
thinking,
T1
alright,
can be
are
4th seed though.
Talon really learning? Are
Right?
Talon
Or am I
really
just
a big
completely
contender?
wrong here?
Or is T1
I'm looking
maybe
at the
just
group
taking
thinking,
a bit of a
I'm
step
pretty
back
sure they
here?
can be 4th.
Who knows? You know, also thinking about the
Don't think
playoff
so?
top seed, but apart from that, if Talon wins today, you know, Zeta's definitely gonna have to win their match against Longshim if they are looking
think Max
to
is
qualify.
third.
Zeta also want to get into playoffs, yeah.
If Zeta wins, they're
T1
4th seed.
RRQ.
That's what I thought. Because
All said and done, though,
RRQ,
right now, as we head
Talon,
back
and
into the
Zeta would
game
then
off
be
this
above them,
timeout,
right?
Right now,
Oh no, they have...
if T1 are to make a comeback, it has to happen now or never.
Buzz got an operator that's
It'll
going
go
to
to
be
maps.
sat over towards the A side of things with stacks there to
3-way
assist
ties
as
goes to
well.
maps.
So if you're wanting to try and
Yeah, and I
contend
think
with anything
Zeta
over
don't
towards
have
this
enough
C site,
maps.
you're going to have to meet with
Yeah, I
well,
think-
3 members
I think that's right.
through Garage
But they would
inside
get 2
itself.
0'd here.
Talon,
dude.
though, the spams in the garage.
Let's look at it in a sec.
Buzz gone unaccounted for, however.
Big
All of a sudden,
dodge.
Hunter Fury from Stacks confirms
Oh.
information. Then
Dude,
from
Jib Boys
Buzz,
managed to just jump
spring
that.
out.
And now you got a 4 versus 4 scenario where you've lost a Senti on both sides. Comes down to the timing, I think.
Longshim
right
and
now.
Talon
Silver,
can't pass
what
them
are
on
you gonna
maps,
be able
okay,
to
so
do?
no matter what they...
You found one, looking
No
for
matter what
another
they get
one. The
third.
hunt is on. The trade eventually comes forward for
The
Talon.
great
They'll
trades.
take control of Garage, but they'll
What do they want to do
Put
here?
on a little
What
bit of
ults
the
have they got?
brakes.
Any?
park
None.
up for a moment.
Right, decent engagement. And now for a slight reset, Jit Boys looking for something else around Cubby. Unfortunate then as Meteor swings. You got Buzz, who is in position now to cut Kilo at his torso. Just thigh left.
And a 1 versus 3. Going to be pretty difficult. You may expect here. 30 seconds to go. Full Omen utility. Wouldn't be surprised if T1 are okay with this one to just go into a
It's about
post-fight.
damage, really.
It's going to be able to flank from mid.
And he's
Yeah,
incredibly
there's
low
been
for
a
T1.
Question is, though, then, where
So
does
even
Thigh
1
play?
kill
What's
here
he
is,
looking for?
like, great.
Well, it's the gap. And that's what he's got right
It
now.
is.
Paranoia in play available.
It is winnable.
Going to get into position to send that out once he has clear information. Right now, no real idea, just the drone. Oh, the slow
Well, they
converted
get at
shield
least
as
half of
well.
that.
At some point, you got to send it over. Meteor almost sticking it all the way through, but Buzz watching
no
the
kills as
angle.
well.
T1 able to claw their way back just by a round.
Yeah, pretty calm from them at the end there as well when the drone clears nearly every angle on the site and the rest of the squad does as well. There's only really one position that he could have managed to escape to, right, over towards the A-Link side of things. Good amount of effort done with the operator in there as well as that Hunter's Fury to try and get something. And then it's just by the timing around the round, right? Making sure that the gaps kind of accounted for and expected. A little late alert towards C-Long. Good adjustment from T1 on the back of a timeout to stave off Talon from getting number 12.
Yeah, a
on
lot
the
of judges
board, but
already in this one.
they're still all right. They still have another purchase to come forwards here. And having said that, already seen the operator and immediate adjustments, try and flush Buzz, get him a little bit awkward, hot under the collar, has to get out.
Yeah, good pressure. Meteor, though, coming back in to assist the team.
And that's some good leaning, but on the flip side, camera destroyed over at C Long.
Who's first seed? Most likely RRQ.
Well. So
unless something goes really wrong.
Stay around A? Do you feel like you
if this happens, I think it's secured.
Over towards the C side at the moment. You don't have a picture-perfect idea on where Talon are looking to end things.
Yeah, not fully, not yet. Premi gate crashing out as well. Not truly audible.
No, Boom, they're different group.
With the lurk.
Man, what more is he going to be able to do here at the moment?
Wait, does Izu does not have to kill two here?
He's got a lot to do.
Good gate crash by Buzz as well, so both all
no way, that was nice. Omen flash into TP back of sight.
Jitboy's now finding the
Wait, that was
and
good.
then the spike plant.
Wait, they look good.
Save or
I never know what Talon I'm going to get.
1 versus 4.
But I think that's okay at the moment. Because they got a lot going on.
Fragging IGL if nothing. It's been known to find huge clutches before. Currently just spotted by the other IGL. Even with the GravNet stacks, able to fire back.
You gotta play like you did in that pistol rounds. No one give him anything.
1v3 and everyone from Talon, a huge firing squad lined up around C Long. Stacks doing as much as possible to clear all of it out. Spotted out now by the camera.
That's it.
And yep, takes too much time.
Unfortunately, you can't stack them up. And that is going to be the 12th round for Talon, which gives them 5 map points. Again, you know, the kind of question we were asking at half-time, right, was 5 to 7 going to be enough for Talon on the flip side?
I'd be able to watch a good amount of the China game.
At least enough to put us into an overtime scenario
what's the EDG score at the moment?
Coming out on this attacking side. I mean, this is something new, something fresh, right? We haven't seen a deadlock be picked on this map in quite some time. None of the current teams in any of the regions are using deadlock on this map.
We're kind of seeing how useful it can be at times as well, but ultimately I think
6-2 to XLG.
A lot of the effectiveness comes from
Dude, it might get really weird over there.
It's concerted effort from the team, but being able to fake all across the map.
See your
like
previous
that.
message. If Talon closes out and Zeta wins, then T1 is 4th. Dude, that's what I thought in my head.
They can really have a good amount of breathing, right? It's 5 map points. It's time to build up another ultimate to just have
do they have to 2-0
where an ult can carry you the way.
The fact that T1 get 2-0 here.
These are the sort of moments, though, where it can put a little bit of a hamper on any momentum for Talon. Can give T1 some time to think in their own heads as well.
Doesn't head-to-head matter. No, it will be a 3-way 3-2.
Did pull off some miraculous comebacks back over in Bangkok.
2-3
right now, Talon just comfortable in the lead. We do have a slight tech pause with a gear issue at hand, so we do apologize for that somewhat. Hopefully you'll stick around, but also just to keep your faith up for both teams. T1, again, certainly in front of the home crowd.
I gotta say though, I don't think there's any cause for concern for T1 and T1 fans out there. It's group stage games. They've already qualified.
Yeah, surely you're wrong, Prodigy.
Pouring out more agent lineups from Talon.
No matter what, it's a 3-way tie. Talon will close.
Well, right?
Talon closes out. You want a 3-2, 3-2, 3-2. Yeah, they're all 3-2, but then look at the maps, right?
How can you possibly let this happen?
I mean,
this would be
every single
7-6.
They're the close,
best team in the world.
This would be 6-6.
Vic go for Talon?
Yeah, we went for Talon.
Is that what you're saying? You're bringing it down to this?
Though, I mean, in Coach Frost we trust.
Nong Shim could be 7-5.
Alongside Coach Jovi, delivered today.
I mean, we heard a little bit ago, right, that they both kind of develop a composition for the team each on the maps. So I think in my question for Talon is
you're saying that Talon would then be 4th, right?
Was this a specific T1 counter?
Or was this, a comp that they'll play for all the other Haven maps?
Well, that they probably won't say.
True. You can't.
Although maybe they will and they get spicy and they just skip the whole game plan out. Who knows? Who really?
We got Pacific drama. Oh boy. Nah, we're not gonna do any of that. I don't know what they're doing with the camera right now. But yeah, we got.
It's within head-to-head, not overall map diff. Yeah, but if it's a 3-way tie, they don't do head-to-head.
We can get some translation. No, we don't know. Oh, it says I'll shave my head if T1 lose. Really?
Or if they change that.
Free haircut, buddy.
That was my I get to keep my haircut if T1.
Oh yeah, what was your one again?
It was ridiculous.
What was it though? Remind
I did
everybody.
it for a fan. Basically, if T1 doesn't, well, I kind of
Here we
want to
go.
set the record
They're done
straight. If T1 doesn't win the entire, you know, like at the end of the Stage 2 season, if they're not
So
the champions of Pacific,
if they don't win Pacific Stage 2.
If they do win Pacific Stage 2, I'm gonna cut my hair.
Okay, so they got to win.
Yes,
they got to win. If they win, you shave
my pick'ems?
Yes.
Oh, dude, my pick'ems were cooked for Pacific anyway.
Yes.
It doesn't matter.
There we go.
It doesn't matter anymore over there.
It's not,
I should have just gone for Talon anyway.
Too easy. Top 4 is
should have probably gone
too
for
easy
GE
for
as well,
to
but
make it.
Well, I mean, if they get upset
I'm on that
here
train.
and causes a chain reaction for other teams,
Oh
expose
boy.
some more weaknesses, I mean,
you never know.
You never know. I mean,
That's what I'm saying.
Who would have had in their bingo book that Boom Esports would come out
beating
and potentially
PRX.
even win 5-0 in this group stage?
RRQ also beating T1 last week. It's insane what these teams and what all of these players are capable of, and that's why we all love to watch and support them. But at the same time, you know, sometimes the schedule is what it is, and it's tough for T1 to really prepare as well as they do all throughout. It's miraculous what they're able to do so far, and I certainly hope, you know, if there is a T1 dynasty going forward, that would be pretty fun as well.
Who's the best team in Korea now? Let me recheck in towards my notes. Well,
DRX looks pretty good.
I'm trying to think, you know,
Well,
who's DRX lost to?
they're
T1,
looking
this
rough.
might be the second loss. Did DRX have 2 losses? Well, I mean, it looks different if the groups are different, let's be real.
We'll see. Still taking a little while, but you know, we want to let our players all play at their tip-top condition.
Here we go.
Oh, sweet.
They are back in the server, maybe not for too long. Let's see what depth T1 have in them to try and bring us into an overtime here on map number 2. They chose Haven, by the way.
Okay,
If you
5
are just
chances.
joining us
Got a
for
bit
this
of
map, you missed the
tech
first one
after
on
that, but
Icebox,
that's okay.
well,
So T1
play a
do
good
good
watch.
to set up
See
while I was
Talon's
watching all A
domination
at the
on
moment.
second half of the map, but here we go, Talon in towards
And
the B site.
Talon go back
Oh,
to
it's
the
same
weak
strat,
B.
looking for quick plant.
And
This
it's
time not a
nice
judge in the hands of
because,
Cruz, though,
again, this
but you also
comp
have the
struggles
wall.
at holding B and
T1
stopping the
quick
plant,
to
and then we have
destroy it.
really good
Here comes
after plant
Flash,
util.
spams. Good
Sylvan's
flash. Flash is over, and they're
absolutely
all fully
center.
blinded, have to hold back. This could be it. 3v5. Slow
The walk
shield
in with the
push,
wall.
and
Oh my god, the
Izugo's
walk in with the wall
undetected.
is.
Buzz then finding the shot. Cruz stays
That was
tucked
pretty
in.
cool
The
to
sonic
watch.
sensor does trip. Zero theft coming over, and now they've seen Cruz. Buzz watching the angle, trying to lock it in. He does get the shot. Possible for T1 to turn this back around on his head until Primi lands the burst. Just a
Oh, it's
1v3.
beyond done.
Buzz, he's trying to stay alive.
He just perma just goes, yeah, he's off it.
He's trying to block him. Buzz looking for the defuse. Oh, but he gets this crazy flick.
Damn,
Not,
bro.
any
Talon
avail,
2-0.
Because Kilo and Gang able to swing
Respect.
on a dime. And it's 13-7 at the end of it. Talon make it
Respect,
through the
Talon.
playoffs.
Talon have come
Yeah,
out
nicely
today
done
with
from them.
a great idea on what they want to deliver
Dude,
in
they must
the
have worked
server,
hard.
and it feels like what we have witnessed here in the first map of a 13-6 variety, and that
It's
one
surprising.
ending in
The
a
Icebox is
13-7
not
variety,
surprising.
that
The
their game
Haven,
plan
that is
has worked
surprising.
a treat.
That's
They have
and
not
they
had
kind of
this
smashed
season
them.
now
Their
left
game
in
plan
the
was actually
hands of
really
another
good, especially when I
team.
look at
They have brought
attack.
it into their
They had
own
some nice prep
grasp,
stuff
and
on
they
defense
will make
also.
it to playoffs. But where they will end, in what number, 1, 2, 3, or 4 in the seed
Okay,
department,
chat, let me
who
upload
knows?
this
We have
VOD and then
more
we'll
games
switch
play
to
before we see that.
the China.
Absolutely, it's tough to
game.
say. T1 did put up a pretty strong performance as well, all things you know considered. Talon, it's impressive what they were able to
They
cook
draw
up
map
in the
to
span of a
Haven.
week.
Yep.
Just finding these comps, definitely a bit of a surprise for T1 because you had these crazy strats, you had individual artistic expressions as well for a lot of these Talon players.
Well, they're able to express now in towards the playoffs and have a chance to get over towards Masters Toronto as well. A different look, a change in players. They're trying to build their own supremacy here.
We definitely feel a lot of
where's
Tide supremacy
the-
coming up, but we do wonder, what was this composition about? Possibly for Bella to come in with the winning interview.
Okay, chat. If you want to watch the interview, you can go to the main stream. Otherwise, we are heading here in perfect timing.
那这样的话，一个4比8的比分带到下半场，我觉得对于 XLG 来讲的话，这个比分一定是非常不错的，非常理想的。
是，虽然我觉得还是丢了一些，我觉得可以去赢的分数，但这就是比赛的魅力。你要接受对面的个人，
Okay,
尤其当对面是
for people that don't know at the moment, EDG against Eli, and whoever wins this goes to Masters, secured Toronto.
碰到就一撕，大概是这么一个情况。
其实关于这个我帮你架背身也很有意思，在瓦当中，其实帮你架背身这个事儿没那么好说，就是你到底在架哪儿，其实你跟队友沟通是未必。
You know that Simon is watching this? He probably is, yeah.
直接的方法就是
He might even be streaming it, right?
我在看这里就可以了。看起来这个现场的观众
Don't know if his don't know what his poker face is like, man. If he can stream and root against them. It's a weird one, man. It's a shame that a team has a fallout like that, though.
目前因为一觉得这个轮胎玻璃调整之后啊，它跟猎枭配合就没那么的无所谓了，就有点贵，其实很高。
Darkling Carpet with the Prime. Thank you so much. Appreciate the 16 months. Thank you for that. Don't award you again. Well, let's see. We got a little bit of time.
打这个秒杀键的配合。来看一下 EDG 的防守站位，一个211。
Rod and you have done some investigating. Turns out the Pacific and EMEA does a tiebreaker different. In EMEA, freeway is done by map difference within the head-to-head, but it's different in. But it doesn't seem that Pacific is. Wait, what? We can't have a different rule book for different regions, surely. That doesn't. That's not a thing. Well, honestly, that's always been a thing in Valorant. To be fair, I guess, but.
要到了位置，但其实你看到 EDG Smoky 他并没有不是很确定把这个碎石。
But we do? No, yeah, it has somehow always been a different thing. Dude, it used to be mental where like certain ults were allowed. Like Americas were allowed like Killjoy ults like on top of walls and stuff, but it wasn't allowed for us.
但是 Raga 手里有假身的，直接给过来，看一下这个假身能不能提前打掉。
有点够呛。
It was the Wild West back then.
直接架的话，有可能出来的不是假身。
At one point, they were trying to ban Killjoy KO lineups outside of the map. That was a fun one.
再把碎石踩回来，其实也是未尝不可。毕竟
确实有时间。
对
English broadcast? Wait, who's on the English broadcast?
有独木每时每刻都会给到 A 点在楼梯的人架枪的压力。
哎，这里的话是打了一个 reheat。
这一波其实 C 点没有了裁断，但是湖光玫瑰依然在墙上，门口有180度枪线，这是 XLG 所不知道的。
但球就这个位置，
还右边这个阵哦，右边的阵的很一般，没有震到左右两边的人反手。
这个弹球的效果非常。
That's a hell of a stun. That's a hell of a stun.
没问题。
Well.
一个非常不错的心理预设 ，EDG 在 C 外啊，形成了一道铜墙铁壁。
而且很关键是杰尼的位置，其实从头到尾是没有。
Was that my biggest crash out on the KO Unbreakable Knife? Yeah, that was my biggest crash out.
对面的掌控以内的
At least the admins.
一直没有猜到这个霓虹在哪里，所以最终是掉入到这个180度的门神陷阱里面。
而且现在的问题就在于，因为这套阵容虽然你是带了一个双前锋，但是因为
Chat, do a vote. Do you want mainstream or do you want the community stream? Are we allowed to stream the community stream? Surely. Well.
这也是我们提到过，在2025年 VCT 首战区胜率最高的队伍。
这一波的话是一个配合 T 加黑啊，直接夜路提出近点。这一套的话，其实在 G2 的比赛当中，我们见的非常多。
直接来，这一波杰尼西其实很猛，但是看能不能补上枪了。对面的人很多，这一波其实有点危险，而且 Smoky 是漏了位置的，他在换枪。
但 Smoky 是捡到了一把数位，还可以看一下这个连接的位置。
She's gotta
非常的关键，
跳拉。
Gotta do that. Dude, sometimes the Guardian just looks insane. With how people are peeking corners.
我觉得是可以接受的。
因为对面没安包，但其实是有点风险的。这波杰尼是直接想要打对面一个立足未稳的时候，直接冲回了点点，想配合 AB Link 的队友。但你不得不说 ，XLG 的注意力也很集中，所以该补的枪算是都补上了，只是最后想再按这个 B 包就已经不可能。
还是想把人数掰回来，因为你毕竟枪械是劣势的。
是的。
我们来看一下新的一份，这一份的话，
Hold us up, yeah, chat. You guys choose.
就把人数投入到碎石区啊进攻方。
对 XLG 来说，这是必须要。
We'll go with the numbers.
是稳态玻璃加雷击剑出手，控制整个碎石。第二时间 Raga 是静音躲过技能之后再来。
Raga 胆子很大，但是他一旦是打掉一个，可能来不及踢走啊，
直接踢走。然后他在勾，他在给队友勾。 小维在等，
海皮维，
哇，小维1换2，这一波其实就是 Raga 在深入局，但在 C 点球球依然是数位的穿板击败。
是的，现在背后发凉，
Oh my
收掉了 Coconut， 这样的话 ，XLG 有点
Dude, I've come into this late, and I'm just trying to wonder how XLG managed to get 8 rounds because EDG are just one tapping everyone.
对，因为 Smoky 推过黑，球球在 C 点杀过人，而进攻方2个人更是抱团在一起。
我觉得打 A 点是一个最合理的选择了，因为你这个 C 点维斯的技能你是没处理的，
对的，所以你很确定这个裁断它100%在。除非 Raga 跟你说我骗过了，否则这个裁断是100%在的。
但是这种残局，我觉得也是要考验一下2支队伍选手的心理博弈啊。到底会选
What's winning the English stream?
关键的就是个人能力。
What's their
单人
Twitch?
残局的时候，个人能力是最重要的。
但从 XLG 的视角来看的话，好在他们这个双前锋的技能是可以不断的去循环去使用的啊。
你交的时候也就暴露了你的进攻意图，无非来了
一个双拉，哇 ，Smoky 非常精准的一颗定位。
今天这2分 EDG 的数位的收益太高了。
YOYO
给一个假开，但其实已经来不及转 B 了，只能来 A。
这个定位出现了一些问题，2楼的方向，
这个包我感觉得
放下去了。
YOYO 的备弹不多，6发，弹夹里面有6发。
YOYO
静音绳下来。
Wait, how did they? Dude, I was trying to get the other stream. How is this so close? Wait, how did they win?
拿下了1波3杀。
YOYO 最近的状态真的太好了。我们在
Wait, how is that even a one-on-one?
第一赛段的后半段，然后以及季后赛的前面的场次里面，看到了 YOYO 多次的个人发挥的实力。这一份也是个
Okay, we saw that.
其实 YOYO 在去年之前解说
Saw
他们
that.
比赛的时候就聊到过，
We saw this. Then what happens?
陷入到了一个他职业生涯当中一个非常谷底的时间，
低谷期。
对，但跟随着 XLG 现在，他仿佛又焕发了自己职业的第2春。
Think he was sight?
非常的不错。
那掰回一个关键分，自己的个人能力有所展现，同时
okay,
也把对面的经济在压上，
switch then.
EDG 的经济现在非常的危险。
Let's see what this is like.
Like I said, YOU, he isolates a 1 versus 1s. It's smart play, but a costly one for XLG. We've got a Bulldog coming in from Viva. The rest of them have been able to buy up. Oh, sorry, no, and a Guardian as well from Coconut. It's quick, aggressive towards the C site vault.
Well, again, it comes down to the same play. They know where Chicho is positioned, and I feel like he's very valuable. Take away as much utility as you can out of that Vice, but the wall is actually placed towards B. Not C this time. They get confirmation with the fake.
It's kind of cool that they just went to try to get casters for the Chinese
want to commit now to the C side itself.
games.
Be one of the main factors. They pull back towards A. Smoggy
Jules, appreciate that. Thank you.
And now they got the rotations coming in as well. So it might be a disaster for XLG if they're not able to hold on. But for EDG instead, use that opportunity to pull back, and now the scale will start.
Yeah, EDG, they've read this rotation over. The Aldrone just spotting them going over from C to A, and this is where the spike is heading, but 2 players on the lurk in towards B, and Kang is perhaps aware of this one. Now the push on in through the baby door, and Kang falls to the hands of Raga. Still Garden being invested there by Chichu.
No, this retake really is impossible.
The stun not quite perfect either, and now the spike has been planted on this B site. Rolling Thunder, YOU, he's pressing ahead of this, trying to catch them out, and Raga's found a second on the round. 30 HP now left to his name, and as Happyway falls in A, maybe EDG, they have a way back into this.
Well, they're trying to clutch it up, but the elevated position from YOU is too difficult to deal with from Shiani. Instead, it's gonna be Smoggy to find that one, leaving Chichu.
The money, yeah, they got kills instead of money. It's a little.
This one up. Chichu got the
Did they show money when you die?
But there's salvos coming in to deny any chance of a defuse, and they'll have to pull back probably for good because there's very little time left. And XLG are going to be
this
able
is
to
gonna
double digits.
get real weird because they can't buy on top of this.
It came down to stopping them.
Talon looked nice, dude.
It really was. The Rolling Thunder from YOU to facilitate that duel. I don't think it was the best usage of it, but the fact that they were able to find a duel there from Viva onto the stairs was everything.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree. And like you said, it made sure that the spike plant was safe. It ultimately decides them the round.
They squeeze out a buy, triple stinger. They can buy next if they lose 2-9 loss bonus. Let's just get full util.
The first bit of this half still do need to try and fight back. Kangkang's only got a sheriff.
Okay, Recon clears over towards A though, so EDG got full control of this. And
put themselves in a good position if they are going to play into that B side.
looks from XLG though, it just
might be unclear.
Chill expecting them to do some kind of aggro push. We've got the Outlaw that can one-shot everyone apart from the two that from the original save the guns.
EDG quite reserved the buy that they have, but they still have the two rifles, of course, from Chichu and Smoggy, and they might come into play. One of them is already, as we said,
Re-clear over towards A.
Chichu is making the rotation.
Yeah, and that's nice, dude. They get this one for free. At the moment, though, this is pretty big.
They know where XLG are going, and they're going to be.
We got full info with the jump spot. They got wall over towards B. Like they have info everywhere. They can full pass and stack A. G-Line might not have done enough pressure on the map here.
Oh, shoots the drone instead. They walk past him, still falling, but Chichu again goes massive. The sheriff from Kangkang can't land.
Kangkang went for the ult when he had a sheriff.
Has to watch over this. Smoggy with a vandal now as well. 3 versus 3 is a difficult one to try and navigate for G-Line. Are they going to be able to get this one across? Happy Ways planting, but Chichu, the spam through the box. Viva with a double. Jenny has to try and clutch up big, but there's low time. The Stinger works up magic. 1 versus 1. Coconut up against Jenny.
No time. Get around that corner. No way. Okay, well, New Kid did great though.
EDG keep the dream alive.
Dude, I cannot believe that Kangkang's gone for a. Kang's gone for a. He's gone for an ISO ult and he's got a sheriff.
For their teams.
That's madness, isn't it?
Position there to just stall for as much time as they can after finding that first duel, but it was that double from Chichu that really held that round together. Kangkang, sure, used the co-contract, but I feel like that was just the buy time for Chichu, and they bought enough time for the entire timer to run.
Oh.
Which seems to be a problem for XLG. Their defaults are pretty slow, but that will change completely now. We got an interdimensional drift, and we got a chance to just pivot completely on that B site.
Gathering all of this information, sends out the flash as well. There's 2 players in towards CT. Have been spotted out. Now Jenny's taken down as well.
Bro's getting spammed the whole time. Can't manage to get a kill and get out of there. There's been a lot of B hits at the moment. Dude, they're all in the corner.
Nobody, another, why are you? Raga, it's all on Raga.
Is that the last bullet?
Big for Raga there.
Was that the last bullet of the gun? I think so.
Both him and Kangkang, but they're
having good success on B right now.
Coming down to the detriment of the
he had 2 more. Oh, okay.
To play on the defensive. Maybe if they waited just a little bit after getting that trade, that would have worked out well. But the players.
No, it's not, Chad. That's the last bullet right there.
Came in just a tad too late, not being able to trade in time. Not enough time for XLG to find those trades, and them tucking in on the left side as the
that's a nuts shot.
Really punished EDG, who are now on the brink. It's 11 rounds for XLG, and this is the final timeout for EDG. And even when they used the last one, they still weren't able to win.
Yeah, I mean, that's very, very true. I'm wondering, I didn't get a look as to how the economy was going from EDG. I'm assuming maybe they might be on a half buy for this one, but that would mean that XLG get up to 12. I feel like instead of forcing and losing, you kind of have to just accept that fact and hope you win the 5 in a row.
Explain the comp, the double duelist comp. I mean, they just got to send it. They need to play way more aggro than they are.
I feel like that has to be the play that EDG go for here, because if you force and lose, at that point,
they play double duelist comp, but they're playing too far back.
Opponents. Yeah, sure, it's their own map pick, but it's still been worrying.
Like they have to do some kind of pressure between these two.
Considering how this matchup went in kickoff, it was in the lower bracket, and it was a close-ish first map that Gilo were able to win out, and then the second half of map 2, they just
there has to be some kind of hold like this, basically.
Fury that EDG were going to be able to deliver to them, and yeah, it's the half buy. Only Jenny here with a rifle.
I remember last Lotus took the OT. Between the two teams, it was a very different comp though. Kangkang was still on the Neon back then, and they still had Simon. Now, without Simon, Jenny's trying to step up to the platter. EDG are trying to hold on with whatever meager pistols that they have.
They're all back at sight. They're not messing around on this one. Don't want to get eco'd.
Good damage onto the Omen though. The Armageddon really denies any attempt from the elevated position, and they take over Heaven from the side.
They've been very good at the moment. With wherever they hit, they have some kind of pressure, like back over towards A. Like they're very drilled in their after plant positions. They maybe need to mix it up and swap these two if they have the Viper ult, but maybe they do that next round.
And try to play the final round with that gun. They're still fishing for
But every time,
they're gonna send Gianni, who actually is able to find a kill, but instantly shut down by XLG. It's looking clean and looks like it might be all over for the champions here. Because YOU, while they will die, they bought enough time at Chichu. Will just have to run away, and even when they do, they should be caught, and that Vandal is gone from EDG. It's a good dribble from Chichu, but XLG are
5 chances. Ooh.
Yeah. That's what they had to do, though. That had to go for the save, and now this is where the investment really
5
begins.
chances, and they kind of look a little bit too drilled to mess up 5 chances.
As well, only one player staying alive.
And I gotta see EDG go aggro A with this comp.
That's a neon moment.
They shouldn't be giving
Gili
this space for free.
Good work at the end as well. EDG. This is where the comeback has to begin.
Aggro over towards A. They're going to invest a double damage on this one, so
everything ends here in
this is
round
nice.
number 20.
Especially when if they go aggro, they can get the ult on this one, so they get the ult, fast rotate. And I kind of like this from EDG as well. Like they go aggro, they create pressure, but they, as we can see, they got the Vice over towards her.
So it feels like a lot of weight is on.
So they're gonna have to re-clear all of this, and then they won't have the drone to actually hit on site here. So the phones will get max value.
On the door, yeah. Just just looking at. Is it you? Is it really you, Arga? No, it's probably never gonna be. And for now, they'll buy some information, so they know there are multiple players on the rotate back towards the A site, and it's Chichu stationed there. They got their full kit of util, and they haven't actually pulled that much. Instead, EDG still electing to play their own default, but there's still 50 seconds left for play, and EDG can definitely make something happen with the Steel Garden and the Overdrive and the Hunter's Fury.
Pushing in.
Okay, let's keep an eye on the rotate. How much does the one pass and pressure do?
Pressure on towards A. The re-hit towards C comes on out, and
it's looking pretty good.
EDG, maybe they're a little bit suspicious of this. Smoggy.
It's looking good, honestly. Smoggy's got to do a lot. Omen flash for delay. He's got to leave the site. They get the site. Nothing really to stop the plant. Sova ult might.
In comes the Hunter's Fury.
But he went for like them going in and went for kills. Viper ult goes in as well. Dude, they got to send this.
First kill comes on
this is done, though. Unless Chichu can kill everyone.
That EDG have found so far. Chichu answering back as well. Now into a 2 versus 2 as the Viper's pit still in play from the attack. It's up to Happyweight. We've got to try and succeed here.
Oh my goodness, dude! If he just give him like half a second extra there, a little run and gun might have done it.
And they really needed that on the side of EDG.
Right.
The Steel Garden came in clutch.
4 chances. We'll count down.
Chichu again. And it was Gianni who actually posted up a pretty good round on that retake. And they needed to get a good hold. Of course, them getting into the site was good, but the quick movement from Gianni was really big on their end. And Chichu completely denied any attempt of reclaiming Waterfall. And after that was done, they had very little place to maneuver. The Steel Garden came in and they shut it off. And now EDG are back on what should be a big advantage for them. But XLG actually might still steal it away. They got the Rolling Thunder, the Interdimensional Drift, and the players on B have got to be careful because I am scared.
Would have thought that EMEA is the only region without Ascension teams in playoffs.
Yeah,
When they're the most likely to, though.
The problem is, though,
because no one expected Boom, but you had Nongshim, G2, and then China's up for grabs.
Still do quite a bit with the Bucky.
I think they were always one of the lowest chances.
The spike has been planted here. EDG happy.
You got the Rolling Thunder, though.
All of this space, and now here comes the picks on in. Yeah, okay, EDG, they're cleaning up. They're cleaning it all on up. It's flawless. They're now just 3 rounds away.
Yeah, and I feel like there would have been a better play to make from the side of XLG.
How? I mean, they just
hold
want to
on
take a
the
little bit more
power
space.
positions, but you can't really hold on to too many of them with how little of a firepower advantage you have. I thought the play would be that we got the site, and what we can
Also,
do
mind
is
everyone
that we
thought
can make a
Apex
play
Ascension
of holding
teams were
that site,
best.
but they
No,
didn't
I mean,
expect
we
a
thought
triple
Nongshim
finisher.
would make it to
Clubbed down
playoffs.
the toe, coming in from the stairs,
We
two
thought
players, of
G2 would
course,
make it to
from the
playoffs.
side of A-Link.
And then
And
the
that
chance
play
of
just
both of
completely ruined any
the
chance for XLG, who were
and
maybe
DRG
hoping that
making
will
it
actually be more of a stairs
was
and
definitely more than the
waterfall kind
EMEA
of retake
teams.
from EDG,
I think
and they
anyone
wouldn't
that thought
actually
that
come from Link, and that
the EMEA
would
teams
have
had better
actually
chance to
allowed
still
YOU
playoffs were mad,
to
I would
use
say.
that Rolling Thunder, but they keep it in for the gun round. EDG still needs 3 more, but with the pace that things are going, it might not be out of the cards, and Happyway gotta be careful. They take out the Viper early, and they might even add more to that tally because the kill contract is on, but Rarga will win that one-on-one, and that means
Dude,
they
look
got
at-
the A site, but they need
Are you
to
gonna
make it
send this
quick
through?
because EDG are right on their tail.
Yeah, look at this flank.
I do
3
believe can own
players
this.
over here. The owl drone coming through from stairs just to try and gather
Yeah,
more
you can win right
information.
here.
But Jenny had no idea about Viva's positioning.
he done it.
They've even found a second. Nobody now trying to push in, and Viva causing havoc, taking them away. Now
No
2
cross-round
versus
sight.
EDG still with the deficit. Now just 1-man difference. It could still be possible.
They got the Rolling Thunder.
They absolutely do. XLG, they're dipping away in towards heaven. They know
Do they
this
need to go away faster in this?
avenue, the safest opportunity. Nobody heading towards stairs. This flank trying to come in. But the time is going to start to tick down. And here comes that ultimate, like you mentioned. That's the first. Nobody. It's all on your shoulders. A 4K needed in this round. Aftershock to try and deal some damage. But it doesn't get anything done. Stun now coming out. XLG. The Sharks, they smell the blood in the water. Rug with 1 swing. The time is 2 low.
Okay, they take their map, and it looks kind of nice though.
Sweet revenge for
Because,
G-Like Gaming.
I don't know what happened with the first
Lotus
pistol,
yet
but at
again.
least they lost the second
time
pistol.
that they were able to win it against EDG. This time, it's actually a whole lot cleaner, Charlotte, honestly. This was a much better look for XLG, and if it wasn't for Chichu, that scoreline would have been a whole lot more messier. It would have been completely
Boom is the
ugly.
G2 of
And
Pacific. Dude,
honestly,
Boom
the
looked
spark
great.
from XLG
Dude, shout out to
just
these guys.
stellar.
What's
The
their
fact that they were
stream? Chat,
able
everyone go
to
follow
get
these
as
guys.
many rounds as those 9 is already a feat
They're,
in
play- they're,
itself.
they're really sending
But
it.
we'll just have to wait and see how map 2 goes, because I feel like maybe outside of Tichu and Kong Kong, we've seen a very slow ED into this.
Yeah, I would have to be there with
They're
you, Thor. I mean,
they're proper
yeah,
going
sure,
for
They
it.
kind of warmed up to it in the end.
Not
Jenny
following that
especially,
streak.
I think
There you go.
had a much better second half than first. That's for sure. But even
Not
still,
following my own advice, you're right.
XLG, especially in those first 6 rounds, they just had their numbers. Everyone on EDG, realistically,
Chat, I'll
was
be right
just
back.
getting completely shut down. As we can see
What
the
did
map highlights here,
EDG
this
pick map-wise?
4K from Viva is ridiculous, with 3 kills coming in from the Armageddon. Certainly a highlight for sure, but
Got
I think that
Haven?
just goes
Okay.
to show, even in the macro game as well, the micro moments, everything.
Not the official
is just
broadcast? No,
going
because
well.
China gave out
Yeah,
clean
completely. It
feeds
was
now
very beautiful
for this year.
from the
So
side of,
if people
G
wanted
Live
to do this,
in
they
terms
could.
of that macro, but we
It's
see,
cool that they've
like,
gone and done it.
Tichu there in those replays. Absolutely disgusting at times, but XLG able to hold on strong, and this is the second time that they've done this in
Okay,
just
I'll be
this
back in a
map
bit.
alone. They get a big lead, EDG threatens the comeback, and they're just able to find the right adaptation to shut it down. And it came down to what I would just have to say. My MVP for this game, bragging aside, is going to be Viva, because the calling on the attack side especially was much better than what we've seen in the gaming kickoff.
Yeah, I would certainly agree. I don't know if the IGL has been Viva the whole time. I think he's very recently taken over the reins from Coconut, but either way, what a stellar performance from the calling, and from the sounds of things, everyone on the team is getting involved in the team comms, right? It's not just that one prevailing voice, which is such a positive, because you can tell that despite everyone talking, they still know what they're doing. They still have those game plans on lock, and that
Look at the comms though. Did you hear that? They're talking about the breach ult. They were very aware of that attempt there on that final round, and I feel like comms are such a big factor in that level of play, and I still actually will always give massive flowers to XLG in that regard. That despite being an international team and them having to speak in English, they have one of the best comms that I do see in the entirety of the Chinese VCT. Like, I would say maybe some of the teams are close second, EDG being one of them, but like the fact that they're able to be this clean on a secondary language is such a big boom for the team. It's going to be Rarga to take the MVP. It was a stellar performance on the Yoru, and that is one of the things that maybe the composition we can like talk about a little bit more.
I would agree.
The Yoru in comparison to the dual Lotus, I feel like just the Yoru probably have more efficient value, not just in terms of fragging, but in playing as a whole.
Look at that from Chichu though, 336 ACS for a 13-9 loss as well. I mean, stellar work, but unfortunately, the rest of the team weren't really able to pick up the slack. Kang -8 in terms of the KD and Gianni -4 as well. Those aren't the stats that you really want from your duelist players.
That's right.
It just really isn't there. And the post plants as well from EDG weren't working out. You can see as well in the bottom of the screen those 6 retake defuses that XLG were able to get on the board.
Yeah, and the fact that there's only one clutch on either side really shows you the kind of game it has been. Usually you would see big clutches out of either teams, but didn't happen to be this time. And honestly, it was a stellar start from XLG, but with the way that things have actually gone though, maybe that's my one worry, is that once we move over to the Haven, that's going to be a much more comfortable map for the side of EDG, and they can just bring their own team comps that they're very comfortable with. And then we wouldn't have that shenanigans of the double duelist. I'm just going to be completely honest here. This is EDG's basically digging their own face, because they could have had a better team composition. They went for the double duelist, and the slow start on the attack side especially, even tenfold as punishing as it would have been if they started on defense.
Yeah, I would 100% agree, because I feel like with the double duelist comp, you're setting yourself up for the attacking half, right? It's to try and get aggressive, those punches into the site, and sure, they got the spike planted 10 different times, but unfortunately, they then lost the round after that 6 of those 10 different times. So it's that thing again of you don't really have many information gathering tools, you don't really have the tools to actually keep them back in the stall. But they did have Chichu on the Vice as well, right? Yeah. So certainly questions have to be asked about that first map. And again, I'm still very baffled that Lotus was able to get through this map veto at all.
Well, it got through. It was not as close as it was in the first time, of course, but really close, really competitive from EDG. We'll just have to wait and see if Chichu is going to repeat that stellar performance, and maybe the rest of EDG are going to step up to the platter, because XLG are one map away. Make it from Ascension to a Masters event. We will know if they're going to be able to do that or not right after the break, so don't go anywhere.
Alright. Haven. Everyone's using the default comp. All the upsets today. Yeah. Let's see if they can 2-0 this.
Project Horizon, XLG Charlotte are 1 map away from being the first Ascension team to make it to the international stage, and they have got the Haven ready. Team comps looking much more humane now, and Kong, like, crucially enough, is on the Yoru, and I'll just have to reiterate this. Last time I've seen Kong on the Yoru, it wasn't a good look, so hopefully they're actually able to.
Jenny on the breach.
Yeah, I would certainly agree. We've got a mirror composition here.
Jenny on the breach, Kang on the Yoru. This
Obviously,
is
we know the history of Haven, right? A 13
the Yoru has not been hitting when I watch.
The last time that they played it in
this should be one of the maps where it feels a little bit easier because you can
that was the start
just go aggro over
of
towards A setup.
32-round win streak, something like that on this map. Certainly one of the better maps for EDG into kickoff and VCT and Bangkok as well. But I will also say, not to like actually you, but G2 have made internationals. I feel like we forget, considering how storied that roster is. They're also an Ascension team, right?
Yeah.
So G2 have made it before, but it certainly would be an achievement. And certainly, actually, didn't Dragon Ranger Gaming make Madrid last year? Am I misremembering that?
No, you do.
I think so.
Yeah, certainly. It has been done before, but Gili certainly would be an impressive feat, especially considering how good China is and has been recently.
Shanghai, that was a
the opening
Shanghai,
fight
yeah.
in towards Garage, though, has been jumping straight into Haven, in towards Garage, but XLG, who are on the attack here, now looking over towards A instead.
Yeah, well, they've already bought off the
Pressure over towards Garage, instant re-clear though with body, especially as the camera spots this. And they might be able to get 4 here, let's see.
They're able to find a position, instead nobody in backside is able to buy the time, and the blind side is not good enough.
Bro got 2.
You turn on back and find
Bro
that
got
kill.
2, they got
to play for. They just need to get the spike down.
good amount of HPs. Imagine if Viva wins this.
But that duel from Chichu going to dictate how the rest of this round is to be played.
Double swing together,
on the left side.
off contact swing.
Patient as they usually are. They clear out
Very
the
nice
angle.
from Viva.
Viva is just on the money, and at least small
Wait,
game 3
they're
points
kind of
in
looking
hell.
nice, chat.
Probably no way in hell for them to clutch this one.
A big factor on this map is going to be whether Kang and Gianni, but specifically Kang.
I feel like she like for this as well, making sure that Kang doesn't get money for the op is like this is a huge win.
Previous map, which is really not ideal, and is starting things off with an early death here as well on Haven. The big player for EDG in the previous map was Chichu, 336 ACS, but this time couldn't really get anything done either. Obviously, it is only the pistol round, the first in the map, and that is just nasty from YOU to help XLG find the
Simon
first
plus
round
Simon.
here on
Don't
Haven.
think.
And again, they
I
got a
want to say the bridge
6-0
has been
start
burnt.
over on Lotus.
Looking at the
What are they
messages.
going to be able to do here?
Well,
Don't think that's an
they're
option.
gonna be able to do a whole lot. It's just classics from the
I think
side
that
of EDG, and
the ship is sailed basically.
shouldn't be that much of a contest. You know, Chicho spot the information, but they're making their way on the seaside. As quick rotations from EDG, and they might have a good adaptation with that paranoia. They might be able to fish for a kill or 2, and from there it can go completely wrong. That's why I'm really
Wait,
worried. But
what are
Raga gets
EDG
an
doing
opportune
here?
Timing there onto Yanni.
How did they
Flank itself
even?
is open. They've backed up
We didn't even
completely.
jump peek or anything,
And,
or
you know,
dude,
I
this is
think it
weird.
should be a non-contest from here, so I'm just going to go back to that one and say, you know, from EMEA, where I'm from, our Ascension teams are something else. So I'm just gonna hold my hands up and then say, I'm not much of an NA viewer, but you know, a team like Boom, for example, is such a pleasure to watch. Same can be said for DRG, but right now, this
Okay,
is
who's allowed
not
to go
the ADG
farm?
that we expect to see. They seem like a shell.
Either of these two might get thrown the ghost
Yeah,
and they
a lot
can
of
farm.
that could be down
Yeah,
to the sort
dude,
of
we get the
roster mishaps
get the
that
live
we've,
action
certainly heard
handover of the
enough
guns
about so
as
far
well.
in this stage. Obviously,
Nice.
Gianni coming in for Simon as a result of that. But
Oh, these
hasn't
two are
been
locked
putting
as
up
well.
the
This is
worst
extra kills.
performances historically. Out goes the stun. We're certainly aware of these two players, and first kill from Beaver.
Okay, very, very nice. They get all of the orbs for it as well. They just got to do double armor rebuy.
They're just looking to stamp their authority really on this. But if history is anything to be repeated, it's the second half of map 2 where Edward Gaming will really hit their stride in a matchup against G-Li Gaming.
Well, this kind of G-Li though seems to have kicked into a new gear ever since we got into stage 1. So no time to wait for EDG. They need to at least.
It's on Wolves going to Toronto. It's cool, but I mean, it's very nice that the roster is finally getting results. Because, I mean, for the whole year, I've been saying that they're probably, like, in my opinion, just on paper, maybe the second best roster in China. Like just pure player firepower wise. So the results they were getting was kind of crazy. But now they're actually like delivering a little bit.
That is just going to be a one and done, and they're trying to make a quick move onto XLG on the B side instead. It's going to be denied from the side of stealing, so they will have to run back.
This is not an incredibly hard retake right now.
EDG. It's the 4-on-4, sure. But it feels
camera
like
to spot mid info. A lot down to Happy Way, really. He's going to play super late on this. If the site guys can kill like 2 between them, it's going to get 2, I think. They're not going to get any.
Nobody actually open another play, and it's all left onto Happy Way, who's trying to make something happen. But in the smoke, it's Moggy to find that kill.
Yeah, nice clean retake over towards site for sure.
Only a single casualty, but at the start, it looked very shaky. But
yeah, I wasn't asking for much, just the 2 kills.
That's a lot better from Edward Gaming. That's the team that we know and love from being world champions, from being the team that's won China every single stage so far. The unrivaled kings of this region. Again, they fell into the lower bracket in kickoff. They might just do it again here. If the first map is anything to go by, of course, we've still got quite a long haven ahead of us, and then potentially Fracture as well. The series is by no means over, and now we head into the first proper gun round. The full buy round from both of these sides, where we really get to see now the tactical brains working.
Yeah. Now we're back to that IGL into IGL battle, and
lose A control, instant 3-pass and push down towards C. Been pretty proactive with this one. They hear the camera over towards middle, so they know there's a camera that's getting info in.
Because nobody.
They insert one over towards bottom of C, and the rotate might get in, and they might have camera trips and can play site.
For their calling ability on this haven, they get the right read on the A side too, so already off to a good start. But XLG are set in such a good position that maybe all they need to do is just to slow down the round, get the ult orb, and then pull back. They got 50 seconds to play for, and they're trying to make something happen on the other end. Yoru, they make a movement, forced into hell.
No kill trips though.
Both breaches, but
they can maybe get a kill on this depending on where they hit into it. They still got a camera for the retake. Camera can give them info to make sure the Omen flash is good.
We got all 5 members there ready to play, and it's going to be such a difficult round to retake, but they got the numbers.
I think they'll be fine on the retake.
Oh, rolling thunder.
I feel like, wait, did they?
Everything being invested, the kitchen sink being chucked at this. And Kankang's found the opener. Only good for 1. But Rogger's there for 1.
Damn, bro. Okay, Rogger did incredible, and you. I thought they were gonna like fake. They had so much util. I didn't think they were gonna like go all in.
Dipping away.
But then they ended up going all in, and then the breach or just stopped everything, and then they had nothing other than angels.
But and that's all down to
so this is a little bit bad from EDG, really. I know it's hard against a breach out here, but they gotta like fake, like they're hitting over towards side, like they're doing the retake, but then have a proper retake after.
It's pretty darn difficult, especially on that haven.
Yeah, and it was
on flash and save the Omen flash.
Thunder didn't do much for YOU. I was ready to see the round being wrapped, but Rod got there just massive onto that crossfire hold, and Coconut came in the right time. EDG are still stuck in that same play that they were stuck into in the last map. The Rod came in, but this time the timeout a round earlier than before.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's not quite as disastrous this time from EDG either, but they've seen what's happened before. They know what happened on Lotus.
Coach is having fun, just smiling. He's in an incredible spot.
Early on to try and catch any of these idiosyncrasies, any of these mistakes that keep creeping in.
for now, though.
Also, winning this and breaking the econ means they're that extra step away from getting that up.
That maybe need to change the way that they're approaching the game.
And they didn't really.
A lot of those.
They haven't had an opportunity to get an up.
And really, it haven't worked out so well on the second map. And Tavoya, as you can tell on the other end, very emphatic. He's known to be one of the more vocal coaches about their opinions of the game. And really, XLG, I feel like one of those teams that, you know, they are a very good mix of individual level, but not too much individual level for them to.
So, little timeout as well to talk about future rounds. And this is nice from Smoggy. They have to get this up out. Like, they're just gonna get wrecked unless they get this up out.
Again. Dimensional drift.
This is nice from XLG, so fine to use ults into the eco, make sure they can keep the money good. They spot 2 over towards B site, oh, they go for it.
Out goes the stun, the flash, and Gianni, all he can do is just die in that situation.
Stun left side, Omen flash right side. He's very calm on this. Hey, this is cool from them though. Wait, they look pretty nice though. I know this is just an eco, but they're still, like, we're just looking at actual, like, who's playing together. Like, everyone's playing together from XLG. You gotta give them that.
Sky high right now.
Yeah, and they just want to kill EDG while they're down. They don't want to give them the opportunity to actually climb back. Maybe make their way.
Sideshow was right, admit it. Mate, I kind of missed the whole Sideshow supporting G-Life thing. What's that about?
An ultimate into what was just a pistol round from EDG. EDG now are actually back on the full buy. Kong got the operator.
Yeah, gets the op, he actually gets owned.
Back off by the whale of util coming in from XLG, and
got a TP away. They create pressure over towards A.
They might have wanted to exploit, but instead pulled back, and they're playing a very slow approach here.
Just thinks XLG is a good team. Oh, okay.
Really construction of the way that they play.
I thought he was like full on supporting them though, right?
They had
like
their eyes set on lobby, and then
this is just annoy TMV because of the Wolves thing.
They have been focusing on making sure that EDG don't get control of middle, and they've given it back away. They might end up
rivalry against
anyway,
TMV. Oh, okay.
But at the very least, they've given themselves a lot of freedom when you see the amount of map control that attackers do have.
Yeah, the smart of that round was so smart there from XLG, and now we have 2 players.
Dude, they got the Omen flash out of them. They feel like they faked good over towards C, but they're going back to the. They might have overcooked this one a little bit. What kind of util do we have to push him off? Nothing. Yeah, they use so much util on the fake.
Kang has the opener. There's the second. Get the operator in this guy's hands, and he's a force to be reckoned with. Still 2 more players up on main, and Viva is able to shut him down.
Nice shots.
It's a difficult one, but maybe not with Coconut hitting shots.
Nice shot as well. Dude, everyone's hitting nice shots. I think G-Lai will really. I think they thought Kang was gonna
on that A side itself.
TP and B over towards C.
They knew it was actually a fake coming in.
They just had no util for this site. That's what I was saying about the op as well. Like, when you have the serverless comp, you only really have the camera and the drone to force them off of angles. So you got to be a lot more.
Now EDG seems to be back.
You gotta maybe save some like Yori util for it. I don't know, it's hard.
But the one worry is that I still don't think that they've actually broken up the early part of the defaults.
Like, I think XLG against the op here needs to be way more decisive. Like, when they use the drone to take space, I think they gotta kind of just commit a little bit more when you're playing against the op. You're not playing against an op, it's fine. It's normally like 50-50 aim duels with some of the stuff you're doing, but
may or may not be trying to fight them, but it's instead over towards Garage, where Kang's gonna fall to Happy Way.
Oh, they got out.
5 versus 4.
They got out. There's a great Omen flash to get him over towards site. Oh my god, this guy does not want to lose, bro. What is he, 10? How many kills he got? 9 and 4.
Now 9 kills already in this game.
Every time EDG win a round, they lose the next.
They're in such a tough spot. Fight goes down.
I think it's just gonna be a safe call here. If you're Chichu, if you're Smoggy, there's no way back into that one. There's no way back. Chichu is at least maybe trying to fish for a look, but I don't think that they're actually gonna ever commit to it. They're just waiting to see if they're gonna be able to find exits. Maybe get the operator back if they're able to just stay around this garage area in time, but doesn't seem to be the case. Happy Way is gonna shut down Chichu before they get the operator. At least Smoggy should be alive, but now they're spotted by Happy Way, and they will be dispatched
That
as
is
well.
a devastating round.
Guns taken out, and they got greedy for the operator, and they got completely punished for it.
Now, one thing I'm really liking from XLG so far is just that early round utility over towards A. Because we've seen it now where
the second shot was
in a row an EDG player is looking to explore from that A main area onto the ramp, but Salvos come in and just completely deny that entire lower area position. It means that EDG, they can't play with the proactivity they want, and in a couple rounds ago, in round 6, it denied the operator that space, and then in the other one, it denied the lurk to come through from Smoggy and Chichu. Really
do
nice
they cancel on this though? One,
quick play there
2.
from XLG with the interdimensional.
Yeah, they
rift,
do.
They
But they always have the backup option anyway.
The rotations back, and sure, Falcon does have the gate crack, but it's actually very far away, so they will have a lot of time to make.
Yeah, but they still have Omen flashback.
Only with the one hero rifle
Oh,
from Chichu.
whoa!
It was important.
My God, look at him go, chat.
Hold onto that one, and Chichu will be shut down. Just a single kill for them.
Wait, he's actually
It's
Euro
really
diffing him
well
out
played
here.
from
He's
XLG.
actually
They
just
could
going
drain those sheriffs, and
unbelievably
they gave them
insane.
no way to look back into this round.
Well,
Do you know what's mad about this? I think he only had a breach flash for the TP, right? Maybe he flashed himself, and that's the flash that I had.
Jenny is.
So I thought they were gonna wait
sorry,
Omen flash, but I think he just kind of went.
Go hunting. But EDG, they've actually been fairly proactive on this defense. The rotations from C came over quite quickly. Unfortunately, it just wasn't to be. Jenny has spotted Raga here, so it's going to fall. Could even collect a Vandal into the next round instead of dying to the spike. He's going to save that weapon instead. 4-round lead for G-Light Gaming. Yet again, they find themselves in the driver's seat in this game. They are on the attack. A 55% win rate for that side. Maybe that's to be expected.
Yeah, it was a breach flash, right? I wonder at what point EDG do another timeout.
I feel like EDG.
It's another round where they also like force into it, and they can't save enough money for the op, which in my opinion is a big win condition, especially if you look at that round over towards A. And if you just look at the comp from XLG, it's hard to push off the angles. And if they're not leaning into that, and if this guy is doing this, this might
This
be
is,
the
by the
end.
way, probably the second time in this day that I feel like Kong is just starting to maybe not lose confidence.
Holy, he was on top of him the whole time, tracking him in his mind. That was sick.
Suffering beyond it. The two players that were the double duelists of the last games are the first two to fall, losing individual 1v1.
Yeah, XLG, I feel like they've got the read on how Kang likes to play on the angles he's likely to try and hold. And
He's gonna get his ult again.
Raga
Is this a limb or upper? This is upper. If they win this, they go Masters. And then the lower bracket run EDG is gonna have to do is gonna be incredibly hard. Bro, he's averaging like 3 kills around. I swear, it's non-stop.
I think I can't remember what it was. 346, I think, ACS on.
He's got another ult. He's doing the RRQ.
Maybe he's trying to beat that. And right now, it certainly seems like he's on his way.
He's doing the
absolutely.
Farm your ult in the ecos and then use the ult in the buy rounds, and then you just forever have your ult on big buy rounds.
Where we see XLG just able to completely read the play, and that one just felt a bit too puggy for my own liking there from EDG. They're still there with a weaker buy, 2 more rounds left in play after that one. They might be able to claw it back to a 7-5 if they find an opener, but instead it's the fake out there on the angle. Raga again to find a good opener, and YOU will deny the trade attempt from Gianni.
It's just complete chaos in A.
Oh no. That's a disastrous timing, Charlotte, and they're still fishing for more.
Nobody's pushing ahead of this. Chichu also finding one. Raga's got a clutch up. We've been saying his name every single round, it seems like. And now we have to go again.
Just don't use your ult.
Spotted out, tagged up, waiting, watching towards heaven. He spotted one. That's Smoggy going down.
Oh boy.
Dimensional drift now.
Well,
in play.
he can at least get the plant, and then he can at least get the spike and then plant somewhere. But I think with how well they've been using these ults, I think that probably should have saved it. But together when he gets that kill, he just feels
another
that it's doable.
Trying to send down Ceylon, and I'm really intrigued in whether or not they will actually be able to read that
fake
play.
TP, like it went over towards long. Can he somehow dodge this?
That's the perfect read attempt, and they spot where Warga is.
9
on 30
bullets.
points of health. Should be no contest. It should be nobody and Chichu closing off that one. No way for Warga, but they've bought enough time.
That's unlucky from him.
Duel, but the double peak is
Yeah, it's a shame they used his Euro ult here, because honestly, I just feel like the backup util they get on his ult, it just looks like a set 1 round.
Well, that I honestly believed for a second there. I'm going to be honest, Vol. I thought he was going to be able to pull that off. Oh, that's so unfortunate.
Dude, Smoggy. That's sick. TP to heaven.
And quick TP up. Omen on Omen action, and unfortunately for the Ascension team, it's Smoggy that comes out on top in that duel. Maybe a way back into this half, because it was looking rather dangerous for EDG. They've got 3.
Yeah.
They
4
could
backup.
get 5.
Sure is.
And that wouldn't be the worst position to be in.
Absolutely. There would be still a fair lot more work be done.
He was feeling it. I mean, he is feeling it.
Yeah, I know. But still, you know, you're getting 5 on defense on Haven. I still feel pretty good about that one.
Yeah. I'd agree. I would certainly agree with that.
Dude, EDG are going to end this half, and they only got the op-outs twice. Only bought it once.
So aggressive, Volt.
Yeah, and they're really trying to set them up. Kang should be spotted there by the stealth drone once it makes its way through. So they push him back out of lobby. And with lobby control being slightly conceded there by EDG, you can tell they're trying to pull more of those rotations. Pulls on the angle, of course, is nobody. One off the Armageddon. Kang uses another flash. Still got one more, but got no more gate crashes. So that is going to be something to maybe look out for in the later part of the
Kang is
round,
close enough to hear this
they won't
trip.
be able to rotate. They won't be able to make a lot of moves until they find another couple of kills.
Doesn't fully give too much away.
Up a play for Chichu, who might have just got the perfect timing there.
Oh my god, he got an extra one on that.
Chichu is ridiculous. And XLG will now have to fight an uphill battle.
I think Smoggy's here too early.
They try to make their way to garage, but Smoggy with a perfect paranoia that comes in with a rolling thunder, and they will roll over XLG on this one.
How on earth did Chichu find the second kill there? If it's a 4v4, maybe it's winnable, but that second pick is absolutely unreal. It means that the fate of XLG sealed inside of that round. I get the feeling that maybe Raga popping off this much might be a bit of a detriment to XLG at this point in time, because everyone else is either really like +1 in the KD or
EDG is
not
back.
really
I mean, if they get time up for the 1
timeout
round.
here, because
Okay.
you want to make sure that everyone's on the same page. Yeah, sure, Raga's warmed up, but everyone else, it seems, is still fairly cold inside of this game. It has just been the Raga show so far. You need the other members of XLG to even just be given a chance to pop off, because Raga's been going in first and just killing everyone.
Yeah, and you know, it works well when Raga's able
Community
to
stream only has 445 followers. Chat, come on.
That's where
I know we got more than that in here right now. Everyone go follow.
In this Haven in comparison to the Lotus, their trades on the other don't look as clean. Meanwhile, on the other end of EDG,
God, everyone make this higher. Come on.
Chichu just continuing to be the hero for them in this.
You gotta support stuff like this when you see it, chat.
Really need push through to get that 5th, because I don't think that it's just going to be easy for XLG, and if XLG are going to be able to get 8-4 again,
503. Well, that was fast, guys. Respect. Well done.
Full buy from either side. Kang back on the op, and they still got the Armageddon. The closest thing that XLG has is one of the Rolling Thunder, but everything else is not going to be here in round 12.
Yeah, feels like maybe the upper bracket semifinals is.
What is this? Tap of the
bit of a
orb.
thorn in the side of EDG, at least this
Stun
year.
into
The same
salvos.
stage
Stun
as
into
they
all.
found
Oh god, they're
themselves
locked in.
losing
They're locked
inside
in.
of
Oh,
the
it's
kickoff.
incredible.
Oh, look at this old
Wait,
combination
how?
with the salvos as well.
They
It
should have got
actually
more than
only
that. Did the
catches
salvos
one.
not
Everyone else
cover
was able to
here?
scatter to the wind. I thought for sure
Salvos
there'd
could have been a
more depth than
little
that.
bit better.
Trying to
They had
be
a
the
small gap,
special
but
with the
still.
stun Armageddon salvo
good damage.
combination. But it's the rest of the kills to come on in. 2 versus 4
This is a great
now for
idea from
G-Line
them, though.
Gaming to try and wrestle with as Coconut and
Dude.
Beaver left against the
G-Line
world.
must be regretting taking that timeout because
now,
EDG came out on top with that for sure. It was a nice little plan. One away from the orb. They know they're going to try and get it. Big punish with the orb.
By the south drone, so they know where Kangkang is. They should be aware.
It might have been on the fly, but
does not respect the chance of him holding the angle.
Uh-oh.
And instead, they're just gonna have to back off as Viva
Uh-oh.
in a 1-on-4.
Yeah, it's a good.
And I'm not sure if they have the right kind of read onto that one. Still waiting for them to bounce back here. Kangkang got the angle, got the double. EDG got what they came here for. They make it a competitive first half.
They got too
that
many
might
followers, yeah.
actually lead us into
We
that
started lagging them out.
Yeah, it absolutely might. You can see that the kills coming through here. 7-5, pretty good. And Kangkang, he's hitting again. He's shown up. This is the world champion, the champs MVP Kangkang that we know and love, right? This is the player that we have been expecting to see so far. And
This
finally he's waking up. I'm
leagueification
so
of
worried that we
Valorant
get a
happening.
repeat
Last
of
3
history.
trophies have been from Asia Pacific.
It's now the second half of map 2. This could be where EDG
Is it?
they fight back. For map 3,
I don't know. I kind of watch
does seem
EMEA
like it
and I
could
do
be
start to
fairly
feel like that
between them.
sometimes, but then I feel like
teams have
Americas have got
lost
it done
one,
with like a good
XLG
amount of teams that
1-3,
can compete.
EDG 1-2.
I do think it
They've
is
got the
like
exact same round difference on this
trending
map
that
as
way, but
well.
I don't
It
think
could
we're
not
there.
be closer if we get to that decider.
Yeah, it is already on a hair as it is, but I am certain that this pistol is going to dictate everything. I feel like if XLG are able to win that one, they should have an excellent position. What we've seen from them on attack at the end, I would agree with you there, Charlotte, was a little bit complacent. Especially like we've seen in that round 12. That very, very lazy entry into the
E2, yeah, that's the thing. We got the shining beacons.
Can show you, like, how
Western Valorant and G2.
On attack. Maybe a side swap.
There's some others as well.
XLG, and they'll be
Maybe
able to
I
get that one,
think
but
by the
I
time
feel
a
like
champs can get to an
EDG
insane level.
with Kangkang being able to find success on the off. That was good on defense. On attack, I don't know how much that will translate over. So that's the one thing that I'm like just slightly concerned.
I think MIBR have like really good potential.
That's fair.
He's still pretty
I think
good
Sen
with it.
has very good potential as well with their roster. It's a heavy fragging roster.
Maybe a bit
Heretics
less on the Yoru.
can definitely get back to odd
We'll
form.
have to wait and see. As the pistol
If it
half,
just is going Western, but-
or the pistol round, sorry, of the second half. Pistol half of the second round. Yep, that's.
D9.
I'm getting my I
don't know. I've seen that like already.
I'll get my Mud Swaddle.
Speaking of difficult,
To be fair, the roster's a lot more stacked than I thought it was firepower-wise.
Well, what is not difficult though is aggression. Ruthless aggression out of Varga there. Almost got
Oh
halfway
my
off that
goodness.
peak. Still down to half health, so good damage done from EDG. Almost
C9
equivalent to a kill, but
playoffs
they
though.
couldn't convert
That
on
is true.
either.
That is always
And
the
they
way.
got their sights on the C side itself. We see of
Okay,
course,
instant reaction over
big
towards C, and
attacks
it's the
coming in
classic C
very deep
retake on pistol.
from Kangkang and everybody else. They're actually going to be working their way up.
They got a
clear
kill
off the
trip,
C
but
side
obviously no one
itself.
over towards garage to
Not
get the
spotted
kill.
by the
But
camera.
they would have got
Yuzo
this
is
one if they
there,
did.
happy way.
But yeah,
I
once they
feel
got the
like
pick, I
reasonably
think they thought they were
electing
going to
stay
get
back,
wrecked.
Because look at the rotation. It's going to be a very long rotate over from the A side all the way to C. But they will need to set themselves up quick because there's only so little time left in the post plan.
Oh, that's so unfortunate from Happy Weight. Looks away at just the wrong time.
Great
The
stun.
timing working out perfectly.
Oh my, it was an incredible stun to
Ridiculous
enable
play.
this.
And now it leaves Kangkang 1v3.
Mate, you actually have to win this somehow.
Classic coming on in, but Coconut starting to stick on the defuse. Kangkang, you've got to try and push forward. You've got to go. You've got to go, my friend. It's not going to be enough. The pistol round to XLG
Oof.
and 8 on the board.
Raga's absolutely being monumental.
Raga with another
like,
3K.
Dude, he's
in
the world.
collecting them. Might be like his
Who
5th.
is, in a lot of people's eye, the best player in the world in Hong Kong, and he's been doing it in style as well. Doru doing excellent work, and right there, maybe we're seeing just a slight tad of hesitation. That will be very scary.
Do you watch any Vic and Titsu? I watched a fair amount of Shopify. They
put down the other end.
I don't think he was playing like this good, but I guess like people around you also.
Very concerned about that. You know, that hesitation might seep into the rest of the members, especially if it's Kong. You know, the show off, the player that you feel like when they get in the server, they get all the confidence in the world. But that's not the case for now. They're all on Classic. There's a single sheriff out there. And it's very easy for Raga to farm. It's going to be less easy over Viva because the Yulton is coming in and they're completely pushed off the angles.
Oh, Kang, he's going in, looking to maybe try and reclaim his #1 duelist in China title. Nobody finds another kill onto YOU. But here we go. Here is the Outlaw putting in work.
Yeah, they didn't get the plant either.
Oh,
like this is going to be rough.
4-round lead yet again. As we saw on the
first
map, and looking dangerous.
Yeah, honestly, like this was pretty clean from XLG. It was a good attempt from EDG there on the first kill, but they gave away maybe a tad too much space. Poor Happy way to just back up and find that kill. They almost got the spike plant, something that I feel like maybe they would have really wanted to, and that is going to be the 700th kill on the Outlaw.
I mean, the bonus is not
that's
great.
already a big number. I feel
So
like the
EDG should be fine here.
Improved a lot.
What happens for the big buy round? Raga will have his ult, so they can retake a site easy.
But, you know, it took a while for people, especially
Speaking of ults, King tries to take the orb, gets punished a little bit for it. They do have...
When and when not to use it. But now we're kicking into high gear. Internationals are going to be coming in, and Coconut is going to be careful.
Wait, they actually used a lot of util to try to get over towards site here. I feel like even though XLG, they used their Omen Flash, like they did pretty good. They cleared the question mark. But they got a lot of util out. Like, you gotta start looking at this and think, have they just got nothing to enter sites anymore?
Oh, but
they don't.
Waits up close on the angle. With this, the rat in the corner, exploration in towards B as well, and XLG.
Bro could really farm here. It's his timing.
On that rotation, that's the first. Can goes down.
Did he do enough that this is one shot?
Raga has to clutch up. Oh, nearly a collateral.
Ah, he beefed it.
One can't dip down and can't use the dimensional drift in time. It did count as him using that ultimate. That's taken away. Stuns go out. Plant down here on C, and a 3 versus 3 post plant.
Oh, that's so devastating, man.
Maybe they're gonna be trying.
That's so rough.
Those drop guns on the other end. XLG, make sure
there goes the ult.
Get that gun, but
and
now
that's what we're talking about for the next rounds.
Paranoia is gonna buy plenty of time. Viva and YOU are going to be the entry pair. They need to make their way before the dark cover. They disrespect the smoke, but it's gonna be Chichu.
Okay, they still did good damage, but that's a rough loss on that one.
Really nice work there from Chichu.
The timing was off. He kind of looked at the salvos and hesitated.
Had the highest ACS in the entirety of the last map. 336, by the way. Again, nearly the collateral, but couldn't quite work out for him. And that was really the key moment. Brilliant utility there.
Ult is big. I mean, you click the button. It's in the
stop that dip away.
I don't even know how long it takes. It's like what, half a second?
Yeah,
it's very rare that we see this. Like, we've probably seen it like twice, maybe 3 times this year.
To stay in that game, but it's the
where
first fly around between the two
ult gets
sides.
killed
XLG,
as he's doing it.
Aggressive on C long. Don't spot that much, but Coconut has snuck into a dastardly position. Beyond that veil of that dark cover. Don't spot that much, and they'll back up smartly so, because the rest of EDG are still all along. Stacking up. If there's an aggressive play to be made from Raga, there are 3 players to be coming into that, and the flash is perfect! But it's going to be the flash of Kang.
Oh my god, he's got another 3K.
He is lights out in this game, but EDG are fighting back. Chichu and nobody. Find a kill each. They find some solace on that.
I will say though, it does feel like
on the other
he has a perma breach backing him up with everything he does.
Surely EDG don't pull this round back. They still haven't quite gotten the spike planted, but Nobody will have that locked down now. 3 kills from Raga.
The 2v5 at its peak.
EDG. Happy wait.
Nice kill.
Arsenal with them. And Chichu falls. Nobody. You have to clutch
Oh my goodness, it was close. The spacing was a little off. Okay. I think the last guy was looking at sight in case he was still sight for a swing.
They're standing up there.
They win one, lose the next.
The early part of the round pretty
3
well,
people
Raga,
died round
honestly.
before. Wait, they have to eco.
But you would think that there is an answer for this Euro, but it seems like Raga found the perfect way. The master set agent and
Gilai? No, they as much as Raga is like an actual beast for sure, they set him up really well. Like these two, especially the breach. He's doing so much. He has a personal breach right now, I feel like.
Your EDG, you're putting the pressure on XLG instead. XLG find themselves 4 in the lead against the team that their best chance is a Kang with a Bucky.
Yeah, dimensional drift from Kang.
Especially you, yeah, you guys are doing great.
Spots out A, goes, maybe not. Let's try this.
Okay, we got a Bucky on this one, and they might actually get close with the Bucky, and this becomes very, very scary.
Making its way through long.
Gotta look at this drone, gotta look at the ult, and feel like they should use it to take space once they get the info. They blind it? Oh, I'm not sure about the blind one now.
Armageddon, another one as well, and the kills just come on in.
Wait, nobody popped his ult.
But a 1 versus 2, nobody. Ridiculous work even after death. Mortem frags with the ultimate, and now Smoggy. He's an absolute demon, and he's found the first kill.
Oh, he couldn't TP away.
Tagged up, suppressed, can't TP away, has to use his legs instead.
Oi, that's calm, bro. That is so calm for that shot. Dude, that's nuts. On the eco, they used the tail. He managed to get 2 kills from it, and Smoggy. Smoggy just hit it.
From the brink. That was ridiculous.
They're in pause for that extra, like what?
Of course, the double kill
0.3, 0.2 to make sure they hit it.
I'll be looking forward to the most. Maybe they didn't respect it because there was a kill from the aftershock. 2 kills from the Armageddon, and it was a millisecond.
God, that is close.
It's like 25% replay speed.
Yeah, I think Sheila messed up. They went for the blind ult, but they could have got the info with the drone to find out if they were close to do like ult here and then force them back.
And now,
then they would have smoke alive, and then obviously they can actually defuse properly. Force them down to an eco after this one.
How much they've been able to do in the past 17 rounds. I don't want to discount XLG yet.
No, but this is the thing. EDG, sorry, are back in the game.
The coach, yeah, is a rough one. I mean, they had like what, Bucky's, a couple of sheriffs.
Pointed out, it's only Raga with a rifle. You'd certainly back him. 29-12 is a ridiculous scoreline to have. Happaway's been spotted out.
Chill.
Gets a bit of the information and
how's he alive?
Nearly tagged up through the door. 60 HP, can get away with his life.
Okay, they go into the raid boss.
Here for Edward Gaming. The world champions Edward Gaming. The Salves come on in. Raga displaced.
He WPs forward.
Fight against the pressure. It's not going to be enough. He goes down, and it's just the pistols for XLG to try and deal with. YOU, there's 1, but it's not enough. Kang, he's woken up and finding 4.
Who gets the plant as well?
Of Euro masterpieces,
I think they have breach ult.
Really found their element there on that round. Of course, it was a weaker weaponry round for the side of XLG, but it just feels really good for Kang to win that head-to-head against Raga there, face-to-face. That's exactly the kind of momentum that they need. But still need to push a little bit
fine, Lex,
more.
we've tanked it for
talked
so
about
long.
a little bit,
If we go third map, we'll do it.
second half of the second map that drove XLG against EDG into being a washout into the third map. EDG still behind, but they got the economy and they got a fair amount of good ultimates to play for. Instead, XLG just electing to take full control of A lobby, and EDG are just gonna give that one away for hopes to maybe make a C commitment here. They got 4 players strong. Chichu is still alive, and he's gonna keep his life for the time being. But Kang and Co.
Coconut, how good is your Omen flash here?
Or nobody spots the player backside as well. Coconut and the drone going in. That one is a clone. It's not. You're not playing against Durka this time.
No way.
He's been able to cut inside the corner, finding 2. Neural theft invest.
Bro, the support is here though.
1 versus 4 for Chichu.
No, they didn't check the corner. He was like Palmer flashed for a long
They
time.
had everything in their favor, but a ratty play in the corner and ridiculous frags.
Okay, they're okay for
takes
money
it
though.
Over to the other side.
Yeah, that double there from Happy Way. Kang just being very, very complacent on that angle. They really needed to check that. They needed someone to look at that single box, but they didn't. And now Chichu's all alone. No one to be a clutch master, and it starts off is ridiculous. Still got 3 more players in 20 seconds.
20 seconds though, this should be
even
impossible.
For someone as storied.
Yeah, he's saving already.
As Chichu, this is a bit too much for him, and even he will just say, "This is enough."
Do you think that
save. I keep that one
Yoru is a bust?
because we've seen
I think we're in a meta
what
where
have done
if you
with
don't
them.
have a Yoru
Keep that,
play, you're
and
not
at
going to win
least they keep
anything.
An off chance that maybe they're gonna be able to find some damage, maybe even steal a round and deny match point from XLG in the next one.
Rounds away from Masters Toronto though. XLG, like you said, get up to 11. This is certainly on a precipice right now for the side of EDG. Such a nice double kill, and Raga as well. So nice. The timeout being called from EDG. They know how difficult the rest of this half is going to be. Well, what are your predictions? Because right now I feel like XLG, they might just take this one.
I feel like this is probably gonna be
Ends the Yoru
like
Yoru meta. Yeah, he probably would have liked it.
Someone on the side of EDG,
But he would also maybe be on smokes. You don't really know.
In this series,
I think he didn't like the amount of utils getting used. I think he probably would have hated
XLG not just are up to
Ao.
par to EDG mechanically, they're really reading their game plan, and that's the most important thing.
The Yoru meta? No, Yoru's pretty fun to watch.
Well, it's like I said. On
I think the ult's too strong still.
Timeout. I
But
mean,
I'm pretty much okay with everything
been
else.
that effective, at least in the round straight after. And again, it feels like maybe this could be a situation where EDG, they're heading into this with a bit of a half buy. They do still have that rifle that they took over from the previous, but no.
They're investing on the back of it.
Full stuff, full kit. Timeouts, they haven't really worked out for the round straight after. We'll have to see whether this one is the difference. For EDG, they might just have to try and
No,
save
this is literally the rounds, and there is a lot of ults to be used. Both teams.
Final dream.
Been non-stop retake over
For
towards C.
XLG. At least out of the Ascension teams that are in field right now.
Kill trip with the
them winning
spam.
this,
Oh
they'll be the
boy.
first
that's big.
It's a great change up with the trip here.
Stage. Happy Way might just be seeding the beginning of
Dude,
the
and
end.
Raga's just won the 50-50 duel over towards A.
Unable
Is this
to find
the beginning
any
of the end?
opportunity, no penetration of that defense.
Dude, they
So
have
they're
so
gonna
many
to back up
ults. They
even
didn't get to
more.
use any
They gotta be
ults.
careful. They got a chance though. A big position in garage for nobody, and they can definitely make something happen out of it.
Wow. 3 versus 5. Already down 3 rounds. 5 needed to take it in regulation. And all those 5 in a row. This one certainly seems unlikely. We've seen Stranger occur in the past. Like starting to
What
go
a shot
down.
that is.
Smoky swings ahead of it and gets
Oh my
shut out.
goodness,
It's
who's
all onto nobody.
who's
One,
that guy
two,
just
but the
jumping
third
to
isn't
make sure
enough.
everyone can trade him?
And it's map
They look
point
good though, like
qualification
team play
points
wise. I know
even
Raga's doing
for
an absolute
XLG.
madness,
They're
but
12 up here on Haven.
he like they actually
Even
look
Hercules
great.
will fall at one day, and they're aiming at the king, and they have not missed on the side of XLG. It's been an excellent game back and forth from the entirety of the team, and despite the heroics, they can only take you so far. Nobody really was not put in a position where he had any chance into that clutch.
One
And
away.
we are
They
on
got
the
four. They
precipice
got
of
4
greatness
chances
for
to go to
XLG.
Masters.
They have been fighting the whole way. Everyone on the Chinese scene has been touting them to be one of the strongest rosters. And this is a lights out game from Warga. 32 kills in 20 rounds of VALORANT. Can even add to that tally a little bit more. Could be the beginning of the end of EDG.
Yeah, I like this from EDG though. Instant off the bat, starting to use the ults. I do know you can't be going for that. Okay,
But Kang
good.
had to back off and had to leave the space. It's going to be a 5-on-5 post plant, but EDG are much weaker in firepower.
Oh, they absolutely are. That's the first kill.
Holy, off the breach short. Damn, they had numbers behind it though. It gets a little weird. So they play off-site and they're still against the smoke though. And he has double smoke. Like this can be a perma smoke on the spank. He does one down towards long. Problem with that is we've got nothing to duel behind this. It's just a spam fest. Oh my goodness, dude, what was that? Yeah, I think that XLG messed up a little bit here, right? This is like the difference between the smoke of the choke and the smoke here. I know they send it through, but it just becomes like a 50-50 where if you smoke and then you can duel in front of it, you have like more angles of where you can stand in terms of a small choke point. Right? This is like the line, I guess, of it. And of course you can go above once you smoke it, but there's a one-way here. Dude, that was nuts though, big flash. Felt like he had to make a play. To be fair though, if this guy doesn't make that play, it's probably
But Gianni's definitely making a name for himself in this roster. EDG,
yeah, you gotta do it the hard way, mate. You gotta do it the hard way. 3 chances and they get 2 hero guns.
Definitely not at their peak yet. Maybe an overtime here can be the start of something greater for them, but they need to get through Arga first. We're still holding on
32 to 14. Even needs to chill, dude. Low HP, worst gun.
Very difficult for the rest of the team to maybe work it out. At least they're gonna push Rarga out of that aggressive position in long, but they still got a minute on the clock, and I feel like they've invested a fair bit of util just into clearing that very little space, but they can definitely still make an A exec if they want to.
Absolutely can. In towards the B side as well. Any possible options for them. And you'd certainly think that they have this one on lock as well. Kang taking down Raga. And now only the one Guardian on the side.
No, they're not considering this guy.
That's all they have. And Chi-Chu's in the back of this B site. Not being expected. Neural Theft has been invested here by Chi-Chu. It gives him the information that he needs. Open up. Not quite being felled. And there we go. Finally gets on to 1 kill. Nobody planting. And it's just Coconut with a Vandal. Surely not. It'd be basically a 1 versus 5. 3 players left alive. He might even be going for this one. Smoggy.
They haven't heard him. I'm gonna go mine too.
Reposition. He found him. And Jenny could fall as well. Just about dips away. Surely not. Surely Coconut can't get this one across the line. Smoke comes in. Trudging forwards. TP in towards it. And Paranoia invested as well. They're dipping away, playing the smart, and Jenny knocks it down.
I respect the attempt, bro.
Not today.
That was insane. It went from impossible to somehow
they
doable.
Are absolutely locking it down in that kind of position. Excellent play there from Jenny again, and Kang just
great shot.
Opener there. That made it really clean for the rest of EDG, but it was Coconut that definitely made it expensive on the EDG side, but they're still not gonna really fuss about it that much. They're gonna be on their tournament lives anyway, at least their Toronto lives for now anyways. So they'll keep fighting, and this has gotten much closer.
Yeah, we'll just raid. I think we just raid them after Lexi.
XLG got
I think that makes the most sense.
But let's see if they're gonna be
they
able
have translated interviews also. That's
just
sick.
like the end of the first half, they've cooled off a bit, and it seems like EDG are starting to figure them out.
Oh, I'm so worried. I'm so worried that we're going to see a repeat of history here. XLG, please exercise your demons. Please. It would be so tragic to see them fall to the same fate again. Obviously, Fracture is a close map as well between these two sides. Oh, and I'm scared. I'm so scared, Volt.
Absolutely. It is terrifying to be put in that spot. The chip is on XLG's shoulders, though. EDG, of course, got the expectations on them as the reigning world champions as well. But they have been going through a lot, so maybe them dropping this one
that's awesome.
wouldn't be the end of the world. But for XLG, this will be a new beginning. For a team that has fought so hard, they just want to make something count for them, and this might be the round. They're back on the bye. And they got the Armageddon and from the shadows, so they can definitely make something happen in the post plant. I'm just excited to see how they're gonna pull it off.
The double kill trip on C though.
And it seems like that is the way that they really want to play
Let's
this.
See how happy he wants to play this. He's got double cage down.
One can be, because the push might come in. EDG take reign of that.
Okay, well, they go with the trips. Do full retake on this one. So what do they do? Last time they just blind ulted this and sent it. This time do they drone sight or do we...
Cages and tripwires in the same place. Kankan's up close and Raga falling. There's the
My
Armageddon
god,
being
all for
invested.
all.
Happy way ahead
What
of
a
this
shot
though.
that one is.
Nobody, what is that shot? Guardian straight to the dome and Chi-Chu's flank coming up big as well. Fever, you've got to try and
It's gonna be
make
the last
play
chance for
of your
XLG.
right here
Oh boy.
to save it in
You gotta
this
save
round.
this, mate. You got no money.
1v4. Made it a 1v3.
That's it.
Perhaps he's just saving this weapon. I think he is.
Yeah, there's
Moving
no
away.
time.
EDG, get us to round 24.
And I play all 24 of this regulation. EDG seems to have found the answer there. As the commitment on the C side,
And
XLG's retakes are
a
starting
lot of
to
C
weaken
hits.
and weaken.
I
And
think
have
I
been
like the
dwindling
camera on B.
At the end of both
And they can keep the
halves,
camera on
they
B.
got a chance to maybe steal
But,
everything away
I
from
think
EDG.
they gotta fight
all their
C.
effort, all their hard work are just a step away
Like
from
maybe
them
go...
to take, but in this round,
Maybe go camera
excellent work
B,
from everyone.
double
Chi-Chu
kill trip,
finding
fight
the flank
aggro over
timing
towards
will
A,
be
TP
something
Yor.
that XLG will just have
Holy.
to keep in their mind.
What do they go for? Yeah, this might be good.
Oh, look at the buy.
Okay, they trip this.
They've got a Guardian
I like this though. I think they need to go
Spectre and a
aggro and then
Stinger.
TP fast just in case they do hit.
Oh, this one looks like we might be heading to overtime, Bolt.
Yeah, look at the guns.
So much utility over towards A main. Raga, he might just get caught out here. There's life for now.
Just like little mosquitoes there, both cell drones colliding into each other. And EDG got to be careful. It's a very aggressive position off Raga.
He has the bait in, wins the jump spot. Jump spot goes in. They think there's only one here. Oh, this guy, another 3k. Another 3k, 35 to 16. You gotta give Viva a little shout out there. He gave him a jump spot. He gave him a little decoy, human decoy.
They will need to wear that mantle today. This might be the coup de grace. They've opened up the sights for them, and EDG have been pristine in 5-on-5 pulse plants, but 2-on-5 without any big ultimates from XLG.
2-on-5, they get the sight at least. Got double cage. Oh, kind of missed it.
In this round.
Oh, the cage whiff, though.
Might actually help him at one point. You never know.
Instead, drops right down to the ground.
Smoke
coming
offside.
on
They
in as
isolated
well.
just Chi-Chu. Somehow he's got to kill like 3. Oh, that util's good. That util's good, dude. Okay, G-Lai. G-Lai, make it. We got Wolves and G-Lai from China. That's awesome.
Team have booked their plane ticket to Canada.
Just like the namesake, fortune.
Dude, Raga, man. What a map that was.
XLG.
YOU, you definitely need a shout out though. He did incredible.
Performance. They take down the world champions to the lower bracket. They will be moving over.
Okay, chat. So apparently they translate the interviews as well. So we will raid them for the interview.
Need to refresh and restart.
So everyone, let's raid them, let's give them a follow. This is pretty cool that they're doing this, and I imagine it's for every single Chinese game, right? So this is sick. We should definitely support this because, dude, it's good as well. They're good.
Here, but I mean, it's the upper bracket semifinals again.
Yeah, everyone, when we raid, let's make sure we follow them, give them some support. And yeah, thank you for watching, guys. I will be doing Americas later tonight. I'm gonna get some sleep, and then we will be watching the rest of Pacific, and then if China's lapping over, we'll watch China. Okay, thanks so much, guys. Thank you. I appreciate you. Goodbye. Enjoy the interview. Something about Raga just owning this. YouTube chat as well. Thank you so much, guys. Subscribe if you can. Alright, bye everyone. Bye. YouTube chat, I appreciate you all. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
因为以前可能面对到 EDG 的话，都是比较紧张，但是